Man and woman to pump me up.
Good morning, Chatty House.
Feeling fussy, walking in my Balenciaga, trying to bring out the fabulous.
Kyle singing.
Hell yeah, I am.
I hear stuff in the
that's my
background.
bad. Here we go. Let's go.
Let's
Let's
go.
90 seconds of showtime now. What's up, everybody? Shout out to Warren for rocking the Insiders hoodie at Sky River last night or yesterday. Also, shout out to everybody who pulled up. That was dope.
You have a good time?
Yeah, always. Zabo, congrats on the belt. Good work.
Join us. Tweet it out.
I'm a little mad Zabo didn't come over and say what's up, but that's fine. Bryce said hey. Manny said hey. Katrina. Ramsey.
Hello, friends.
Talk to Bryce. Did I say Bryce already? Talk to Bryce.
Sometimes you have to say Bryce twice.
Believe I talked to Pete.
It's twice as Bryce.
Yeah, nice. Leezy.
You talk to everybody.
Except for Zabo. Didn't come say what's up.
Oh. All right.
Saw Drew down.
Nate Jones is one of the great follows on Twitter.
Dusty.
Jones on the NBA.
Yeah, he's good. Do I follow him? Did he block me? He might have blocked me. No, Chris Palmer blocked me.
Oh.
Yeah. I used to be the worst on Twitter, dude.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. When I was like, because I got on there when I was like 19. So I was just this pissed off, just 20, 21-year-old, just piece of shit.
Teenage Kyle.
All right, here we go. Let's party.
Kyle. Super low, way off in the background.
Hey, damn right it is, and it's a Friday, and the vibes are so high.
Vibes are like spectacular.
This
Kyle.
is why I love Thursdays.
Oh.
Because Thursdays, it's the back end of the week. We're here today. We're working. We are doing our quote unquote jobs, if you can even call this a job. But like, I mean, come on. The office is empty. We've got new hoodies. We've got PS5s to give away next week. The Kings are back in action. We got NFL stuff coming up this weekend. Faraz Siddiqi is back for Fantasy Friday after a couple of weeks off. There was a week off for the holiday. Then he had prior commitments last week. It's fine. We're not the most important things in his life. I think we'll get over it. Sky River yesterday. Saw a bunch of people from the Chatty House there for D-Lo and KC. Hung out at Sky River for a little bit yesterday. And now we're back, baby.
I love it, Kyle. We got stuff to talk about, too.
Yeah, we have a lot. We have a lot to get into.
The hoodie. Everyone like, oh.
Yeah, so let's just do this.
Yeah, let's just do it. Let's do it.
Next week, PS5. We're giving one away. That will come with, well, we're giving 5 of them away, one each day. Courtesy of our friends over at Jiffy Lube. One PS5 each day. That PS5 is going to come with a copy of NBA 2K24 and the very hoodie that James Ham is wearing right now. It's a black hoodie with a new Insiders logo. There's also the ones on D-Lo and Casey on shopdloandkc.com. But this is one designed for Jiffy Lube with the Insiders logo on the front. It's got the little Jiffy Lube logo on the arm. It's very, very cool. They come in black. They come in blue. And we will be giving one of those with you.
They come in red.
Oh, and red. That's right. The red. I only saw the black and blue over there, but there's a red one as well.
Yes.
You will also get your choice of one of those when you win a PS5 next week. So you'll be able to.
I already stole mine,
Insiders
Kyle.
Merch. No, I know. I also stole one. But I didn't want you and I go on coffee/breakfast runs every morning before the show. It's one of my favorite parts of the day.
Yep.
And I didn't want to put mine on while we were out in public, because then we would have been two dudes walking around in the same hoodie
with their names on
with our names on them. I don't mind walking around with something on my name on it. It's not super prominent. It's just right there, and it's just good advertising for the show. Like, that's ultimately what the goal is here. But I didn't want to have the two of us, just a couple of bros, walking into a Jamba Juice wearing matching hoodies.
I don't know, Kyle. Like, we can be twinsies.
Yeah,
it's all right.
I skipped it. Maybe I'll put mine on a little bit later in the show. I don't mind matching you while on the show. That I don't mind. It's the walking around in public, like, yeah, look at us.
So we do have an update on James's balls. The soccer balls that have been missing. They have not been found, but soccer.com was nice enough to send out another set of 16 balls.
That's cool. So they're not making you pay for them?
They're not making me pay for them. Cool. I don't know whatever happened to the other ones. I searched in the rain yesterday one last time, knowing that there's a tournament this weekend. No luck.
I thought for sure the conclusion to that was going to be the company going, well, you're going to have to talk to FedEx about that. And if you want your balls back, you got to buy them.
That's what I thought was going to happen as well.
That.
I'm usually pretty smooth on the phone. So
yeah, it tracks.
You
told him you were James Ham of the Insiders on ESPN 1320.
I told him I have my own sweatshirts and everything.
I'll trade you a hoodie. We're giving away PS5s next week. Friends and family can't win, but
that's right. But you can.
All right. Kings are back in action tonight. That's right. It feels like they haven't played in a freaking decade. They play tonight in Phoenix against the Suns. Hey, where do you land on the whole schedule inequity thing? I don't buy it, bro. I was reading in the Sacramento Bee yesterday that the in-season tournament is exposing all these schedule inequities because the Timberwolves, who have the best record in the NBA, got to play Memphis and San Antonio, while the Kings, who are battling for a top seed, I was going to say playoff spot, that are trying to be in the mix for a top seed, have to face the Pelicans and the Suns. I just don't, with where the Kings want to go, to me, it doesn't matter.
No, I get you. But I do also think that there's a way that there should have been a low tier team that did not win a tournament game, or that was, because it's not like you can't seed the whole tournament and then just cut it off, cut the bottom half of the bracket off and say, okay, so the worst team has to play the loser of the quarterfinal game. And they've got to fly wherever. I think that there was a way that you could do that, because if there is going to be a scheduling anomaly, it should favor a team that's playing in the tournament and playing for something, and not, again, teams that didn't make the tournament.
Yeah, and that's fair. That's something I think the league is working out. Like, I really do think that they are going to massage this as they go.
Yeah.
Where the tournament looks different next year, and maybe even the next year, in terms of the fallout from the brackets and the games and who's going where and who's in the tournament, who's going to Vegas, who's not. So I think it's all going to look very different over the next 2, 3, 4 years for sure. But if I'm Sacramento, is beating Phoenix and New Orleans going to be harder than beating Memphis and San Antonio? Like 100%.
Yeah.
On the other hand, the Suns are very, very easily in the realm of possibilities as a Kings first round opponent in the playoffs.
Totally. Yeah. Okay.
And I think as many cracks as you can get at them is way more valuable than going and kicking the holy hell out of the Spurs. Because I don't, maybe that one game winds up being the difference between being at home and being on the road, or being in the play-in or being in the playoffs. Maybe. And we'll see. And if we get to the end of the year and it's like, hey, you know what? Minnesota got in by that one game where they got the Spurs and the Kings didn't because they had the Suns. Okay. But at the same time, I think the Kings are very comfortably going to be a playoff team.
Yeah.
And if you're getting to face the Suns, like, that's good. That's great experience for you going against a team that is, again, a team that's expected to be one of the best in the West.
Okay. So here is where I would say I do have some issues with how they've handled this, because like, first of all, they broke it up into like 3 brackets, ABC bracket, right? why didn't they just break it up into divisions? So it's not just, here's like to add to it, it's not just that the Kings are playing the Suns, but now the Kings are playing the Suns for a 5th time this season.
Sure.
That's avoidable. That's avoidable if you would have just put all of the Pacific as Group C and all of, like break them up by their divisions. So then that way you don't have an extra amount of divisional games down the road. Right. So I don't know. Like maybe I guess it's still possible because you always have the like wild card team. So no matter what, now there's an off balance though, because the Lakers and Suns play an extra game against each other. The Kings and
Pelicans
and Suns as far as the division,
got it.
They play an extra game against each other. So yeah, that's the one thing that I'm going to circle and say, okay, that's a little awkward. And how are we going to deal with this at the end of the season when we start looking at playoff seeding and when we start looking at division leads and stuff like that? And a lot of people don't like really believe in all that much in divisions and all that stuff in the NBA. But the fact is, the first 3 seeds in the Western Conference are the division winners. And then the 4 seed is the next best team.
Right.
So it's very possible that like you can manipulate that slightly by the end season tournament. Yeah.
And I think they will eventually. Like I said, on the surface of, it's the Suns are such a, I don't want to play a good team. Like, nah, man, you can go beat them, especially without Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
Like, that's a team the Kings should not only be able to hang with, but should be able to beat regardless. But I understand what you're saying with the division inequities and playing a team a 5th time in a year. That's avoidable. And I think the NBA will avoid that down the road. But I'm not going to complain that they have to play the Suns because I think ultimately that could benefit them down the road.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. And getting the Suns now, again, it could flip the other way. It could be that you get a win against them now before Bradley Beal's healthy. Kevin Durant is out. So like it could actually play into your favor. And we just won't know until we get closer to the end of the season.
Last night in the in-season tournament, speaking of the in-season tournament, so the Pacers did something that I want to talk about with the Kings that is not Tyrese Haliburton related, but I can't. Tyrese Haliburton can play, man. I don't know what else to say at this point.
Look,
holy smokes, he is a baller. 128-119, by the way. Pacers beat the Bucks.
I think the interesting thing is that it, in a certain way, it reminds me of a little bit of the Luka conversation, right? So everyone knew Luka was going to be great. They all thought Luka would be an all-star level player, but they also thought that the top end of that draft had a bunch of all-star level players, which, to be honest, has proven out. DeAndre Ayton hasn't made an all-star team, but I think Jaren Jackson has, Trey Young has, and Luka has. But the problem that you had with Luka is that if you looked at his game in Europe, he looked more like a 28-8 guy, right? Which is great. Like that's an outstanding player.
Really good player.
Yeah, but more like the Grant Hill level of talent, not the, I don't know what you want to call him, but like,
James Harden.
Yeah, exactly. Not like MVP caliber, but really, really strong
multi-time
all-star, right? But then he gets in the league and all of a sudden he's throwing up 30 a game. Like that was not who people thought he would be. Like his jumper wasn't great in the European game. His 3-point shot wasn't great. The fact that, basically what he does at the NBA level is to shoot a whole bunch of them. So it doesn't really matter. And then he gets to the free throw line and that, that helps out. But that's where it is with Ty, because even if you look at Haliburton's stats in his year and a half with the Kings, like, look, he averaged less than 13 points a game. The fact that he's averaging 27 a game right now is bonkers.
Insane,
man.
Dude.
27 and 12? What?
And cashes every big shot. Like that's the thing that stands out to me with him. And this has nothing, and keep in mind, when I say this has had nothing to do with the Kings. This when I'm saying this is not Kings related.
Yeah.
It is, hey, here's in the NBA, here's a really good player. That's the extent of it. A very good young player. And it's so crazy how often in these big spots, specifically in the in-season tournament, he's just met the moment. Whether as a distributor, whether as a shooter, he is super impressive. But yeah, no, I'm with you. 27 a game, man.
Yeah.
Like I did not.
He was averaging 14.3 when the Kings traded him.
Yeah.
And that plays into the larger conversation that like finding piecing that lineup together was going to be difficult.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's keep talking about this on the other side. We'll have plenty of in-season tournament stuff coming up. We have Kings Suns coming up. The 49ers and Seahawks play on Sunday. What happened to that rivalry? It was a thing and it's still there, but it's the weirdest rivalry in sports. All of that coming up. Plus Faraz Siddiqi at the bottom of the hour for Fantasy Friday. Really fun show. Vibes are high on a Friday. That's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports. Want some more straight talk?
I might have to run and get a donut, Kyle.
Yes.
Like a breakfast sandwich, it hit, but it hit in a different way. I got the savory going, but I might need the sweet.
Yeah.
I'm sprinting.
I'm definitely a sweet plus savory guy. You got 3 minutes.
I got 3 minutes. It's not even a sprint.
You can casually walk. Bro, I know, man. I saw you. I did not realize. See, here's my thing is I don't know what everybody looks like. And so Zabo, I did not realize that was you with the sign. But I did love the sign. It was great. Oh, Casey's going to get some donuts, Drew. Believe it. Oof. Where are we at? I hate when I'm sitting here and I'm doing the show and stuff, and then I look over at the chatty house because I try and keep up as much as I can, but obviously you guys are like flying around, so I can't always keep up. But when it's really clear that something funny happened and I just kind of missed it. What does that mean? I want the camera. Of course they look the same. I was pulled up in the same outfit. I was so tired yesterday, but I didn't. So I originally told D'Lo that I wasn't going to be able to come because I'm usually not out of here till like 1:30. I had a podcast to record at 4, and I'm like, God, by the time I get over to Sky River, I'm gonna have to like turn around and leave so I can get home. And I'm about an hour, and a little over an hour is where I live from Sky River. So, but it's kind of on the way home. So I ended up getting out of here at like 12:20. So like, shoot, I'm pulling up. Well, on my way there, I do I'm getting the kind of drowsy, tired thing. Cause again, I wake up at 3:20 in the morning, and I was like, all right, I can't go in there like this cause I am exhausted. I'm going to fall asleep while I'm sitting there. So I've just found a spot in like the back of the parking lot, just tip my seat back, hit that 10-minute power nap. Good to go. Shout out to the 10-minute power nap. I don't know if this is more disrespectful to Rick Carlisle or Bill Burr. Star Wars legend Bill Burr, by the way. Yeah, I sat at the bar when I first got there, and then I went over to the ESPN table to kick it with Jill and them. Bro, this has not stopped infiltrating my brain. Kenny's living rent free in my head right now. Oh, also, I said a dumb thing yesterday, and Kenny corrected me on it, and I need to talk about it when we come back. Not a dumb thing. I just misspoke. I misrepresented what I was trying to say. Oh. Yeah, dude. He said first of all, he said that Universal is better than Disneyland, and that's just nuts, dude. Like, if you're not a Disney person, that's fine. Like, I get it. But objectively, Disneyland is the standard for theme parks.
I have not been to Universal since they did Harry Potter World. We're Harry Potter family.
I have so many takes on this. We're coming back. We're talking about that next break.
Okay. I'm not hearing that.
You can't hear, huh?
Not that.
All right, well, it's playing, so that's good news. I wonder if that has anything to do with it. Probably not, but Hey, whatever. We're back. James, your holiday party is tonight. I'm pulling up. Find me the speaker. I'll play some K-pop and really get the party going.
Oh, you're gonna get the party, the party popping, K-popping.
Well, everybody stands there and looks at me like, who the hell is this? No. Two things. One, something I need to address from yesterday on D'Lo and Casey. I hopped on their show briefly out at Sky River, and I said something that Casey very quickly corrected me on, and he is absolutely correct. And I wanted to make that very clear on our show, in case anybody heard it. I was talking about the Kings and how I didn't think that this current group of players, like right now, can win a title. And we talked about this yesterday. They would need a lot of things to kind of break their way.
Yeah.
And as far as where they're at right now, I said they're fine. They're kind of about what they were last year. It's just kind of been lateral for me. And you look at De'Aaron, he's gotten a lot better. Domas is still looks like an all-NBA guy. It's like, but Kevin Huerter hasn't shot it as well. And then I said Keegan Murray has taken a step back. And Kenny was like, well, no, he hasn't. He's a better defender. He's still good offensively. The shot hasn't been falling. And he's absolutely right. That's what I meant. His numbers are not as efficient as they were last year. And I was expecting this kind of bigger step forward from Keegan. And he's been hurt. He's been up and down offensively. He has been better defensively. And it's December 8th. I wasn't trying to make a sweeping statement about where Keegan Murray is going to be at the end of the year. I was just saying for right now, with me thinking the Kings have kind of moved laterally, I think it's partly because Keegan Murray has not been in the lineup every day. And offensively, he's just not been as consistently good as I was expecting him to be.
Yeah. Okay. So I agree with you, Kyle. Like he hasn't taken the leap forward where any team has a game plan for him right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like we're still not there. And I'd even say this, like he's getting a lot of opportunity that Harrison Barnes is not.
Mm-hmm.
And that might not be for the betterment of the team in an individual game in November or December. It could be for the betterment of the team in February, March, April. It could be for next year, the year after, 2 years from now, 5 years from now, whatever. But for today, like he is getting a lot of opportunity, and so far he has not found a way to be as impactful as I think a lot of people thought he would be this year.
Yeah.
Now on the defensive end, sure, he's gotten better. As a rebounder, he's gotten better. Like those are things that you can point to and say, yeah, he is improving.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's fine. But I think it really does start to change your idea, like when it comes trade deadline, like how you attack trade deadline. Because if you were to tell me like anytime before like the last 6 weeks that you had your choice, let's just for sake of argument, you have your choice of 2 players on the Toronto Raptors, and it's Pascal Siakam on one hand and it's OG Anunoby on the other. I would have told you any day of the week I would take OG Anunoby. And people look at me like, what? And I'm like, because he is such a defensive game changer.
Yes.
Right. And
1
I think
through 5, he is excellent.
Yes. And I also think that he can basically repeat what Harrison Barnes does on the offensive end. Harrison Barnes last year, the year before, he's fine there. He's 16 to 18 points a game for the next 8 years. Right. But now if that's predicated on Keegan Murray taking this step where all of a sudden he's your 3rd best player and OG would be like your 4th.
Right.
I kind of feel a little differently now, though, because if I'm looking at this team objectively and saying, which would you rather have? I might go with the better scorer. I might go with the guy with a guy like Pascal Siakam. And because I think I can get some of that defense out of Keegan Murray, but I'm not sure where I'm going to cap out on the offensive side of the ball now. So my ceiling on Keegan Murray might be adjusting slightly. And I don't know that, I'm not
for this year or for his career,
for long term on his career, because like, look, here's the problem. If you go and you trade for OG Anunoby, like Keegan Murray can go and become who he's going to become on the offensive end. You can like keep feeding him and growing him, developing him slower, but turning him into an offensive weapon. Right. If you bring in Pascal Siakam, that's gonna curb a lot of who Keegan Murray can be.
Yeah, because he's going to be more ball dominant.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's gonna average 20 points a game, and he's
Right.
gonna average 6 assists or 5 assists. Like, he's gonna have the ball in his hands a lot more. Like, it really does change who Keegan Murray would be to your team. And I'm not saying it's a good thing, it's a bad thing. I'm just saying that's a reality. That,
Sure.
you know, your big three now is not Fox, Sabonis, and Murray. Your big three is Fox, Sabonis, and Siakam, with a really good fourth. And that's
probably an overqualified fourth.
Yeah, that's if you're able to bring in that player without losing Keegan Murray.
Interesting.
But so, yeah, I think that his last 6 weeks, it kind of makes you like, it doesn't completely make you think that he can't be like a really, really good player. But you're now thinking, okay, all-star or better, I'm not sure. And that's where you start to look at, you know, different pieces that you might be able to obtain and how you deal with those pieces. You know, there's a big difference between getting John Collins and going and getting Pascal Siakam.
Right.
John Collins, it's going to fit. You're going to use him to fit in.
Right.
Or Siakam is going to be more of a centerpiece.
Yeah. And
that changes what Keegan Murray becomes.
Right. Yeah, no, I think that's a good point. And I think the key thing here for me is, because I'm still in on Keegan as a third guy. The 38.9 from the field and 30.8% from three aren't super encouraging. But the good news is the Kings have until February to really like make a decision here when the trade deadline is. And with Keegan, I think there's such a key for him is the leap wasn't going to happen in week 1 or in month 1.
Yeah,
it wasn't going to be, hey, all of a sudden he's averaging 20 a game. And here he is, Keegan Murray, 2-way all-star. Like, it's just that wasn't going to be realistic. So you want to see that, but those tangible growth and those steps forward. And we haven't really gotten a chance because he's been, well, first of all, he didn't play for however many games there when he got hurt against New Orleans and then didn't come back until early. That was on November 20th. He didn't come back until December 2nd. And he was clearly hampered the other night against New Orleans again with his back.
Yeah.
And so that's the thing I'm kind of hesitant with is I want to see him get a full like month and a half here to see if he can bring those numbers up. What does he look like? Can he get those numbers up while also being really good defensively? Because the one for me was that game against Cleveland. That's what I keep coming back to, and how good he was against Donovan Mitchell. And the game against the Warriors in Golden State, where he was really good on Steph.
Oh, yeah.
And all of a sudden you're going, yo, you get a guy playing this level of defense who's shooting it 12 to 15 times a game, and he's averaging 18 to 20 a game. And oh my God, here he is. But that was hopefully by the end of this year. That's what we were hoping for.
Yeah.
And now he's compromised with his back injury.
Yeah.
So I want to see a month and a half of just him being on the court, first of all. But that's when I think you'd really see that growth. But if he does that, and we're sitting here at the end of January, and he's shooting 32% from three and sub 40% from the field, that's when I start to get where you're at.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm not like in panic stage.
No.
I'm just saying that like we had realistic like view of who Keegan Murray was coming into the draft. I think that got a little blown out of perspective of who he could be and who like people within the organization think he can be. And I'm not like, if I'm like being objective with him, it's like you kind of want to see what De'Aaron Fox did as a rookie and then as a second-year player and as a third-year player, right? If he's going to be that guy, you know, Fox averaged 11.6, which isn't that far off of the 12 points per game that Keegan averaged. In year 2, he averaged 17.3. I don't even need that, like 15, 16. That's where you kind of hope that he settles in at. And so you want to be able to track where his progression is. And again, I think missing games is a big deal for a second-year player. It's what happened to Marvin Bagley. He just kept missing games and was never able to have like a growth pattern. And it's something that Keegan's going to be dealing with. But same time, you're right. I mean, he was so good against Brandon Ingram. For stretches, too, like there are a lot of players that he can really hang with defensively, which again, that's all on him. He did an incredible job this offseason of working out and getting his body ready. But, you know, you got to stay on the court and you have to start building. And as of right now, like keeps like step back.
Yep. We have plenty more Kings stuff coming up. I have a Kings Pacers thing to get into later that has nothing to do with Tyrese Haliburton.
What?
I promise. We're taking that off the table. The Pacers did something last night to the Bucks that I think the Kings need to start doing way more often. I'll tell you what that is coming up a little bit later. But Faraz Siddiqi is going to join us next as we begin talking about Week 14 of the NFL season. It's Fantasy Friday. Faraz Siddiqi of Upper Hand Fantasy, an Odyssey original podcast covering all things fantasy football, is going to join us. We are taking your fantasy football questions. Huge week before the playoffs for most people. So maybe you're already in and you're looking at the waiver wire, or maybe you're looking to make a trade, or maybe you need to win this week to get in.
Mm-hmm.
We're taking your questions. Start sit questions. Fire them off at youtube.com/ESPN1320 or at Twitch. If you're watching on Twitch, that'll also hit the chat. Give us your start sit questions. We will ask as many of those as we can to Faraz coming up for Fantasy Friday right here on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. It's Faraz Siddiqi on Fantasy Friday. He's answering questions, telling you who to start and sit.
Brilliant. I'm here for this.
It's Faraz Siddiqi, Upper Hand Fantasy. He's giving you the upper hand.
You should have done this when Faraz was here.
I'll just keep it going. I can do this all day.
All day.
Off the dome. Bars. If I'm saying this right now. If the Kings win a playoff series, I'm following Nate Jones on Twitter, by the way.
Oh.
If the Kings win a playoff series, the game after they clinch, I'm doing Drake bars.
Oh.
Yeah.
Do you have, can you do like K-pop bars?
No, absolutely not.
No?
No.
Okay.
Definitely couldn't do that.
Okay. Man, I got questions.
I can write a rhyme, bro.
Can you?
Yeah.
I'm not going to do Drake bars. I've been very clear about this. I will not be doing.
I'm familiar enough. I listened to enough Drake to get the bit, and I love like wordplay and stuff. And I listen to more rap than people might think. So
I have been in the same
guy.
building with Drake more often than I've listened to a Drake song.
That's so funny. Shout out to the Raptors.
Oh. Well, no, he came to like we met Drake in the Kings locker room. You don't know that story. Hey, Faraz is here.
Hey, there he is. Hey, Faraz, have you ever hung out with Drake?
Are we gonna do the try box?
Are we letting him? Oh yeah. We're gonna do this. Bang bang. Oh dang.
Whoa.
There we go. And then we'll move
I'm hanging with Drake, dude.
Yeah,
there we go.
Oh, why can't we hear Faraz? Why can't I hear?
Can you hear me?
Oh, shoot.
Uh-oh.
Can you hear me?
Uh-oh.
Hello.
Hang on.
Hello.
Be right back.
Hang on one sec for us.
Okay.
Kyle is running.
Can you hear me? Hello.
I don't know what that stuff is. That might be what.
Can you push that computer back a little so I can see the bottom left corner? That bottom right corner.
Hello, can you hear us for us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, there he is.
Let's go.
That's the problem. And now we hear you.
Okay, great.
People on the radio hear you.
Yeah, I see him running in the. I see him running across the hallway. Oh man, dude, you hung out with Drake?
I've met Drake in the Kings locker room. We had a horrible night where DeMarcus Cousins unloaded on George Karl.
Pause.
And we walked in the locker room and everything is awkward and quiet. And there's these little groups of players and we could hear yelling going on behind the door before we got in. But then once we got inside, it was like, oh, something happened. How much time do we have, Kyle?
30 seconds.
So
you can actually see it on the hotkeys computer to your left, all the way to the left.
Oh, got it.
Timer in the top.
Got it. So very quickly, Drake walks in the side door. Well, first it was Vivek and then Vlade Divac, and then Drake walks in. And this is at Old Arco. and like, hey, what's up, guys? And we were like, hi, Drake. And he came over, but the players wouldn't talk to him.
Come back. It's a Fantasy Friday on the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader. And a Fantasy Friday means our guy, Faraz Siddiqi, Upper Hand Fantasy, an Odyssey original podcast. You can get that on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your pods. Faraz, we have missed you greatly. However, thank you for being available last night to help out your boys' fantasy team ahead of an ugly Thursday night football game. But Ezekiel Elliott came through big time, and he was in my lineup thanks to you. So I want to thank you off the top.
I mean, listen, thank Zeke, because that was a pretty nice performance. Also, thank Devontae Parker for being out, right? Thank who else? Who else was out? There was a couple wide receivers out for the Patriots. Demario Douglas was out too. So like all those targets going Zeke's way. If you had him in your lineup, you slept nice last night.
Very nice.
I slept great, by the way.
Faraz, I've been struggling. Actually, we've won 5 straight, but my lineup is all over the board. So
what kind of flex was that? What kind of flex was that just now? I've been struggling, but actually 5 straight.
I've actually just been.
We did already like make the playoffs, and I think we've already secured our division. But I got a bunch of question marks, man. What's going on with all these questionable players this week? I've got Dalton Schultz. I've got Kenneth Walker. I've got Chris Olave. All of them are showing up as questionable. Who's playing? Who's not?
Well, the guys that I'm a little bit worried about are Isaiah Pacheco. Like, I think he is like the main one that seems to, not be trending in a positive direction. He missed his 3rd straight practice today. Didn't practice all week. Jerick McKinnon is getting full practices in. Okay, so regardless of whether you have Pacheco or not, I would go ahead right now, everyone who's listening, unless you're driving, but if you're driving, maybe pull over and go pick up Jerick McKinnon, because I don't know how long the shoulder injury is going to last, right? And also, you don't want any of your other league mates picking up Jerick McKinnon, because if you remember last year, Jerick McKinnon was a league winner. Okay, so it's one of those situations where, like, I understand that, like, people might think it's like Clyde Edwards-Helaire, but it's not. I mean, this is going to be a situation where they're not going to be depending on the running back. Isaiah Pacheco happens to be good this year, so which is why they've been leaning on him a little bit. They're going to lean more on Mahomes. They're going to be leaning more on the short passing game, and McKinnon will likely benefit. So if Pacheco's out this week, I'm moving McKinnon up in my rankings. He'll be like a solid PPR RB2 for me. But in terms of these other guys, like I have to check on Breece Hall. I didn't seem like Breece Hall's ankle injury was anything serious. He said that he was likely going to play, so I'm not too worried about that. If he does miss, Dalvin Cook would be the guy. But Breece Hall did return to practice today, so I'm not overly worried about that one. Chris Olave, I think he'll be fine.
Talking to Faraz Siddiqi, Upper Hand Fantasy, an Odyssey original podcast. Faraz, how important is it this time of year in particular, like right near playoff time, to consider what your potential playoff opponents might be looking for, might be needing, and then maybe you don't need a running back, but you're going to get Jerick McKinnon and doing what you can to acquire him just to keep him away from somebody else?
Yeah, because, a lot of times there are these swings that happen, right? Like, for example, Jonathan Taylor, when he got hurt, like, if you didn't have Zach Moss on your roster and you had Jonathan Taylor, like, things just swung pretty heavily towards whoever had Zach Moss, right? So something like that can happen in the playoffs where, you have McKinnon, and he goes crazy in week 14, let's say. And now you're like, all right, well, I thought I was going to start these running backs, but you know what? I'd rather start McKinnon because that upside was crazy. So I'm going to start him over Kenneth Walker in week 15, for example, right? But like this week, you're like, why would I ever start Jerick McKinnon over Kenneth Walker? But I can see a situation where that happens, right? Because the upside, what we saw last year out of Jerick McKinnon, huge, right? So I think regardless, you have to try to fill your bench with as many startable pieces as you can. Not only that, you never know when an injury is going to happen. So piling up on that depth, you just makes a lot of sense, just not only for your team, but to keep away from others.
Yeah, I made the mistake this week of waiving Noah Brown last week.
Okay.
Because, I mean, he hadn't played in a couple of weeks, plus they had a bye week, and I thought maybe I could. Plus, that team, like, they do have a lot of wide receivers. Like, if Nico Collins and, again, to Dalton Schultz and Tank Dell, is that who it is? They got hurt?
Yeah, Tank Dell's out. Yep.
Yeah. So, but now it looks like I made a huge mistake by dumping Noah Brown because, Dell's out and he's going to get a bunch of touches again. Is that what you're kind of basically saying? Like, keep stock up on these guys and make sure that you jump on it as soon as you see someone get injured.
Yeah, I think so. Now there is a little silver lining here with Noah Brown because his matchups aren't great the rest of the way. Now I know he plays Tennessee twice. The hope is that he plays on the outside, not in the slot where he's been playing. But that's where he's, like this week, for example, whoever has Noah Brown, is there a chance that he gets dropped after this week? If he can't show up against like the Jets' very, very good secondary, yeah, there is. So that's what you're hoping for. But outside of that, yeah, like I probably would have kept him in my roster. But yes, that is an example of what I'm talking about here.
So I'm not going to start Noah Brown then.
I don't think so. I mean,
okay.
I'm not.
No,
he's a flex play. And that it's only because of the fact that he's put up like 250-yard games this season. He has a great quarterback, and Tank Dell went down. But I do think this is going to be, Nico Collins. Like a lot of people are talking about Nico Collins and benching him this week, because they're going up against the Jets. But he's going to get the targets. He just had damn near 200 yards in this past game against Denver. Denver's a tough defense too in their secondary. So yeah, I think I'm going to have Nico Collins in my lineup regardless.
Yeah, I'm not benching him.
No, I wouldn't either.
Even in the quote unquote rain, it's just raining, guys. It shouldn't be too much wind. It'll be fine.
One of the I work on another show here at Odyssey in Sacramento, and the host of this show is a big fantasy football player. And last week he's like, comes in on Friday and he's like, "Oh man, I'm so mad. I had DK Metcalf on my bench." Like, what? Who are your other receivers? He's like, "I just didn't think he was going to do well against Dallas." Like, oh boy. And that's what
that's rough.
Like Nico Collins, a guy at this point, like you're just starting him. Like you're just starting DK Metcalf. You just start Nico Collins and feel good about it.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, like Nico Collins is someone like he's a wide receiver one at this point, right? He's CJ Stroud's top option, clearly.
Yeah. He's on. I have him as well as Puka and as well as CeeDee Lamb. We've talked about how many wide receivers I have, and Olave. And Rashee Rice.
It's Fantasy Friday, not James brags about his fantasy team.
That's
Friday.
right. It's one of the reasons why I dropped Noah Brown, because I already have like 7 wide receivers. I don't need
like you're too loaded at the receiver position.
When you say it like that, like I don't care that I dropped Noah Brown, right? I'm okay with that because and Rashee Rice too. Like over the last 2 weeks, his utilization took a huge step forward. Obviously the targets were there and the yards were there, the receptions were there, but that came along with his route participation increasing by like 25%, which was very significant, especially in that offense. That's what we're waiting for. And that's literally what happened over the last 2 weeks. So Rashee Rice is looking a lot more dependable. I'm not looking at these past 2 weeks as a just an anomaly, like something that just happened out of nowhere. No. This was a considered effort for him to run more routes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's where I've been like all season long, like keeping him, watching his growth. And then when you have a guy like Noah Brown, you're like, okay, he's hit 2 home runs, but Rice has been really consistent. He hasn't been consistently great, but he still gets targets. He still gets catches. He still gets yards every single week. And so you're like, okay, I'll hold on to him and just see how it develops. So definitely.
And you know what? We kind of know who Noah Brown is. Like he's been in the league for a little while now, right? So like usually you don't see these breakouts happen this late, in someone's career. So like out of nowhere, it's really the CJ Stroud effect.
Faraz Siddiqi, Upper Hand Fantasy and Odyssey original podcast. Hey, I was looking at some numbers today, specifically with the 49ers. And obviously Christian McCaffrey is a player you're going to start every week. But I imagine if are you at the point where you're starting Kittle, Ayuk, and Deebo Samuel just every week and living with the potential, 3 touchdown game from Deebo and then the 4 catch 46-yard game as well?
Yeah, you kind of have to. Now, I am tempering expectations for this entire passing offense, really because CJ Stroud just struggles against this type of coverage. I'm sorry, Brock Purdy just struggles against this type of coverage that Seattle plays. He struggled in that first game. He could struggle in this game as well. I'm sure they've made adjustments, but he just the type of cover shells that Seattle throws at him is not ideal for the type of ball that he plays.
Sure.
But yeah, like I don't have Debo and Ayuk ranked as high as I usually do, especially Ayuk. Ayuk I usually rank higher. But like the thing with Ayuk is like he's just really holding it down with the touchdowns, right? 4 straight games with a touchdown scored. And he's not getting the targets. He's only averaging 5 targets per game over the last 4. So, it's one of those things where he's touchdown dependent right now. Now, I always say this, like he is an elite wide receiver. And if he got the targets, he would put up those type of numbers, but he's just not. The ball's being spread around. They're taking what they can get. If teams are focusing on Ayuk as they should, the ball's just going to go elsewhere. Right. So yes, I would classify them as like wide receiver 2s, both Ayuk and Debo. Debo in the first game, he had a much better game than Ayuk, and I would expect something similar this week.
For us, we got a big game this weekend after the Niners beat the Eagles. Now the Eagles have to play the Cowboys, and this just looks like one of those games where like everyone is going to be glued to the screen, not only because it should be a really, really good game, but also because it's nothing but fantasy football players. Like both teams are just stacked with it. Where are you at with this game? What are you expecting from a Dak or Jalen Hurts or AJ Brown or CeeDee Lamb? Just keep going down the list. There's so many guys that should be in the starting lineup this weekend.
100%. And like, when you have a tiebreaker, like, should I start Brandon Cooks or I don't know, Romeo Dubs, or like Brandon Cooks or Noah Brown, or Brandon Cooks or Jaden Reed? And, even though like Jaden Reed and Romeo Dubs have good matchups against the Giants, I think they can succeed. It's just like sometimes I prefer the games that are like a little back and forth, that have the back and forth potential, also high scoring. That is a good tiebreaker for me, right? If that makes sense. And so someone like Brandon Cooks, I think, who has an amazing matchup. Now, in the first game against Philly, he didn't come through, right? However, the matchup is one of the best on the week. So I'm still going to have Brandon Cooks in my lineup as a wide receiver 3. Most weeks I would have him as a flex play because he's not getting the targets. Similar thing to Ayuk, but, not on that caliber. So, him, obviously CeeDee Lamb, like he killed it that first time around. They're in Dallas this time around, right? Like they did their thing in Philly the first time. Now they're in Dallas. They play a lot better at home. So I expect Dak and CeeDee to do their thing. And Cooks, I think, has a good chance of having a good game as well. Pollard, we'll see. Like, can he extend that streak? Right now, he has been playing better lately. Over the past, it's not just the touchdowns that have been coming, but yards after contact, missed tackles forced, way better than that first stretch before their bye. And even a little bit after their bye too. But I personally think, the Cowboys, they're just on fire offensively. The Eagles are going to have to keep up, man. Like the Eagles secondary is absolutely terrible. Right now, the Cowboys' strength is their pass game. So, can the Eagles slow them down? I just don't know that they can.
Talking with Faraz Siddiqi, Upper Hand Fantasy, on a Fantasy Friday, of course. YouTube.com/ESPN1320 if you want to jump in here and get your fantasy questions in. I'm going to grab a couple from the chat here. Jared Goff or Lamar Jackson? This actually says golf or Lamar Jackson. So would you rather play 18 or start Lamar Jackson this week?
Listen, man, I'm still working on my swing, so I'm going to go Lamar here personally. I know, but I do have Lamar ranked over Goff this week. It could be a little bit of a messy game, a little bit of rain, but the wind looks around 10 to 12 miles per hour for that game, so I'm not overly concerned. In the beginning of the week, there was a lot of concern about some weather in these games, but I'm not overly concerned now. I'm not benching guys because of the weather, but I think Lamar, I would start him over Goff this week personally. Remember the first time that Goff played the Bears, like it didn't go so well.
Yeah, not until the end. That was the day. Hey, James, that was the day that Jared Goff was dead to me.
Oh yeah,
I was texting James during that game, and I was like, I hate Jared Goff so much. And then he played, and then he pulled out like 22 points for your boy.
That's
right. That's right.
We've got one from Tyler Jennings: Zay Flowers or Brandon Cooks.
See, this is a good one here. I think I have to go Flowers. Like if this is I have to go Flowers here. He's just going to get more targets. A little bit more reliable. I do think Cooks has the upside though. Like but I'm going Flowers.
I'm just going to stick with Brandon Cooks here. Cooks or DeAndre Hopkins.
I'm going Hopkins here. Just like the true number one in that offense. I'll go Hop.
Nice.
Okay. Where did that just go? Oh, here we go. Drake London or Adam Thielen.
Wow, two guys who you can't. It's so hard to trust. Thielen has such a good matchup out of the slot, but he did last week as well, and he didn't do well. So, man, Drake London has a good matchup too. They're at home. I think I'm going London here. I know that's crazy to say, but I'm going London.
How much of that has to do with Desmond Ridder just kind of being better than Bryce Young?
At home, also, he's at home. He's been playing better, but that's crazy to say. That's just crazy to say. And Bryce Young isn't getting it done. That offense isn't doing their thing. Mingo has been getting a high target share last week. Higher than 30% target share. He was 10 plus targets in that game. So, there's a little bit of a shift there. It seems like.
Are you going Keaton Mitchell from the Ravens, or Khalil Herbert, or Roshan Johnson?
Rochan. I'm going to go with Keaton Mitchell because we know that he's the lead back. Or we think we do, because at least in the last game, he was the lead back for the Ravens for the first time. And we didn't have to depend on him hitting that home run on only 6 touches. Like I would expect, 12 touches for Keaton Mitchell this week. And between Khalil Herbert and Roshan, we have no idea, who that Bears running back is going to be, because Deontay Foreman's practicing in full as well. So he's going to be back in the mix. So we have no clue how this is going to go. Now, we kind of know that Roshan's going to be the passing down back, but we can't really count on that. Those points coming from there. So yeah, I'm going to go with the guy who we know is starting.
I love this one right here, because I think it's becoming a more and more difficult question about should you start Purdy. So Lamar or Purdy?
I have Purdy higher in my rankings this week, despite Purdy not playing so well that first time around Seattle. I think they could bounce back a little bit. I just think that Purdy has a higher floor right now. Like Lamar, the fantasy points just aren't there. Like he's had, I think, one top 12 game in the past 5 or 6 games. So that's just not going to get it done. And Purdy has been literally the opposite. So I'm going to go with the more dependable guy right now.
It's a Fantasy Friday. Faraz Siddiqi of Upper Hand Fantasy joins us. We are taking your questions at youtube.com/ESPN1320. Josh Allen or Josh Allen or
Jordan
oh my
Love.
God. Jordan, thank
Love.
you. Kevin was the only name coming to mind, and I'm like, nope, that is not right.
Kevin Love. No, that makes sense. It's Josh Allen every week, right? And I know Jordan Love is playing well. I know he has a good matchup against the Giants, but you just got to go with Josh, right? I think this can be a competitive game. It's not the best matchup in the world for him, but he comes through. The rushing is going to be there. I just trust him a little bit more than I do Jordan Love.
I like this question too. Herbert or Stroud, because Herbert, he starts in every league because you think he's a superstar, but it seems like CJ Stroud has become a better, more reliable player.
Yeah, but he's going up against the Jets this week, who Herbert, Herbert has a little bit of a better matchup. He doesn't have the best matchup in the world either, but I think I'm going Herbert here by a hair because Stroud just has a really tough matchup, right? And remember, Tank Dell, he doesn't have him anymore. Dalton Schultz, he's banged up. So there's a couple injuries here. Tough matchup. I think I'm going with Herbert.
All right. What about Cortland Sutton? Talking flex full PPR. Cortland Sutton or your guy Jerick McKinnon?
Oh man, this is tough, dude. I think I still lean Sutton here because the matchup is pretty good. And Sutton's been getting it done right all year long. So I don't want to get a little too cute here. Like I said, I do like McKinnon, and if you're in a pinch, I would definitely start him. Mm-hmm. But Sutton is somebody who's just, Russ is targeting him. He's getting touchdown every single week. The matchup is good against the Chargers. So yeah, I'm going to lean Sutton by a hair. It's close.
He's a big time touchdown machine. It's crazy. Yeah, he's just been a touchdown machine. Let's see. Do we have any more here? Stroud or Wilson, quarterback?
Ooh, you know what? I'm actually going Russell Wilson this week.
Whoa!
And yeah.
He hasn't sucked, man. He hasn't been bad.
He has not been bad, man. All the Russ haters have been real quiet over the last 5 or 6 weeks, right? But I think he has a decent enough floor where he won't kill me, right? Stroud, against the Jets, like look at the other quarterbacks that have went up against the Jets this year. Like a lot of good quarterbacks have had bad fantasy days against them.
Yeah.
Even with them being pretty good quarterbacks. So I rather take my chances on the guy who's going to give me 15 points at the very least and 4-point passing touchdown scoring with the upside to give me 20. So I'm going Russ.
Hey, I have a non-fantasy football related question as we talk with Faraz Siddiqui of Upper Hand Fantasy and Odyssey Original Podcast. Get it on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your pods. Faraz, what's your football viewing experience like on a Sunday? Are you a red zone guy? Are you a multiple games on multiple TVs guy? Are you a Sunday ticket with the quad box guy? How do you consume football?
This year, it has been Sunday ticket with the quad box. That's what it's been with. So I actually have red zone on one of the boxes, and then the other 3 are 3 other games that are available, basically. Now, the part that sucks sometimes is when the red zone goes into a quad box. So like right, so like you're in your quad box in a quad box and you can't really see. Like I have a big TV here, but like still, like it's still hard to see, and I'm just like I have to depend on Scott Hansen to like let me know what's going on that screen, for the most part. But yeah, no, that's usually my setup. I would love to get a setup here, and I have the space for it, and I do have plans to put up multiple TVs. Because a YouTube TV now allows you to have multiple streams going on at the same time, so I'm probably going to end up doing that.
Yeah, especially if you have the HD version, you get as many TVs as you want. Right. So, yeah, I'm a multi-TV guy. I think my last question for you this week: who's going to start at quarterback for the Jets?
It's going to be Zach Wilson, which is an upgrade.
Zach Wilson,
an upgrade.
Has he said yes?
Has he accepted the job?
Will he say yes?
That offer letter?
He has accepted the challenge to be the quarterback for the Jets.
I'm really proud.
We'll see how long that lasts, and I can't imagine it changing at this point. But yeah, upgrade for the entire offense. No, but it's amazing how this is an upgrade, right? Like if you look at the past 4 games that Garrett Wilson has had with Zach Wilson, pretty good games. Like high targets, high receptions, high yardage, like very, very solid wide receiver too. With Zach Wilson. You can't say the same thing with Tim Boyle, So I'm happy that he's back. I think this is a good thing for Breece Hall as well. I think the offense will move a little bit better. So yeah, I mean, the change should have never happened to begin with. Now we're back to some normalcy, which is the Jets being bad, but not just a complete abomination as it was the last 2 weeks.
Last one here, and then we'll get you out of here. For us, we always appreciate your time. Best bet of the week against the spread for you. If you don't have one, that's fine.
A good one. I don't have one because I haven't looked at it yet. Like I always say, I looked all betting, all DFS is on Saturdays for me. What's the Eagles number?
What is the
Do we know?
I love the Seahawks plus 10.5 against 49ers.
Is it plus 10.5?
Yeah, it opened at 12.5.
No. Oh man, no. Yeah, I like that one. I like that one for sure. Because listen, like these division games, man, you just kind of never know. I'm looking
Cowboys
at these.
-3.5.
I see 11. Yeah, that's a little much for me. I like that one though. Let's see. Oh, you know what? The Giants. Like the Giants -6.5 at home. Listen, man, I could see it. I know Jordan Love's playing well, but he's not. I kind of like that one.
I like the Giants plus 6.5. All right. Hey, Faraz, really appreciate your time as always, man. This has been Fantasy Friday. You have a great weekend and good luck with your various fantasy teams.
Thank you, sir. Take it easy, guys. Good luck. See ya.
There you go. So that's Faraz Siddiqui, Upper Hand Fantasy, one of my very favorite fantasy analysts in the universe, and he joins us every Friday right here for Fantasy Friday at 10:30 on the Insiders on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. Shout out to Faraz.
Shout out to Faraz.
The very best. All right.
Yeah.
Do you want to do 49ers next or more Kings? What do you want to do?
I say we do 49ers. You're the 49ers guy. We still have mad props to get to.
Yeah, we'll do some Niners next. We'll do mad props, and then we'll dive further into the Kings Suns matchup. And I want to get to my thing about the Kings and Pacers, because the Pacers did something last night to the Bucks that I think the Kings can start doing to more teams, and they can have success with it. We'll talk about all that coming up next on The Insiders. We are sponsored by Jiffy Lube right here on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader.
Tyler, let me check on that for you. Tyler's asking if anyone knows if Grant is televised tonight. Grant High School.
No. Oh, Grant High School. I was going to say he's not on TV anymore.
No.
I had a couple things to get to here. Apparently, Ernesto is in Disneyland. Our guy, Rocket New Era, big jealous. Also, Drew Down. I did not say Mario is overrated. That was a Matt George special. That was not a Kyle Madson take. So, I would not have called Mario overrated.
Charlie just rolled in. You can come over here, Charlie. Charlie just rolled in.
Oh, hell yeah. Has he got his hoodie on?
He's got his hoodie on.
Let's go.
Hell yeah.
Come on.
Hell yeah.
Little Raiders play-by-play, but look at this.
Oh,
Stylish.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We
Aren't
love
they
this for
comfy,
our guy.
too?
Oh, they're warm, man. I'm
Yeah.
feeling good.
God, Charlie's the best. Don't tell Charlie I said this, but he reminds me of my grandfather in all the best ways.
Oh, good.
Yeah. But I'd never tell him that.
I'm checking Tyler for you with the great Sean Cunningham.
Sean Cunningham, the GOAT.
Also check NBC Sports channels.
What are we talking about? Oh, the Grant game.
Yeah.
I bet it's on like NBC Sports Plus or whatever. The CW.
Someone wants to learn my laugh. That's not weird.
Ooh.
Serial connection.
Huh.
Intriguing.
2 minutes.
You see this?
Oh, incredible. Yes. Yes. Influencing the next generation.
That's right.
Kivit? This is a good question. We should talk about this. My favorite thing is when the Chatty House produces the show for us.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, this is definitely something I want to talk about. Kiki, do you love me? Are you riding? Will you ever see me right beside me?
Uh-oh. Kyle's singing again.
Yeah, I got this Kiki's chicken joint right here. Let's just take this down. Let's open this up. Kivit. Okay. Oh, we got the NBA in-season tournament championship game on this very radio station. Our Indiana Pacers taking on the Lakers.
I believe that someone's asking about Keegan Murray. I believe he is available and is not on the injury report, which to me seems a little hopeful.
Manny wearing a Smash Them Boys hoodie was so funny.
That seems inappropriate, Kyle. Like when we talk about
Your balls.
yes,
10 seconds.
10 seconds.
Yeah, welcome back in. Hour number 2, taking you right up to noon. Then we will give way to D-Lo and KC, and they will take you into a very, very busy weekend Want to remind everybody that on Saturday at 11 a.m. on 102.5 HD2, the Bet Sacramento, home of the BetQL network, we have the annual Army-Navy game. I think there's nothing more patriotic than the national anthem at the Army-Navy game. It is one of my low-key favorite sporting events of the year. It's typically awful football, but man, the vibes are great, and that makes it a fun watch and a fun listen. And you can listen to that on 102.5 HD2 at 11 a.m.
All right.
Also, on this very radio station, ESPN 1320, at 5 p.m. on Saturday, we have the NBA in-season tournament championship game between the Pacers and the Lakers. And then Sunday, of course, the Vikings against the Raiders. Coverage begins at 12:30. And then that Sunday night game, Eagles-Cowboys, is going to be on this radio station as well. Coverage begins at 4:45. So make sure if you're out driving around, running errands, to lock into ESPN 1320. Got a ton of play-by-play for you this weekend. Whew. Big weekend.
You know what's amazing? Faraz Siddiqi just told us that Isaiah Pacheco may not play. He was literally just ruled out 1 minute ago.
Wow.
Due to a shoulder injury.
Wow.
So maybe he helped you go get Jerick McKinnon. Maybe.
Hey, okay, I am not. Okay, no, I'm going to be responsible. I'm not going to say this. There was a Shohei Ohtani thing, but it's super like flimsy, so I'm not going to say it on the radio.
Oh.
There was a report out, there is a rumor out, but then I looked at the reporter, and it's a reporter for like Dodgers Nation, so I'm not going to say that report.
Oh.
But MLB Trade Rumors posted it, so yeah. Anyways, nothing substantial yet, but John Morosi did say today that a Shohei Ohtani decision is expected. So I have on Twitter, I have a Shohei Ohtani like search up, and as soon as any breaking news comes across, we will have it for you on that.
Wow.
If Shohei does in fact pick his team today. Let's talk football.
Okay.
Frank Anwar in our chat gave us a really good jumping off point for Niners Seahawks, because this is such an interesting game, because Deebo Samuel was on Candlestick Chronicles, a podcast I host with a co-host, and the podcast I co-host with Voldemort. And I asked him, like, hey, are the Rams your biggest rival right now? Because the Niners had beat him a bunch of times in a row, but they were battling for the top of the NFC West and all that. They had just beat him in the NFC Championship game. He was like, no, because we beat them every time. Seattle is the team that we view as our biggest rival. Like, that's the team. Because they hadn't been able to get over the hump. And now they beat them a bunch of times in a row, including 3 in a row last year with a playoff win. But he said that before the games last season. And this is such a strange rivalry to me, because it's there. Like, it definitely exists. And it has for more than a decade now. But it's always been one-sided, one way or the other.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's never felt like they were both really good Super Bowl caliber teams in 2011, 12, and 13. And then the Seahawks just took off with it. And they owned the rivalry up until the last 2 seasons. And now the Niners are really good, and Seattle is falling off a little bit. So just kind of an odd but still a rivalry enough that this, when this comes up and Frank Anwar asks, is this a trap game for the 49ers? It's like, dude, definitely. Like, it definitely could be.
Yeah, I think it could be. Like, do you get caught up in the emotions of what happened this last weekend, where you went into Philly and you came out with this tremendous victory and you set yourself up to be in the running? But I would also caution people, and Seattle's in a bad way. They're 6-6. Like, if they're going to make the postseason, there's first of all, they could lose like 3 more games to still make the postseason, because there's all these teams that are tied at 6-6 and 5-7. I mean, that's an abundance of teams. We got 4 teams that are 6-6 and 2 that are 5-7. This looks like my fantasy football league. Like, what is happening here? But they're in a bad way. They need a victory, and I think they're going to pull out all the stops. But I just don't know that they have the juice. Yeah. And if the 49ers defensive line puts pressure on the quarterback like they did last time they played these guys,
mm-hmm.
It's not going to be a game, especially with the 2 running backs like are both like super questionable. Kenneth Walker, Charbonnet, they're both questionable. I don't know if either one of them will play.
And now Geno Smith, I guess, has popped up with a groin injury, so maybe it's Drew Lock.
Oh, see, that would be a disaster.
So here's where I think the trap game thing comes in, because I think you're right. I think that the talent gap between the two teams is wide enough.
Yes.
That even an emotional letdown from the 49ers, where they are emotionally empty, and they come out and they start slow and they fall behind early, I think the talent gap is big enough that they could battle back and win. I think where you would see the trap game aspect manifest itself is in what we talked about with Faraz, in that betting line being Niners minus 10.5 or 11.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they're going to win by that many this week.
I'm taking the points again.
Maybe maybe they just roll.
Yeah.
Which is on the table. But the way I think this game goes is it's a 3-point game at the half, and it's just kind of back and forth, and the Niners are really sluggish and they struggle. And then at the end, they eventually pull away and win by a touchdown. Maybe they win by a couple of touchdowns.
Mm-hmm.
But I just think it's going to be a closer game. And if they do win by 12 or 13, I think it'll be closer than that score indicates. But I definitely think that this is a trap game, as big a one as there is, because you have the Niners coming off not only, as you mentioned, the emotional game against Philly, where it's like slayed the dragon, knocked him out of the playoffs. It had the same vibe as the Kings beating the Warriors.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, God, finally, like you can just dead that. This is it's done. The discussion's done about if they can beat this team or not. They can, and you have that emotional letdown. Plus, the Niners played this really tough physical game on the road across the country on Sunday. Seattle hasn't played since Thursday. So I think that's all going to play a role in how this game goes. And I think you're especially going to see it early. The desperation for Seattle is something I had not even thought of, where they are fighting for their playoff lives. I think that's a great point. So yes, trap game for the 49ers for sure.
Yeah, I think, a month ago, we thought Seattle was one of the better teams. Like they were competing, right? But now they've lost 3 in a row, right? And they're circling the drain. I mean, this is a tough situation for them, a tough spot to be in.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I think that they've got a shot. I'm still taking Niners like 31-17.
Yeah, I think I predicted 30-20. Yeah.
Okay.
Just such a I can't think of another rivalry that's like this in sports. At least not one that's like Yankees Red Sox is what it is. It's historic. Duke UNC is historic. Dodgers Giants, that's historic. And then Niners Seahawks is, in the scope of sports time, really new. I'm talking 2011, like less than 15 years. It's still there, but it's never been like it peaked with the NFC Championship game in the 2013 season. They had that epic 2019 game in the last game of the year on Sunday Night Football, where the Niners got the stop at the goal line with Dre Greenlaw. I think it was Jacob Hollister, the tight end for the Seahawks. They get the stop and they win the division. They're the 1 seed. It's crazy. Like outside of that, it's like,
yeah, it's either they're good or they're bad.
Yeah, it's just kind of a biannual meeting that has a little clout
bit
to it,
like the Golden State Warriors and Sacramento Kings. They're never good at the same time. So it's really hard to be a rivalry when one team is not good and the other one is.
Yeah, now
or when both are bad. That's never fun.
Yeah. And now I think last year was the year for it to be like a thing.
Yeah.
And it'll be a thing for this year, But I think by next year it's just going to be like, the Warriors are a team battling for a play-in spot and the Kings are battling for a top seed.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to kind of be that really quick, like, yeah, this is awesome. And then they just separated the other way again.
Yeah, I mean, up until last year, that was the first time in like 37 years that the Kings have been in Sacramento that the two were in the playoffs at the same time. That's just wild.
Yeah, it was the first. Their meeting late in the year. I went and I had to manually research this in Basketball Reference. It took forever. It was the first time that more than, I think it was like 30 games into a year, that the Kings and Warriors are both over 500 at the same time.
Oh, that's wild.
Because they had both been 500 when they'd played each other, but like both 1-0.
Yeah,
or 2-1.
We have someone else coming out and refuting the earlier report.
Okay.
So Alden Gonzalez,
yes,
ESPN
very plugged in
writer,
with the Dodgers. Yes,
Miami born. He's saying no decision has been made.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good.
Nothing
that's why I didn't want to. So the original report, the one that has now since been discredited by a more, it's a word I'm looking for, not substantial,
reputable.
Reputable. Thank you. A more reputable reporter. The report was that Shohei was going to the Blue Jays, but that has now been pulled down.
Well, we'll see.
He might still, but nothing's done. And again, we will keep you apprised of all Shohei Ohtani news as it comes down. All right, let's talk Niners. Let's talk Kings. We're going to do that with MadProps next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. Broke a little early, but it was okay.
What was that?
I said I broke a little early, but it was okay.
Okay. Hey, one of the other levers was down in here, and I turned it up. Is that okay? On that same little section?
I don't know. Do you hear this now?
I do right then.
Okay, you hear it now?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Perfect.
But it was because I found the one that allowed me to hear the rejoiner.
Yeah, that's the same. It's the same button.
Okay.
Okay, great. Love that.
This little section here, I didn't think was usually lit up like this.
What is it?
That section of the board isn't usually lit up in here like this.
Meh, it's fine. As long as you can hear everything.
Yeah, now I can. Yeah, I couldn't hear the rejoiner for the first hour.
Right. Yeah, and I couldn't figure out why, but
I got it.
Howdy, babe. Well done. Pushing buttons.
Not push anymore. Don't do it. See, I don't know what that button on. Yeah, there's some weird shit on today. I'm not touching anything else. Don't touch it. Kings injury report. Chris Duarte is questionable with a sore left knee. Colby Jones is out with lower back soreness.
Damn it!
And Alex Lynn
Suns by 40
is out with a right high ankle sprain. For the Phoenix Suns, Grayson Allen is out. Bradley Beal is out. Kevin Durant is out with a left ankle sprain.
Jeez.
Damian Lee is out with right meniscus surgery. Yeah. Oh, that's not good. Grayson Allen with a groin strain. I don't even know how Kenny says it.
Groin?
The groin.
Groin.
Yeah, groin. Groin strain. That's awesome.
Jeff Fletcher from the Orange County Register, he covers the Angels, also says that no decision has been made yet for Shohei.
Oh. I'm watching Stephen A. Smith shoot jumpers, which I'm not sure what's happening. It's not good. And then they keep flashing up like his high school picture.
Do you ever meet somebody and you're like, man, I hope I never see that person shoot a jumper because it's going to make me think differently of them?
Sure.
I think that about a lot of people.
Okay. I would say, like, have you ever met Stephen A. Smith?
No. I've spoken with him on the phone to like get him on air, but
he's like body style, he's very different. Like he's a very short torso, like super long legged guy.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I don't think I want to see him shoot hoops.
Yeah.
Like I would not.
Mm-hmm.
I would feel differently about him.
Yeah.
Honestly, kind of feel the same way about D'Lo. I feel like Damian probably doesn't have a jumper.
I don't have a good jumper.
Oh yeah, no, I don't either.
I can play. Well, when I was young, I could play. I can't play defense now. I can't do anything now.
Yeah, no, I'm trash at basketball.
Yeah.
I mechanically know it, but I'm not like good at it.
Oh, I'm
like
an
Kenny
okay
can hoop.
player.
Like Kenny can hoop.
I can play defense and typically, and I can block shots.
Yeah.
I used to have a big vert. I was a volleyball player forever. So, and I'll set a screen. I don't mind doing
I did not know this. Okay, Stephen A. can hoop. Is his jumper nice? You said you were watching him shoot jumpers.
No.
Oh, his jumper not wet? Oh
no. God. Well, I don't. Whatever it was.
Hang on. We're back. Yeah, you're dang right it is. Hey, you know what? I forgot to get my MadProps sheet up.
Oh no.
No, I'm gonna do it right now. We're just gonna have to vamp a little bit. That's fine.
Okay.
Let's talk about the PS5s. Hey, tell us, James. There's a PS5 behind you. Tell us about it.
Yeah. Okay. So starting Monday, Monday, we here at the Insiders are giving away one PS5 per day, one copy of NBA 2K24 to go with that, as well as this beautiful new Insiders sweatshirt. So
Let's go.
You get a PS5, you get NBA 2K, you get a sweatshirt of your size and color choice. We have a black sweatshirt, a red sweatshirt, and a blue sweatshirt. If you are the winner of our contest starting Monday, we're going to do call-ins, right, Kyle?
Yeah, we will pick a number. We will tell you throughout the show what number to call. And then at a certain time, we will be like, okay, call.
And then it will be chaos.
And then just pure chaos. I'll be answering phones, telling you what number caller you are. And then
I'm excited, man. This is awesome.
Too. It's going to be a great time.
Yeah, all brought to you by Jiffy Lube. It's a Jiffy Lube Christmas, Kyle.
They have made it all possible.
Jiffy Lube Christmas.
They just keep dropping stuff on our doorstep, and we're like, great, we'll give it away. We got you.
We got you. We give stuff away.
Yes,
we give stuff away.
All right. Here we go. MadProps. If you're unfamiliar with MadProps, I pick a stat from the 49ers, a stat from the Kings, do a little projection in my head, and James and I have to decide which number is going to be higher. This first one I was very proud of.
Okay.
Because I just picked these randomly, and then I went to go look up, because I always look up to make sure it's at least like reasonable that these two things could be the same. I have 49ers rushing attempts or De'Aaron Fox points. Here's a fun thing about this.
Oh.
De'Aaron Fox averaging 30.3 points per game this season.
I was going to say they're both 30, aren't they?
The 49ers averaging 30.3 rushing attempts per game this season. To the 10th. 10th. Yeah, 10th. To the 10th decimal place.
I am going, Kyle, De'Aaron Fox points.
Oh, Fox points. Yeah, I usually go ceilings with this, right? Like the ceiling, like the really like, man, the Niners ran the heck out of the ball. We're probably looking at like 42 rushing attempts. And that's if they run the hell out of it. The floor is, man, they get in a little bit of a shootout. They're a little bit sluggish and they run it 19 times. With me for De'Aaron, the ceiling is like 50. Like he just balls out, especially because what do we know about De'Aaron Fox? When there is another superstar on the floor, he wants to outplay them.
Oh, game on, especially another Kentucky superstar.
Another Kentucky superstar who is going to be Super Bowl dominant. No KD, no Bradley Beal. You're not going to see point book. You're not going to see distributor book tonight. You're going to see Devin Booker trying to score 50.
Yeah, it's going to be like him and Nurkic.
And I don't think De'Aaron Fox. I don't think De'Aaron Fox is going to look across and see Devin Booker going for 50 and going, I'm going to go for 25 tonight.
Yeah, he's going to
go distribute.
Oh,
I'm going to get these 8 assists.
You can't, you know, like
I'm going to play good team basketball.
Yeah, no, it's game on. No, it's game on. I mean, I think he's going to look at Josh Okogie and say, okay, that's a good defender. Let's go.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go De'Aaron as well. I think the Niners get to like 29 or 30 rushing attempts, and I think De'Aaron probably gets to the 38 to 40 point range. Christian McCaffrey carries. Those are kind of the same. Whoops, that's fine. Christian McCaffrey carries or Domantas Sabonis point 3, 2, and 1. We'll fix it in post. Christian McCaffrey carries or Domantas Sabonis rebounds plus assists.
Domantas Sabonis.
Going with Sabonis.
Sabonis.
I'm gonna, yeah, man.
You said rebounds, points?
Rebounds and assists.
Oh, rebounds, assists.
Yeah, I left points out of it. So rebounds and assists.
But you said carries, not touches.
Right, carries for
McCaffrey, but not touches.
Correct.
I'm gonna stick with where I was going there.
You're gonna stick with Sabonis. I'm gonna go McCaffrey.
Okay.
I like McCaffrey to go like 23 or 24 carries. I think Niners are going to try and grind some clock here, especially if they start slow. Like just get behind the run game and let that work. Whereas I think Sabonis is looking at like 12 points, 8 assists. It's good for 20. Yeah, I'm going to go with McCaffrey and feel good about it. Brock Purdy completions. So completions for Brock Purdy.
Okay.
Or points and assists for Malik Monk.
I'm going to go Purdy.
Going Purdy. I'm going to go Monk.
Oh.
Yeah, I think with Brock, I feel good about like 21 completions in the 19 to 21 range. With Malik, 15 points, 6-7 assists. When in doubt, I go to ceiling. And Malik Monk could just out points Brock Purdy completions. That's on the table.
I could see Purdy having to throw the ball 25 times, 26 times. That's not like things would have gone south.
Yeah, but even if they throw it 26 times, he's completing 20 or 21 of them.
Oh, got
it. The issue here comes in is if they put the ball in the air 35 or 40 times.
Okay, so you said completions.
Yes, completions, not attempts.
Okay, or points and assists. I'm going to stay where I'm at.
Okay.
I'm good.
Okay, very good. 1, 3, 4. Seahawks passing yards. So Seahawks passing yards.
Yep.
Or Kings Suns total points.
Oh, I'm going King Suns total points.
Okay. I think
yeah.
I'm gonna go Seattle passing yards. They're averaging 236 passing yards per game. And last game, their strategy against the 49ers, and Pete Carroll said as much, was those corners will commit some penalties. We're going to take some downfield shots. Geno Smith was a little bit compromised. He missed a couple of those downfield shots. I think that's probably going to be their game plan again. And I think this time maybe they connect on a couple of them. And if it does, I do think the Niners get to that 30-point range. And if they do that, you're going to see a lot of passing from Seattle. And if Kenneth Walker and Zach Charbonnet are both out or compromised or banged up, I think you're going to see Geno Smith or maybe Drew Lock put the ball in the air a lot. So I'm gonna go with the passing yards.
Yeah, they have no way to check down, so I think that's going to like set up for a bad situation for them.
Yeah,
because they really like to check down to Charbonnet.
49ers sacks. So sacks by the 49ers defense, or Keegan Murray made threes.
Typically I go with the sack number here. I am not going to go with the sack number. I'm going to go with Keegan Murray.
Oh, okay.
And that's probably going to cost me.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Niner sacks for this one. If for no other reason, I think you're probably looking at what's Keegan's probably 3 or 4. Is like not ceiling, but like that's a solid. That's about right.
I think he's going to go 6 of 9.
A big Keegan night. Okay.
There it is.
Yeah, I think the Niners get a few, but maybe toward the end of the game, like they kind of did in Seattle. Okay. Where I think they had 1 or 2, but then they got like 3 in the last 2 drives, where they're pinning their ears back and they're just going. So I'm gonna go with the Niners, and then 49ers points. So points scored by the 49ers.
Okay.
Or Kings first quarter points. Kings points in the first quarter.
I know last time I went Kings points in the first quarter and got killed on this one.
Yeah, it was against Denver. They only scored 25.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Kings again, though.
Yeah.
I'm going to go Kings again. I think they've had a couple of days to practice here. They've got an extra day over Phoenix because Phoenix had to play a game a day later than they did.
Mm-hmm.
I think that they're going to be rested and ready to roll.
Yeah, I think so too. I think I have the Niners in that 30-point range. I think you're going to get a fired up Kings team. I'm not totally sure how invested Phoenix is going to be in this game, especially with no Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
No Bradley Beal.
I think this is going to be one of those games where if you can
I think Zach's going to try and make a statement.
Yeah, if you can take the first punch from the Suns and if you can be the one that delivers a big punch, and then when they respond, you hit them hard again. I think this is a game where you can break a team early.
Okay. Yeah, I'm also going to go with Sacramento there. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 out of 6 different this week.
Oh.
Yeah, it's usually only 2 or 3.
Oh.
So, all right, we will revisit those on Monday. I've got them all written down. I will enter them into my little sheet. I liked the direction you were going there with the Kings getting out to a fast start and then absorbing the next punch. Let's dive into this Kings-Suns matchup. I want to do that Pacers-Kings thing as well. The Pacers did something to the Bucks last night. that I think the Kings need to start doing moving forward. We will hit that next. We'll have keys to a 49ers victory, keys to a Kings victory, and one of D-Lo or KC. I'm not sure which one. They'll be popping in as well for Inside Out, the Inside Out handoff. Whatever we're calling it. They're going to be in as well. If you want to sponsor that, we will name it based on whatever
your choice.
You can basically name the segment if you want to pay us to do it.
All right.
So yeah, shout out if you have a business, give us a buzz.
Yeah, let's go.
We'll help you out. All that coming up next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. Gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
I had a couple of yawns there in that block. Sorry about that, people. Hope I'm not tiring you out. I did. I have been drinking as much coffee as possible.
He has, dude. Just been shotgunning Four Locos.
I'm gonna pull up a question from the chatty house. Johnny G earlier said, "Hammer, if Keegan's ceiling ends up being Michael Porter-ish, is that good or bad for us? Is that the type of role we want from him or more?" You know what, Johnny? If he becomes Michael Porter on the offensive end, close to 20 points a game, but is a better defender, then I think the Kings would take that. And I think he has that potential. I think Michael Porter has really, really high offensive potential, but I also think that Keegan Murray throughout his career should play a lot more games than Michael Porter, just because Michael Porter's already had 3 back surgeries. I don't expect Michael Porter to finish his career at 17.5, and he has a more potent score than that, although that's 2 years in a row he's done that. He put up 19 points a game in his 3rd season. So, yeah, I don't think that that's a bad thing for the Kings. Yeah.
My issue with that wouldn't necessarily be the numbers. I don't think that Keegan Murray playing the style that Michael Porter Jr. plays would be good for the Kings. He doesn't play any defense, and B, he chucks, dude. You want to see Keegan Murray be aggressive offensively and shooting and stuff, but Michael Porter Jr. is reckless, and he makes it sometimes, but other times he does, very, very capable of shooting you out of a game. So I would hope that's not his ceiling.
Well, yeah,
Here's a thing. If that's his ceiling, then you need a better third option, I think.
Yeah, and I would actually stick with me here. This might offend people, and some people.
2 minutes.
I think that Kings fans, from the conversations I've had within the walls of the Kings, they believe his ceiling is more of the quality of player of a Jamal Murray, not a Michael Porter.
That makes sense.
Which I think everyone looks at that team and sees Jokic way up here, and then the next player is Jamal, and then the next player is a combo of Aaron Gordon and Michael Porter, somewhere along there. Those guys are 3/4.
Oh, I have a. Would you rather Keegan Murray become Michael Porter Jr. or Aaron Gordon? I don't that doesn't totally work because the skill sets and just physical capabilities are so different. But I mean their roles on the team.
Yeah, Aaron Gordon.
Me too.
Yeah,
I'm not even really sure it's close.
Yeah,
he's gonna knock down a 3 here and there, but he hustle plays and he's gonna defend the best player. And he's gonna grab rebounds and catch lobs. And
here I'll make this comparison too. Per 36, just keep this number in your head. Per 36. Per 36, 19.9 points per game. Per 36. Oh, that's bad. Bad spelling. 21.4. What if I told you that I believe that Malik Monk can be equal to or greater than Michael Porter? Because
okay,
36,
hang on. We're coming back. Right. Let's do this. Nothing better than when the Chatty House produces the show for us.
That's right.
I want to do, so we're talking about, we're doing this Kings Nuggets comparison thing, but I want to do my Kings Pacers thing first. I've been teasing it since the first segment. We're going to pay off that tease, damn it. Okay. So the Pacers beat the Bucks last night in the semifinal of the in-season tournament, 128-119. And one of the things that I saw them do was it's really, the Bucks are not a frenetic, like get out and run.
Nope.
They are a methodical plotting. They want to get you in the pick and roll with Dame and Giannis. And they want to get in their half court defense, and they just want to stifle you with their length. And that's their plan. The Pacers are a go team. And they forced the Bucks into that last night. Like, it was a way more frenetic pace than Milwaukee wants to play. I was just kind of looking at that. It's like, man, Mo Dakhil, who is a former video guy for, I think, the Clippers and like the Australian men's national team. And now he does work for Bleacher Report. Really good follow on Twitter. He does like game breakdowns where he does a lot of film, and it's super like accessible and consumable. And it's great. He actually highlighted this in a video this morning and painted a perfect picture of what the Pacers did. And basically they forced the tempo by just applying ball pressure full court every chance they got. Rebound, they were immediately on the rebounder and forcing him to make a tough outlet pass. And then when that outlet pass got caught, immediately a defender in front of him with hands up, just forcing them to like kick the ball around more than they wanted. Oh, there's Brook Lopez wide open in the front court, and he's taking a three above the break, but it's a little bit rushed, and that's just not the Bucks offense. It was something that I think the Kings can replicate a little bit, where they are maybe it's because the Pacers, here's the one issue that the Kings would run into. The Pacers have an Aaron Nesmith and a Benedict Mathurin, and they can throw these guys, these lengthy, rangy kind of defenders, these really athletic defenders in the backcourt and cause a problem.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not really sure who would do that for the Kings. Maybe it's Keegan Murray and Chris Duarte.
Yeah.
Harrison Barnes, maybe a little bit.
Yeah.
But it was something that we've talked so much about their pace. And that's just something I think that they could do that would A, help them defensively, but B, Kevin Huerter just talked about, got to figure out how to play that level of defense while also keeping the pace up offensively. And just watching Mo Dakhil's breakdown of how the Pacers did that, it's like, man, I think the Kings can and should do this same thing.
It's kind of who they were before, and they've gotten away from it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this team is not running like they did last year at all.
Yeah.
Like, and we saw it, like, it was magnified by 10 when De'Aaron Fox was out and Davion Mitchell had to run the team.
Yeah.
But that's who the Kings should be. They should be an up-tempo team. They should be a team that's running and getting up and down the court. And as of right now, I don't understand why they aren't doing that all the time. And it's something that they're going to have to figure out.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Mike Brown can only tell you to run so many times. And if you're not doing it, then like either you got to replace players.
Yeah.
You got to take guys out, or you have to get in practice and run these guys until they need a break, until they need a day off. Like that at some point, like this team, like I've said it a couple of times, I don't think they're in the same kind of shape they were in last year. I don't think that they are like practicing in the same way. I don't think that we're seeing them take the steps that they did in the same way. But I also think that sometimes basketball becomes more of a conversation and a conversation about, like basketball theory on how you take another step. So sometimes you got to slow down. You got to go back to crawling so you can learn how to walk, so you can learn how to run. And I think the Kings have these moments where they're running and then they take a step back and they need to go all the way back to the basics because they're trying something new, and that something new has to have its, it has to have the ability to grow.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I think that that's who they should be. But I also like, don't be a gimmick team. Don't just run just because you get into March, late February, early March, and then to finish off the season, teams that run like that typically run themselves out by that point in the season, and that's when they fall off big time. And that's who the Kings were in the final year under Dave Yeager. And, what is that, 2019?
Mhm.
They were masking the fact that they weren't very good at the X's and O's
Mhm.
by just running people off the court. Eventually, the teams that know the X's and O's put the clamps on you. They figured out what to do, and they
Right.
stopped you. I think there's going to come a point where that exact thing happens with the Pacers, at least for a short stint, because they're still in the process of learning how to play basketball really well.
Yeah, no doubt. I just when the Kings are getting bogged down a little bit, and Mike Brown talked about it, it's the sprinting to the corners. You don't have guys doing that as much. To me, that's I don't want to say a few times, but in stretches in games, if it's Chris Duarte and Keegan Murray or whoever, I mean, Kevin Huerter can do it. Just get up the floor, like force the opposing team to up the tempo and make it frenetic. Make players like, hey, if you want to be in the game, you got to run. You're going to have to move because now the ball's over here. Now the ball's hopping around. Now it's moving.
Yeah.
I just watching the Pacers do that, a team that's not great. In fact, they're terrible defensively, and coming up with stops that way. I just thought it was really, really creative. And I think that it's something that the Kings could take from that book.
Yeah, I fully agree with you. Like, I would like to see them play a lot more up tempo.
Yeah.
I'd like to see them get just outscore a bunch of teams for like 2 weeks.
Mhm.
Like, get your sea legs under you.
Yeah.
Just run, especially against older teams. I like, to be honest, the Lakers did it to the Pelicans. That's how the Lakers ran over the Pelicans.
Yeah.
They just cranked up the tempo, and it's like, hey, it's a bunch of old guys. Who cares? They're running.
It's a bunch of old guys. LeBron is almost 39 years old.
Yeah, it's wild.
Just that's like there's old guys, and then there's LeBron, who's just ancient and scoring 30 points in a game where they're running like crazy.
Like, we've never seen anything
so
like
nuts.
this in year 21. We've never seen anything like this at all, where a player has been able to maintain the level of greatness. Now, is he a title contender guy? I don't believe that's the case. And that's partially because of the team that they've built around him. That includes Anthony Davis, who shows up and doesn't show up, and shows up and doesn't show up. Man, Damian just walked by. I'm not sure what he's wearing today, but I'm intrigued to see him come in the room.
I can't wait.
Yeah.
Damian's outfit is a highlight of every day of mine.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's a well-dressed man.
It's something I appreciate, but I can't do.
No.
Like, I can never pull that off.
Yeah.
But boy, I can, like, dang, my homie can dress.
Yeah. I used to, like, be on set with Doug Christie all the time, and like some of his suits, like I dressed really well, but in my style.
I can't.
But then there are things I'm like, Doug, I would love to pull that off, but I would love to try to wear that. I cannot pull that off.
I also, on top of that, I also have a hard time operating professionally and just functionally as a person next to somebody with hand tattoos. They look so cool, and I just know I can't do it. You can't cry at car commercials and also have hand tattoos. That's just not a thing that's allowed.
His he has him and Jackie actually have their own. I even think that it's trademarked. It's
it's the
infinite
heart
love
thing.
The infinite love. So an infinity sign with love put in it. Like that's one of his hand tattoos.
It's really cool. It's so cool.
Yeah, that's my guy.
I'm so jealous. All right, let's do King. I want to do this Kings Nuggets thing, but I want to do it when one of D'Lo and KC come in. So let's get our Niners and Kings keys to victory in here now. James, what is your first key to a 49ers victory on Sunday over the Seattle Seahawks?
No letdown after an emotional week.
Yeah,
you just can't do it.
Yeah.
You got to show that you're the team. Like, you already had your letdown. You had your 3-game letdown.
Yeah.
Which is
your margin for error is gone now, dog.
It's the equivalent of a 28-game losing streak in the NBA. I'm just kidding. But you can't have a letdown because you already gave those up earlier in the season.
Yeah, definitely. My first key is keep your hands to yourself. That means no flags.
Oh.
Yeah, because Pete Carroll just came out and said that their cornerbacks get really, really physical down the field. We're going to try and draw some penalties, and it didn't work. I think they're going to try it again. Travarius Ward, still a very physical corner. Deommodore Lenoir, very physical corner. Ambry Thomas, that is how they play. There were a couple of borderline non-PI calls against the Eagles that had the flag come out. Would have been hard to be mad about it. I think you're going to see the Seahawks do that again. You gotta defend without fouling. To borrow
That
a
makes
basketball
perfect
phrase.
sense.
We
Defend
don't
without touch other people's privates.
Mhm.
Thank you. That's right. Okay, that makes sense to me.
Defend without fouling in football.
Okay. My next one is pressure Geno.
Yeah.
And whether it's Geno or it's Locke, it doesn't matter. Like, chase that dude. Like, get to the quarterback. This is a moment where that defensive line, they need to go from here to, oh my gosh, how do we game plan for them every week?
Yep.
Because that's the talent that they have. It's time. Like, no more messing around.
Mm-hmm.
Every single quarterback should have the fear of Jeebus running through them, that that the Niners defensive line is gonna get you.
They're built there. That is supposed to be the tip of the spear. They have to go be that.
Now it's time.
Yep.
You kind of like slow played this thing for the first like 12 weeks or 10 weeks, whatever we're in. It's time.
Yep.
Yeah.
My second one kind of ties to my first one, but it has to be a Mooney day. Mooney nights are a thing from Aqua Teen Hunger Force. Mooney Day is a play on that word. Anyways, doesn't matter. He's been really good against DK Metcalf the last 2 years. DK got him in the playoffs. He got him on a deep touchdown. But in 6 targets a couple weeks ago, DK Metcalf was targeted 6 times when covered by Tyrese Ward. He had 1 catch for 14 yards. He needs to be really good again, because when DK Metcalf gets rolling, you see what happened to Dallas. They gave up 35 points to Seattle.
Oh, yeah.
And if he gets rolling, their offense becomes really, really hard to stop, because now you're scrambling trying to stop him. Then it's Tyler Lockett. Then it's Jackson Smith and Jigba. It's Noah Fant, their tight end. It can be Kenneth Walker, Zach Charbonnet out of the backfield. And everything just gets harder. When you have Traverius Ward just locking down DK Metcalf, if that happens again, you're going to see the Seahawks score like 10 points.
Huh. Are the Dallas Cowboys the Indiana Pacers of the NFL?
No. Dallas can actually play defense.
There we go. My last one. Take advantage of injured running backs.
Yep.
Hit these guys because they're hurting. And both of them have like kind of, what wasn't it, an oblique or a core muscle injury for Kenneth Walker.
Mm-hmm.
And then Charbonnet, I think
it's a knee.
Yeah, a knee or an ankle. Either way, like, Dre Greenlaw, go do your thing.
Yep.
Go hit somebody, because these dudes are already hurting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
I was gonna ask, did we ever have anything with Greenlaw and the security guy?
They, through intermediaries, apologized to each other formally.
Okay, but did the NFL step in and
fines,
say, "Are you kidding me?" They're going
to. They sent a memo to all the teams, saying, "Hey, your dudes who aren't part of the game, get them off. Like, get them away. They're not to interject with on-field play."
That guy should not be on the sidelines. If like,
crazy.
Yeah, that's
or
wild.
If he is, he needs to be back like by the benches.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
All right. Last one for me. You got to be sound on special teams, because Pete Carroll will do some BS. There'll be a fake punt. There'll be a fake field goal. There'll be an onside kick. We saw the Seahawks nearly score a touchdown on a kick return against the 49ers. They are a advantageous special teams club. The 49ers need to be good there. Because if Seattle's going to pull an upset, it's going to be because, they had a fake punt go for a touchdown, or they had a fake field goal go for a touchdown, or they stole a possession with an onside kick. So got to be good there.
Yeah.
All 3 phases, guys.
Yeah, they're definitely a well-coached team. They are.
Yeah.
And a well-coached team, that means that every aspect of the game.
All right. What about the Kings tonight against the Suns? What is your first key to victory, James?
The first key is no KD, no Beal, no Grayson Allen.
They're banged up.
No excuses, Kyle.
Yeah.
No excuses. Like, this is a team that is coming in like hurting.
Mm-hmm.
Like, be the aggressor.
Yeah.
That's it.
The current iteration, the rosters that you're going to see tonight, the Kings are better.
Yeah.
That's it. My first key piggybacks off this. Don't let Devin Booker be point book. That's kind of what he's evolved into. He's been a really good playmaker. Mm-hmm. He's going to score. You can't let him score and also have 9 assists. So
I think you can, but you can't let anyone else do it. Like, if Devin Booker wants to be the guy and that's it, and no one else, I guess like that's where your sister going to come in.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can't also let other guys play make.
Yeah. I mean, but I think it's possible that Devin Booker tries to take over, and like who knows what that looks like.
Sure, but if he's gonna have 45, and then Josh Okogie is gonna be their next highest scorer with 7, okay,
then you win.
Yeah, definitely,
you win.
But if it's Devin Booker's gonna have 40 and Yusuf Nurkic is gonna have 22 and Josh Okogie is gonna have 15, now you have a problem.
Yeah.
All right.
My next one is run them off the court. This is the 27th team in the league in pace. It's not a fast team. Like go out there and push the tempo, run these guys off the court. It is totally possible. And so that is where I would be if I'm the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah, I'm right there. We talked about it a little bit ago, all the reasons why. I think you have to make Yusuf Nurkic work. Like make his life tough. Not a great player, but you got to make him work defensively. You can't just let him lumber around and be there in front of the rim and grab rebounds and have easy layups and easy dunks. Make him work for it, and he becomes a less effective player. Yeah.
Okay. I would like to see a big game out of Sabonis. I think that's kind of where you're going there with that. Let's see. This is a get right game, I think. And so for me, like go out there. You got Keegan Murray back. Like go out there and take care of your business. That like let people know that what the team that represented you on Monday is not who you are. That this is a true contending team or a team that is contending for the top end of the Western Conference. This is a big game against a big opponent, and they're hurt and you're not, and you're faster than them, and you've got a lot of skill, and there is no KD. Like go out there and do what you should do in this game, and that is win the game not by a couple of points, win the game by 8 points, by 10 points.
I think a way they can do that is my third key is Malik Monk on the bench. Like Devin Booker and Yusuf Nurkic and their starters. Okay, fine, whatever. Devin Booker's a good player. Their depth is not good. Even when they're fully healthy, their depth is not good. And this is a game where I think Malik Monk and the Kings bench can take advantage of that.
Yeah.
So I think you need a big night from that group.
No, I that's a great point, Kyle. Great point.
All right. That's what I got. Let's do this. Let's talk Kings Nuggets real quick. So at one of the breaks, we were talking in the chatty house. One of the advantages of watching on youtube.com/ESPN1320 is we're here through the breaks. We just chat through the breaks. And we're able to jump into the chat, and people, I mean, the chatty house is great, super funny, but also ask really insightful, really good questions. And we were talking about the Kings and Nuggets, and somebody said, hey, if Keegan Murray's ceiling is Michael Porter Jr., like, would you take that? And the answer for me is no. I think Michael Porter Jr. is an excellent player. He can shoot the heck out of it, but I also think he is a reckless offensive player at times. You'll see him go like 1-on-3 to settle for a contested 19-footer. I don't think that that's maximizing what Keegan Murray can do.
Yeah, and my point sort of is that the Kings and I would assume the fans as well, you want Keegan Murray to be the equivalent of Jamal Murray.
Yeah.
Of what he means to the Denver Nuggets.
Yeah, not positionally, but in terms of importance.
Well, that and in terms of like tier of player, in terms of option, all those things. Because if all of a sudden, like you're matching De'Aaron Fox and Nikola Jokic as far as productivity, and then your next line is Jamal Murray and Keegan Murray, and then your next line is Domantas Sabonis and Aaron Gordon, right? Then I think you can win overall in that. I think that Jamal and Keegan can cross cancel each other. I think the scoring of Fox and Jokic can cancel each other. And then you can get the rebounds and some of that stuff, the rebounds and assist numbers that between the combination of Gordon and Jokic, where Sabonis and Fox will beat those two at the combination. Then it comes down to, can you find that other piece? And per 36, like I think that Malik Monk can be equal to the dynamic scorer, the player that you're getting from Michael Porter. And that's how you, in my opinion, that's how you kind of work these things out. Now, they have a more defensive version of a shooting guard, and I think the Kings have a better scorer in Kevin Huerter. They have a better defensive player. I mean, they have like, so you're going to have some give and take here.
Sure.
But that's like, if you're looking at a matchup and a big time team. And I think that's why, in all honesty, why the Kings and Nuggets usually have a really, really good, hard fought battle.
Yeah. Yeah. I think for me, if you're just going straight across, like player to player, I get what you're saying about Keegan, but I would almost rather he kind of be Aaron Gordon for the Kings. Just it was specifically with what Aaron Gordon's role is. Like if you're saying, hey, his ceiling, he is going to be in the next 3 years, he is going to be either Michael Porter Jr. or Aaron Gordon. I would way rather have an Aaron Gordon who's going to play great defense 2 through 5. And he's going to dive for loose balls, and he's going to get important rebounds, and he's going to score when you need him to. I'll knock down a couple of threes. That's it. Keegan's a better shooter than Aaron Gordon, so it doesn't work perfectly.
I think he's a better overall scorer than Gordon.
Yeah, but that type of role, I think, is where I would rather have him land than like, yeah, hey, he's going to come on the floor and chuck. I think Malik Monk is a way better comp for MPJ for this team.
Yeah. I definitely think
that's
so.
Kind of where I like.
Are we going to have Damian jump on and join us here?
Yeah, we're going to find out what D'Lo and KC are going to talk about.
I'm trying.
No, you're doing great.
Figure it all out.
No, you're doing great. I saw you out there greeting a bunch of people.
Yeah, the Dana Cortez Show, our morning show from KSFM is here.
Oh, dynamite. Love that for Dana Cortez and the crew. And I love that for you guys over at KSFM. That's awesome.
Yeah, they're awesome people. We got to spend a good deal of time with them last night after the live broadcast at Sky River, so it was a blast.
Very cool.
Almost here.
Sky River was great.
Yes, yeah,
I had a really good time.
That was amazing.
Thanks for having me.
That's
a very
close up picture.
Yeah. No, that's good. No, we're good. I love the fit today.
Thank you.
We were talking about your outfit while you were walking by.
Oh, very good.
We're big fans. Yeah. This is what we're talking about.
James does not believe my outfits are inconspicuous.
Well, no,
I can wear them once and then I can't wear them again because they stand out.
Well, that and I could never wear them.
Yes, you
could. No,
I don't think so.
I think you could.
I know 90% of fashion is confidence.
That's it.
I totally get that, but also like, come on.
No, I disagree. I think anybody could pull it off. Will Z had his ankles out last night, man. He was confident.
I loved it for
man.
him. I loved it for our guy, Will Z. What a guy. WillZstats.com, everybody.
Yeah.
Real quick, would you rather have if Keegan Murray's role on the Kings and his ceiling, quote unquote, over the next, let's say 3 years, he's either going to be Aaron Gordon or Michael Porter Jr. Which one would you rather him be?
Oh, wow. Well, the weird thing about that is Michael Porter Jr., I don't know if he's hit his ceiling yet. I don't think we know for sure. Do we know? Are we confident Michael Porter Jr. has hit his ceiling? I'm not.
Offensively, I think he can go much higher than he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, but defensively, he's not a great.
Can I also draw back on the fact Aaron Gordon used to be a monster on the offensive end? I might go Aaron Gordon. I might go Aaron Gordon.
I think that's what we kind of came to the and I had even told Kyle, in my opinion, like Keegan Murray could be Jamal Murray. In terms of
like importance.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'll take if that's an option. I want that one.
Yeah,
if that's an option, give me that.
What do you guys? We got to go here. What do you guys got coming up?
You.
Great. I'm coming up.
Yeah.
At like 12:15.
Yeah.
Stay locked in.
That's it.
That's what
here. You want to teach? I think this is a perfect finals for the first ever in-season tournament.
I totally agree.
This is the most fun. Like if the NBA scripted this, I don't think they could have scripted a better, not necessarily the teams, but the categories that the two teams are in. We'll talk about it. I think it's perfect.
Love that. Absolutely. That's coming up next. D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center.
Very good.
Good work, friends.
Sorry, man.
Oh no, dude, you're totally fine. Don't worry about it.
Sorry.
Right. Hey, it's biting into your show. All right. See you, Chatty House. Great week. Really appreciate you guys today. You guys were awesome. And great to see everybody at Sky River last night. And I'll see y'all next week. Bye.
Bye, friends. Brand. PC. Switch this. This board is lit up, which it's not usually, but so we had to, even there was one point where I'm not hearing the rejoiner music. and stuff. So I was tinkering with I had to tinker with the one on the, and we had where Faraz Siddiqui came in. So I don't know why that second bank is lit up, because that's not usually lit up like that. It's usually
This one?
Yes.
Those are hotkeys. That doesn't really, unless you're going to press a button, that doesn't really have anything to do with anything.
Well, no, because I couldn't hear stuff. Faraz wasn't going out on the air, and we had to figure out, so we had to turn that up using that, and then I couldn't hear the rejoiner stuff. And I was able to figure out that I was able to turn that up. So you know those better than I do.
Okay. Well, as long as you got it figured out, that's all that matters.
Just remember, I don't touch buttons.
Don't touch buttons.
James doesn't touch buttons.
Don't let Marcos touch shit either.
I don't know what happened there.
Thanks.
Oh, everybody heard about that.
You see this?
Sure
I
of
like
it.
that. I like that.
You like that? You like this?
That's a nice logo.
That's very nice.
Right there.
I saw Charlie wearing one. I was like, I didn't make that. Where the fuck did that come from? Shout out to the company.
Matt bought a bunch.
Oh, very good.
No, it's from my guy.
That checks out.
Yeah.
That checks out more than my original thought. oh yeah, very good.
Yeah.
Very good. I saw he tagged us in something. I didn't get a chance
He
to.
was in here.
It must be that. Oh, okay.
Yeah, he came in.
Terrific.
So
That's awesome.
we bought for giveaways. So you get one of these with one of all that stuff.
That's great. That is awesome. I love it.
Cool.
Have fun tonight, man. I'm gonna kill these for a second, guys.
We had a bunch of rum and coke. Next thing you know, he was throwing up all over
Oh,
the place. And, Mama had to go take
Rookie
care of him.
mistake.
I'll miss the dogs though, that's for sure. I'll miss the
Oh,
dogs.
yeah. They'll miss you.
All right, man.
All right, guys.
Thanks, Hammer. How much time we got to shoot?
I'm gonna need
I got a minute. Oh, okay.
I'm gonna need a mute on the first break. Jesse told me someone down.
I was just telling one of our friends over there about that.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Come on, man. What we do? Come on, man. What we doing, man? Stop. Don't do that. Oh, man. I ain't gonna go with the shades, man. These goddamn UV shades. Just give me some black ones. Oh, let me see.
Oh, you're joining us right now. I like
You
it.
know. Hey, you know, they got a little tag. They got a little tag.
Address how awkward that was because you put your hand up and I thought you were going for the dap and then you weren't.
Oh,
I just had to kind of. That's my bad. That's my bad.
How you doing, baby?
my man.
My biggest fear in life is
He got a
being a
little
famous
tag.
person and messing up the dap.
Oh, yeah. That's scary.
Biggest fear.
That's scary.
You blame it on them. He got a little tag. You know how you do.
Whoops.
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey, Friday Vibes, where you at? Come on now, Friday Vibes, where you at? Welcome in to the Friday, December 8th edition of Dilo and KC. I am Damian Borling.
Ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we in here. Another big day for Dilo and KC. We're hosting the T-Pain Flow Rider concert tonight. tonight, I'll just say it at that. Given where we were yesterday, the place that we're at doesn't even matter. Like, it just kind of feels weird. Like,
we at the concert.
Little weird. We on 2 stations. We got a lot of people who rock with us on 2 stations.
We just at the show.
We're going to be at the T-Pain and Flo Rida show, bringing them out on stage tonight, man. This, of course, following up another incredible live broadcast, man. Thank you to everyone who tuned in. Thank you to everybody who came through. We had a blast as always. The next one is already scheduled. It's already on the calendar. It's already locked in. It is coming up February 2nd, Friday, February 2nd. D-Lo and KC live from Sky River Casino, leading into the Kings at Pacers. Kings at Pacers and the D-Lo and KC live broadcast coming up February 2nd. Get your mental health days ready. Get your personal days. Get your sick days. Get your vacation days. Get all that stuff ready, man, because we're going to be outside coming up just a couple of months from now. So, again, big thanks to everybody who came through. We had an absolute blast yesterday. Kyle Madson's going to join us. We'll talk 49ers football. We'll talk the weekend ahead coming up here in just a couple of minutes. We've got the Lakers and the Pacers in the in-season tournament final. And I was just telling the fellas on a very abbreviated edition of the handoff a moment ago, this is perfect. To me, this is the perfect scenario for the first ever in-season tournament. Like, the NBA has to be thrilled with this. Not because it's the Lakers and the Pacers, but you have an established basketball team with an established star. Lakers, LeBron, check. You have an up-and-coming team with an up-and-coming star. The Indiana Pacers, Tyrese Haliburton, check. Putting those two in the finals is perfect. Sacramento versus Indiana would have been great for storyline purposes, no doubt. I would have loved it. I think the league would have loved it. I think all of the fanboy writers would have loved it. But in terms of if the NBA could have scripted this, I think this is what they would have wanted. A star, a LeBron and Lakers, a Steph and the Warriors, and you get what I'm saying. It wanted an Ant-Man in Minnesota, a Indiana and Tyrese. Like, this is perfect.
100%. I agree 100%. I mean, you talk about the star quality of Tyrese Haliburton, that goes into it, but you got a smaller market like Indiana, but you still have the Lakers, right? And not only are the Lakers a big brand, I've mentioned before, they're a big brand in Las Vegas, so you don't have to worry about the buzz going on for the in-season or for the NBA Cup. So, yeah, I agree. It's a great setup for them. Should be a great game on Saturday.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Should be a really good game.
I'm very much looking forward to it. I loved watching Tyrese yesterday. LeBron James continues to do things no other NBA player's ever done before. You see that stat of 20 plus, 10 plus, and 5 plus, and like it's kind of a baseball stat where you make it work by putting the right number on it. Yeah, you kind of make it work. And again, LeBron hits first ever numbers, and by all accounts, even from his own admission, LeBron James wants to win this.
Yeah,
and we talked about this yesterday. LeBron to be the first, and LeBron be 21 years in the league. Yeah, this is big. That team might not get to the finals. They might not win an NBA championship. But if LeBron can find a new way to add to his accolades, his basketball references, you say,
he wants it.
Oh, I just noticed your crew neck. Excuse me.
What about it?
I'm sorry. I just noticed it. That's my bad. I'm sorry. I was distracted. You popped in. I was doing a crossover.
This guy talking.
My bad, Chatty House.
It's just a black crew neck.
Okay. My bad. I just noticed it. My bad. My bad, Casey.
For anybody on the radio who's listening, go to YouTube. It's just a black crew neck.
That's not what. Sure. Google regular black crew necks, and that's what's gonna pop up. Ooh, man. My man, Kenny Caraway, boy.
I don't know what this guy's talking about.
You look fantastic.
Thank you. I appreciate appreciate it.
You look
Your crew neck is
fantastic.
very nice too.
Thank you. Just
And it's in a pay grade of itself as well. Don't do that. It's in a pay grade of
Just
itself.
a regular old crew neck. I don't know why I didn't notice it. I was talking. Tyrese, LeBron. Hey, you look like you raided LeBron's closet. If you had baggy pants on, you might have raided Tyrese's closet.
Kenny's wearing stuff I can't even pronounce.
Right?
It's just subtle, man. It's just subtle, man. Just
Okay.
like
I can't wait to see what you got to introduce T-Pain tonight.
Oh, I'm not changing.
Oh,
I'm not
okay.
changing. I'm here.
Okay.
I'm just here. That's what I said.
You still driving all the way back to Elk Grove?
I don't know because I don't know if people are coming. So
Oh,
I gotta
okay.
figure that out.
I got you. All right. I got you. I mean, Jess got it right. I mean, it's trip 2 serious, boy.
Shout out Jess. Shout out Jess was in the building yesterday.
Oh, Jess, man. Jess
You
was
know,
fun yesterday.
Good vibes as always. Got the shoe picks and all this other stuff.
Mhm.
Jess, I mean, she's quickly turning it. She's the Tyrese Haliburton of the Chatty House.
I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. Who would Drew Down be?
The Draymond Green.
I could hear Drew Down clearer than I could hear you at times. Drew sat down. Drew's the only person I think I've ever. Hey, Drew, and I just saw his I just saw his wonderful wife just shrink when I did that. Like, oh Lord. I heard the whole conversation. My man was having a blast.
That was like,
as everyone was.
It reminds me of there was an episode of the Jamie Foxx show, and when I think Jamie was like in a bank robbery or something like that, and he did his character Tyrone Koppel, and the aunt was like, Jamie, we're gonna get you out of there. Stay strong. We got you. Help is coming. If you can hear me, we got you. And he goes, I think the whole damn world just heard you. Jesus.
That was Drew Down. That was Drew Down. I love Drew Down. Drew Down gonna have a good time.
Drew Down, great vibes, man.
Drew Down gonna have a good time, man. That's for sure.
All the time, man. That's my guy.
Drew Down gonna have a good time, man. All of the pictures are all over social media. Shout out to our man Leezy, who's already put together a great video. Weird night last night too. Okay, one, Rick Carlisle, calm down. I hate, why do y'all do this stuff? Why do y'all do this?
Who was talking about you?
Exactly. Nobody wanted us here. Sir, who didn't want you there? Will you stop it?
Matter of fact, I heard one NBA writer say how much it would be great if you were there weeks ago. What are you talking about?
Goofy. I guess if and Tyrese kind of jumped on it too. Yeah, we're gonna shot. Hey, shot. First of all, it's the in-season tournament. Calm down. Like, I'm not suggesting it's not a big deal. I don't think we're in shock the world territory here. Like, this wasn't a 64-team elimination tournament that got let's not do that. You're also not George Mason. So let's relax. You're a good basketball team with some great players and a championship coach. Let's dead that. Two, what the hell happened in the Bucks locker room last night?
I don't know. They had to have a come to Jesus moment, I guess.
Again, if you question the validity of this tournament, peep LeBron's reaction to getting to the finals, and take a look at Bobby Portis and Adrian Griffin and everything that appeared to go on in the Bucks locker room last night.
Yeah, they weren't happy with missing out on the NBA Cup.
Yeah, they really weren't.
They turned up a little bit.
I think they're not feeling the way that they're playing right now.
I think so too. And this goes back to some of the discussions we've had about the Kings, maybe, right? Because I look at the Kings and I look at their record and I'm like, they're fine, they're okay or whatever. But you and others could look at it like, man, yeah, the record's cool, but I'm not feeling the way they're playing. You know what I mean? And I understand that. Whether I completely agree or not, I understand that. And the Bucks got like the second best record in the league. And they like, nah, we're not. It's cool, but we're not playing the way we're supposed to.
And it's also second to the Celtics. So that's got to probably play a part in their thinking too. Because you said, and we'll talk more about this later, you said that there's probably one or two teams that have got it together right now. Or I think you said two or three. Well, the Celtics do. Like, that's one of them. Minnesota's probably another one. But the Celtics, they appear to have things together.
And they're also probably frustrated about losing to the Pacers. Not because, the Pacers aren't good, but they've lost 2 games to the Pacers now. And one of the things about playing them is probably, hey, you're going to get whatever shot you want. Just get a couple stops and you'll do whatever you want. And they haven't been able to do that in 2 games against the Pacers now. And the frustration might have boiled over yesterday.
Yeah, very well may have. We'll come back. We will talk with our man, Kyle Madson. I do want to mention this because we're going to talk a lot of football. We'll talk some Kings, too, some basketball with Kyle Madson as well. But our man, Jason Anderson over at the Sacramento Bee reported last night, at least I think it was last night. Let me double check that. Yeah, it was yesterday that Keegan Murray is expected to be available tonight.
That's good news.
So that's the first note that we've got of that. We knew he participated in practice yesterday, but I think we all know well enough to just wait and see what happens. JA reporting that Keegan Murray is expected to be available for tonight's game against Phoenix. Of course, that game's going to look a little bit different with Kevin Durant and a couple of other guys out. So we'll talk a lot about that today. Kyle Madson's going to come in and join us. We'll talk Kings basketball. We got to talk 49ers football as well. 49ers and
Got
Seahawks.
my antennas up.
Oh.
Yeah, I got my antennas up.
Okay.
I don't think they're going to lose, but I think they need to be ready.
Well, let's talk about it. Stealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Drew, your wife was terrific yesterday, man. She's as fun as you are.
Yeah, both of you guys are great, man.
Yeah, she's as fun as you are.
They got a championship game media day.
Is that what that was? I couldn't figure out if that was taped or it looked like a practice jersey around his neck.
That's what that thing.
The scarf? Yeah.
Right, media day. Oh, begins it. Oh no, that's the game. But they're calling today media day.
Oh no, you're right. It says Championship Game Media Day.
Real quick though, you want to tell me?
Oh, stand by, folks. Stand by. By the way, anybody know why Grayson Allen's missing tonight's game?
Maybe he has a
podcast
to
like
produce.
I don't think it was a knee.
Where you been for real?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
But he might have podcasts to produce, and everything that's going on with Odyssey podcast.
Anyone in the chat know?
Might be just too much for him.
We'll see if anyone in the chat knows and see if we can get Kenny to read that.
Oh, come on.
When we come back.
Did you? We got them. They're here. We got them. The flags are here. Be right back. We got to talk shit.
Yeah, well,
Not our problem.
Oh man. Well, hey, what you gonna do? What you gonna do, brother?
Brother.
This I follow started following a very cool Twitter account on this day in WWE or whatever the case may be.
Okay.
And they got ones that are like random, right? That maybe you remember in the time, but they weren't it's not like Undertaker. I don't know, it's whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But do you remember, I don't know why this was a big deal, but when Kevin Nash, Goldberg, and Bam Bam Bigelow were supposed to fight, but it just never happened. They just had a brawl in the ring, and then security came and all this other stuff. And the fans start throwing trash in the ring.
Nope.
Looked like pure chaos.
No, I missed that one.
Pure.
Was that today?
It was yesterday.
Okay. I follow that account. I'll have to scroll up.
But they were like, Goldberg ran, like Kevin Nash ran to the ring. Goldberg ran to the ring. They didn't do their little intros or anything. They just ran and started fighting each other.
Okay.
Look like
so that's WCW.
Yeah.
Oh, got you. All right.
Hey, who won the PS5 yesterday?
Zell's wife. Young
Oh,
Zell's
hell
wife.
yeah.
Yeah.
Love that for them.
Yeah, it was awesome. Forgot to pay their bill on the way out. They were so excited.
Oh.
Jonathan tapped me on the shoulder. He was like, "Hey, how do you want to handle this?" Like, I got the company card. I was like, "Bro, you'll have to you'd have to clear that for 97 people." I got it. They didn't mean to do it. I'm like telling them they didn't mean to do it. They were probably just really excited. They just like we got it.
Right.
We got it. So yeah, the Zell family had themselves a day.
PS5 and some free drinks. Let's go.
Had themselves a day yesterday. As they should. As our crew.
That's our people, man.
That's
so
our people. We got you. We got you.
I'll chip in on that one too.
Yeah, we got you, man. It's all love. It's all for fun. We laughed. We laughed for sure. Kyle Madson of the Insiders, kind enough to join us here. Of course, Kyle Madson also
everywhere. They ain't never there.
He, man, pulled up to Sky River Casino, did a podcast.
He almost beat me up because I said I like Universal Studios better than Disneyland.
Yeah,
really.
No, we're still beefing.
No,
Yeah, really
almost started something. I was like, "What sparked this?" And then I realized Kyle had a Mickey Mouse shirt on. And KC saw
It was
an
just
opportunity.
such a wild stray.
No.
Kenny was just like, you know what? Universal is better than Disney.
Welcome to my life. Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
oh my God.
it wasn't necessarily random because we talked about this on the show. And you guys like, oh, Kyle's gonna kick your ass. This was like a week ago.
Yeah.
And then this was the first time we
Sure.
really talked. I was like, I gotta stand on business and tell Kyle to his face.
I'm not kicking anybody's ass. I don't fight.
Well,
Come
no,
on, man.
you guys,
Look
what
at
you
me.
didn't see,
I cry at Amazon commercials.
what you see is
The shoot.
backstage. Kyle did like Dre Greenlaw and put his finger on my face.
Yeah, I
It's
did.
like, don't ever say that again.
Yeah,
And it like,
just mushed his
It
face.
grazed your face.
I was pointing at Kenny, and I mushed Jonathan, the engineer's face.
Oh, there you go.
The engineer / security officer.
Yeah.
Chief security officer.
Domathan.
Big Dom.
Jonathan.
That's a Kyle Madson joke.
Oh,
right
look,
there.
That's a great joke.
Guess
That's why I
what?
laughed
One
at
man
it.
wolf pack. Yeah, it's really not. My wife saying this is
She
not-
lives to disagree with you.
That's what happens
She's the best.
Well, it's hard to
Like
argue.
usually people are like, "Oh, my better half." With Kenny, I get it.
All right, let's get into this. Your antenna's up. Kenny said his antennas are up for this game against the Seahawks. Do you have antennas, and are they up?
Kind of. I don't think they're going to lose, but I think the spread opened at like 12.5 points. Niners minus 12.5. That's a lot. I think they're going to start slow. I think the talent gap is wide enough. I know you remember this, but the Niners played the Cardinals at home in 2019, and they got behind 16-0 in that game. That was the one that Jeff Wilson Jr. had the game-winning touchdown on the last play. It was the only snap he played the whole game.
Yep.
And Niners came back to win that one. That's how I think this game is going to kind of go. Where the Niners just get punched in the mouth early because they're coming off a big emotional win where they were across the country last week. Meanwhile, the Seahawks played Thursday. They've had the 10 days of rest. I think that was a big reason the Niners beat the Eagles as bad as they did, is because they had those extra 3 days. I think it matters a lot, especially late in the year. So I think you're going to have a little bit of that emotional letdown from the Niners. You're going to have the Seahawks coming off 10 days of rest. where, hey, they're going to come out flying around. Maybe they get up a score or two early, but then I think the Niners' talent gap is so overwhelming that they eventually battle their way back in and come out with a win. But if they were losing at half, I wouldn't be shocked at all. And I think the spread's now at 10.5. I don't think they cover, but I think they win.
Now that it's at 10.5, I think they do. I think it ends up being a two-score. It ends up being a two-score game. Sometime maybe third quarter or late, in the fourth quarter, they'll get it to 14 or 10 or something like that. But and judging by what I just said about the score, I don't see it going this haywire. But I think it's going to be a little bit like the playoff game was last year. Remember, the Seahawks were ahead at the half, 14-13, hanging in there, making life tough for Brock and all this other stuff. And then the 49ers were able to pull away in the second half. I see that being the same way because the playing right after they played, 2 weeks ago, they played each other on Christmas night or Thanksgiving night. The Seahawks were embarrassed. They got beat down in their place on Thanksgiving. Yeah. They'll be ready to play. Pete Carroll, great coach, prideful coach. He's going to have these guys ready to go. Yeah. So I'm expecting them to be in this game for a little while.
James also brought this up earlier today, and I think it's a great point. There's a sense of urgency too, and that matters so much in the NFL. Like, how often do you see a 3-0 team face an 0-3 team and the 0-3 team wins? Because that 0-3 team is back against the wall. That's where the Seahawks are playoff wise. Yeah. In the NFC, you can't go to 6-7. Yeah. So I think there's a ton of urgency for Seattle. 6-8, 6-7,
no,
whatever they
go to 6-7.
Yeah.
And ironic, you're right. You're 100% right in general. This year you might be able to go to 6-7.
That's a good point. But you don't want to fall below 500. They'd be their fourth loss in a row. That'd put them in a really tough spot. And it would knock them out of the division. If the Seahawks lose this weekend, they cannot win the division.
It's over.
It's a long shot anyway, but still, the desperation's there.
You talk about the division, 49ers clinch a playoff spot potentially with a win tonight. If they win and Minnesota or Green Bay loses, they clinch a playoff spot.
If they both tie.
Or they both tie, which I do not. Just don't. Just give them both the win. I don't want to see no damn tie.
Hey, you know what? I love that they always include that in the playoff. Has that ever happened where a team has been like, hey, we need the tie, and then they tie?
No, I don't.
The Raiders and Chargers both needed a tie to both get in a couple years ago. They could have tied, and the Chargers blew it.
Both got in.
They blew it. Yeah, man.
That's right. That was one of the craziest Week 18 games.
That was wild.
Or 17, whatever.
Yeah. You talk about sense of urgency. It's different, but still, is there a sense of urgency for the San Francisco 49ers? Knowing that the Eagles and Cowboys are playing, knowing that there's a legitimate opportunity at the 1 seed, also knowing you've got the Cowboys, the Eagles, and the Detroit Lions.
You can't forget the Lions.
All hovering kind of in the not kind of, they're all hovering in the same area. Is there a sense of, maybe sense of urgency isn't the right word, but is there right phrase, but is there also a the Seahawks worried about, keeping their season going? The 49ers working, as Casey was talking about, their goal is the Super Bowl.
Yes.
They may have, hey, we got to win the division. That's the first check mark.
Yep.
They might have another check mark that includes a home playoff game or some, something along those lines. Does that play into it? Or if we're talking about psychological factors, could that play in favor of the San Francisco 49ers?
Yeah, I think a little bit. And that's the other. It wouldn't shock me at all if they just came out and kind of put a beat down. Like they're just a buzzsaw right now. And maybe that's the case. I wouldn't bet on that, as I just laid out. And for the reasons that Kenny and I talked about. But that, to your point, Damian, if the Niners are really serious, like, hey, the number 1 seed is the goal, you need to win out, because you're already dealing with tiebreaker scenarios, because you mentioned Detroit. Detroit's got a soft schedule down the stretch. The Eagles beat the Cowboys. The Eagles got a pretty soft schedule down the stretch. They go to Seattle, and they have the Cardinals, I think, at 2 games against the Giants. It's a soft schedule for Philly. Meanwhile, the Niners, they have this game against Seattle. They have a game on Christmas against Baltimore. They have to go to, I don't know. I don't think Washington's anything, but it's a 10 a.m. kick in Washington the week after Baltimore. Like that's a tough
week.
It's not easy. Yeah. So I think that, to your point, Damian, that has to be if they're really sitting there going, yeah, we want the 1 seed, then that urgency has to be there, especially since when you look at the tiebreaker scenarios, and I don't know how much players get into this or not, but for our sake, head-to-head is first.
Mhm.
So the Niners have that on the Cowboys and the Eagles.
Mhm.
And if they're tied with the Cowboys and the Eagles only, then the Niners are the 1 seed.
Mhm.
However, if you throw the Lions into that mix, where the Lions and Niners did not play head-to-head, then head-to-heads go out the window.
Mm.
And now you go to win-loss percentage within division games.
Mhm.
And the Niners could conceivably be perfect in their division if they beat Seattle, and then they got to beat the Rams and the Cardinals one more time.
Yeah.
So that has to be there too. If you're really serious about the 1 seed, like that's the second tiebreaker. And you might be in a scenario where you're tied with 4 teams and that becomes the tiebreaker. You'd need this game.
Niners, I said this the other day. It's not a gauntlet. I'm not going to say that.
No.
But I think it's a sneaky tougher schedule to finish out than people give it credit for, just because they look at the Cardinals, Commanders, and Rams. Rams are going to probably be fighting for the playoffs.
Yeah, the Rams
in
are
that last game of the season.
Rams aren't bad, dude.
They're playing well.
Mhm.
And my boy Puka, he out here making moves. That's my boy. You know,
You're day one.
That's my
You've always
boy.
said he's really, really talented.
Did you see that separation he got in that? Oh, Jesse didn't see. He ain't there right now, but he got separation in that Cleveland game for a touchdown for my boy Puka. But anyway, the Rams might be playing for the playoffs.
Yeah.
Commanders stink, but that scenario,
Mhm.
it's going to be a short week cross country trip.
Yeah.
We play the Ravens on a Monday night football game on Christmas.
Mhm.
Arizona, I don't think they're good, but they look a little different with Kyler there now.
A little different.
You know what I mean? You got to go on the road for that one. Obviously, you mentioned the Ravens, and then you got this divisional game here. So it's a little, once again, wouldn't call it a gauntlet, but you got to be aware.
But to that point, if you're going to be a Super Bowl team, if you're going to be the best team in the league, you should win those games.
Absolutely, and that goes to what I was saying. You guys talked about them having a sense of urgency for the way the standings are and the 1 seed and all this other stuff. I look at it a little in the same light, but maybe a little different. I think this team smells blood in the water.
Yeah.
They've been rejuvenated with that win to say, yo, we're here. Like we have an opportunity. Let's go finish this out.
Yeah.
And that's what a Super Bowl team would do. A Super Bowl
I
team
agree.
would go and say, they'd smell blood in the water and say, we got second lease on life. Let's go make them pay.
If they come out flat in this game, this is going to be strong, but less than what I want to say here, but this is what I'm going to say. It'd be hard to take them really seriously because they have had, they came out hot. They beat Pittsburgh just down in a game that I thought, man, Pittsburgh's going to kind of give them hell. And they just beat them down. And then they took care of business against the Rams in week 2. And then they come home and they blow out the Giants on a short week in week 3. And then who is it in week 4? Was it the Cardinals week 4?
Cardinals.
It was the Cardinals.
Cardinals in week 4. Yeah, you beat the Cardinals in week 4. You blow out the Cowboys in week 5, and it's like buzzsaw, dude. Like this team is here. They are so locked in. And then they had that 3-game losing streak. And you're going, okay, well, there's your margin of error. Like that's
Right,
it. You just ate it all up.
Right.
And then they come back after the bye, and it's been, okay, Jacksonville, that's a really tough game. They go blow out Jacksonville. Like, okay, they're back. And they've just been methodically beating teams down since then. It's like, okay, that's great. But you can't now have, for me, another like, okay, yeah, we threw our helmets on the field and thought we could win and lost. Like you can't, that's done. That's dead. You have to be that team is just kind of rolling for the rest of the year for me.
Well, I want to ask Kyle one thing, and you can answer it too, Damien. Do you think that helped them in a weird way, what they went through? I talk about this game, and I talk about the Browns game being after the Cowboys game.
Yeah.
And how everybody just talked about how great they were, by far best team. They destroyed the Cowboys. And it's not necessarily that they went in lackadaisical against the Browns. Like Damien would say, the Browns had a lot to do with that as well. But, people were telling you how great you were for 6-7 days.
Well, that's actually, and please, I want you to address that. But that's what I wanted to throw out there is because looking back at that, Cleveland was the top defense in the league. Like Cleveland was incredible. Like we were talking about Cleveland at that time. They played Minnesota at a different time of the year. Like Minnesota, we didn't know it yet. Minnesota had started to get hot. Kirk Cousins was still their quarterback. You could get your jokes off. Don't forget, Kirk Cousins was having a hell of a season. You talk about desperation. Cincinnati was fighting to stay alive at the time. That was still the Joe Burrow. So there, context is important to all of this. There's no question that the San Francisco 49ers are a better team than all three of them. But to me, that's the flow of a season. Emotions play a factor. It's literally what you guys just brought up with Seattle. Cincinnati was experiencing that. Minnesota they were having a moment, right? This was huge for Cleveland. Cleveland was at a different time of their season. They just happened to hit that trifecta all in a row. You play Cincinnati now, it's probably not going to happen that way. You play Minnesota 3 weeks earlier, it's probably not going to happen that way. Same way with Cleveland. Deshaun Watson was still there. He was good enough. I think that's the kind of the ebb and flow of the season. And those guys they're not pushovers. They were in a different, it was a different time in the season.
Yeah, definitely. And that's why it's not catastrophic that they lost those games. It's not like, oh my God, I can't believe Cleveland played really well and Minnesota played really well. Cincinnati just went into the building and beat them. Yeah. With Minnesota and Cleveland, you can look at, missed kick in Cleveland, and Minnesota, they fumble in the first drive in the red zone. There's a missed kick in that one too. Cincinnati just beat the brakes off them. And I think since then, we've seen this with the Niners a couple of times. Well, in 2021 and 2022, they were 500 or sub 500 or whatever at week 8, and then they went on a roll. And that's kind of what's happened here. They just happened to lose 3 in a row. They were sitting at 5-3. It was their best record after 8 games since 2019, and now they're just kind of rolling again. So I that's why I'm not fearing that they're going to go lose to Seattle, but I think because of the way they're playing right now, and because they went in and they beat Philly, and because they no longer have that margin of error where, hey, they need that 1 seed. They know they need that week off. Trent Williams needs that week off. Deebo Samuel, as tough as he plays, needs that week off. Christian McCaffrey, as many carries as he gets, as many touches as he gets, needs that week off. And maybe they look at the Philly game and they go, all right, we did it. We've conquered the beast. Here, we're good. We're coasting. But I also think there's an element of, hey, we beat Philly. We're the best team in the league. This is a group of players that has had umpteen chances to go to / win the Super Bowl, and they haven't yet. They've only gotten over that hump in the NFC once, and then they lost that game. Deebo Samuel knows what that's like. Fred Warner, George Kittle, all the leaders on this team know what that's like. Trent Williams got not a ton of football left.
Right.
He knows that this is it. Kyle Juszczyk knows that he is there, and they see the light at the end of the tunnel on their careers. They're not going to have that many chances. And I think after you beat Philly the way they did, I think you have to look, if you're the 49ers, you have to look in the mirror and go, this is it.
Yeah.
This is the shot. And resting in a week against Seattle and going, that's just not an option. It's sprint through the finish line.
For this group, this is the year.
This is it.
We talked about that before the season. This is the best chance this franchise has had in 25, 30 years to win a Super Bowl. This is the team. And the other thing I was going to ask you about is, do you think what they went through with that 3-game losing streak helps them in a situation like this? I'm not really big on NCAA tournament. Oh man, lose that conference tournament game, so you can understand that you're not unbeatable going into that. But only reason I ask in this case is you can beat the hell out of the Eagles, but you've shown, as much as you're the best team in football, I don't want to get too crazy, but you believe just like everybody else.
No doubt.
Right?
No doubt.
So if you don't come to play, we already saw what happens when you don't come to play. Stay locked in and do what you're supposed to do, and you can do whatever you want out there.
The only issue I have with that is this team's been through everything. They went to the Super Bowl in 2019, and they've lost the Super Bowl. In 2020, they had a lost season where a bunch of dudes were hurt, and it was just a bad year. They didn't even make the playoffs. 21, they're awful at the beginning. They get on a roll late, losing the NFC title game. A game they should have won, a game where you have a Jaquiski Tart drop, and you have a couple chances at the end to drive down and win, and you don't. And then in 2022, same thing. Not great to start the year, but rip off a bunch of wins at the end. You get to the NFC title game, boom, Brock Purdy goes down. You're done. This team has faced so many different kinds of adversity that for me, them needing that 3-week loss, that 3-week losing streak to be oh yeah, no, that's what we needed. I just don't. I think they've been through everything. And if you can't lock in now, then what are we even doing here?
So that's the thing. Which, speaking from a non-fan perspective, just watching them play football, I think they're locked in.
It feels like it. I also thought that after they beat the hell out of the Cowboys.
I got you, and that's fair. I'd argue the only argument I'd make is week 15 versus week 13. Or excuse me, week 5 versus week 13. Like
that's true. That's true.
Like this is real now. Like you're nearing the end of this thing, and now those weeks are going to start passing. The time between games is going to start passing by differently because you lock in for these games against Seattle. You got that big one on Christmas Day. Then you got 2 weeks of the season left. They're going to be talking about the Commanders. That's all we're thinking about is the Commanders, and they're all going to be lying, and that's okay. They're doing what they're supposed to do. You're supposed to lie to us. You're thinking about the Commanders, sure, but you know what's ahead. And in order for you to get to what's ahead, you got to stay locked in on the Commanders. You got to stay locked in on the Rams. You got to stay locked in. You got to stay locked in on the Ravens. You got to stay locked in on that. There's a point in a season where everything becomes real for championship contenders. That's why I thought your assessment, people might not be able to see through the 49ers and the gritty and the laughing and all of that stuff. I think the assessment of wondering, like, did the 49ers maybe break the Eagles last week? I think that's a totally fair question. I don't think we'll necessarily learn the answer to that this week unless they just flat out get their ass kicked by Dallas, which isn't, I don't think that's the way that this game is going to go. But if they're sent into a second loss in a row after losing one game in the first 12 weeks, I think that's going to start to sow some doubt. The 49ers have been through that. They don't want not the 49ers the 49ers. These players have been through that. They ain't going through that again. You said it at the beginning of the year, and I think you are 100% right. This team is focused on one. There's no stupid ass revenge tour. There's no clever nickname to the season. It's what was the line in the text thread last night? Standing on business, right? That's what this is. That's all. That's what this is.
Just win the Super Bowl. That's
it.
That's
literally it.
That's just win the Super Bowl.
Can I say something real quick about the whole Niners dressing in black for the Eagles game? That was like 6 people who did that. It wasn't like the whole team pulled up in black. People were talking about how they showed up all like no, Debo did that.
The only one that mattered was Debo.
Yeah,
Debo did it. That was a lot of leather he was wearing. They probably murdered 2 cows to
if
get
you're gonna
that
if you're gonna
outfit done.
if you're gonna wear that much leather, you have to go for 116 and 3 touchdowns.
No, if you're going to wear that much leather, you need to donate a game check to PETA. Like that is an extraordinary amount of leather. And then wore the jewelry on the outside of the turtleneck. That was fire.
Yeah, gloves on.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
No, I saw
Debo can go though. Debo's walk-in it doesn't get enough love. Like Debo,
really strong.
when he walked in with the Gucci suit and
really good.
He got it like that. Him and Trent got it like that.
Oh yeah. I saw somebody say that if you're the Niners, the 1 seed is all important now because you can't go back to Philly and win now because you've got. And one of the reasons was they dressed for the funeral and you dressed in all black and you made a big show of it. And then you go win and you wave goodbye to the fans. And well, now you can't go back there and they're not going to win if they go back there because they already it's like, bro, like 6 dudes wore all black. Come on, man. Was it?
Well,
I don't think the Niners, if they have to go to Philly for the NFC title game, like, which is very, very real. If they go to the NFC championship game, there's a very real chance it will be through Philly.
And that's fine. Can we also point out they'll probably be a game. We're talking NFC championship here, right? I don't think the Eagles are going to play a scrub in the divisional round.
No, if they're the 1 seed, they're probably playing the Cowboys.
Yeah. Okay.
Oof.
Okay. Oof. Like we get it. Let's worry about hosting the 49ers again later. Like let's not let that be our chief concern right now.
Sure.
Y'all get past the Cowboys this week. You get past the Cowboys this week. Y'all hey, we had a hiccup. You could say a lot if you get past the Cowboys this week. Where are you at with that, by the way? Because all 3 of us have the Cowboys winning that game.
I don't.
You got the Eagles.
Yeah, and it's not like I have 2 separate things. Dak has been awesome. CeeDee Lamb is incredible. Micah Parsons is a DPOY candidate from now until 2035. Like they are, DeMarcus Lawrence is incredible. And Deron Bland, shout out Sac State, is having
That's amazing. Yeah,
remarkable,
amazing.
remarkable year. He gets all those because people test him all the time because he's not that good. But five pick sixes is crazy. They're an awesome team. Okay, I don't want Mike McCarthy is a terrible coach. And you have the Cowboys in a huge spot this week. You're asking me, do I think the Cowboys can beat the Eagles? 100%. The Cowboys roster is right up there with the 49ers and the Eagles as the best rosters in the league. But you're asking me to trust Mike McCarthy to win a big game? I cannot do that, man.
I understand.
I cannot.
I understand, and I think it's fair. But Mike McCarthy doesn't get any credit for the Cowboys records?
No.
Okay. Well,
No, you can get credit for the records. You can get credit, but what's your favorite Mike McCarthy big game moment?
Ezekiel Elliott. Ezekiel
Elliott playing center.
That's my favorite.
Well, it's either that or
him
and Dak thinking that they can run 2 plays in 7 seconds.
Like what? It just meltdown after meltdown. Like Mike McCarthy is a Super Bowl winning coach. Shout out. He should have 6. With the teams he's had and the talent he's had, I don't like. He is. So obviously he's not. They win a lot of games. That's awesome. Congrats. But in a big spot, I will never, ever trust Mike McCarthy. Ever.
Okay. I have to let you go home. But Mike Tomlin.
I'm hanging out.
All right. Then we're just going to keep going. Mike Tomlin, Andy Reid, Kyle Shanahan. Dallas Cowboys win the Super Bowl? In any version, any of the last 3 years? Dallas Cowboys win the Super Bowl?
That's a good question.
I think with Andy Reid, they probably do. Who was the other one?
Kyle.
He hasn't won one yet. But
you almost can't say yes with Kyle Shanahan. You almost can't say yes because he has the 49ers and the Cowboys are really close.
So if Kyle Shanahan was the Cowboys coach tonight, I would pick them
to beat the Eagles.
Yes.
To win the Super Bowl.
Maybe.
So, well, let me.
I'm on my TC right now.
He's the head coach.
Oh boy! Wow.
He's the head coach.
Somewhere TC's going, yeah, Kyle, yeah.
He's the head coach. It's all his responsibility. But I do want to be a little fair to the situation. And I don't know how much say he has on it, but Kellen Moore was the OC.
Mm-hmm.
Kellen Moore was making those calls.
Sure.
And I mean, does Mike can't get it done in a big game, can't make a play call? Should that all be on McCarthy?
Yeah, he's the head coach, man.
Okay. Then what do we have offensive coordinators for?
Did you know Kyle Shanahan was the head coach of a Super Bowl in Atlanta?
I know, it's crazy. It's crazy how he blew that game.
It's wild.
He called the defense and everything. It was nuts.
That'll be a trivia question one day. Who's the head coach of that Atlanta Falcons team that blew the Super Bowl?
Next time at Bar West.
Kyle Shanahan. Yeah, right. Right.
Kyle Shanahan. I got it. It's Kyle Shanahan. No, sir, it's not.
But with somebody like Mike McCarthy, remember Andy Reid was the same way before he got Patrick Mahomes. So I mean, maybe Dallas wins this game and they go and they win a Super Bowl and it's like, oh hey, Mike McCarthy's a good coach. But I gotta see it before I start being like, oh yeah, the Cowboys are a buzzsaw. Watch out.
Well, that's the other part of this conversation. Is it McCarthy's fault? Was it Andy Reid? Was it Andy Reid's fault, or was it Donovan McNabb? And when Andy Reid started winning, was it because he got a quarterback that could take him there instead of having Donovan?
Andy Reid wasn't on the sideline puking. Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah. And Dak, well,
he's not been good in big spots. That's true.
So I don't know. I think
another reason that I am leaning so heavily on the Cowboys this week.
Think Dak got it?
No, I just keep looking like you can't do this again. Like no one, I don't think anyone will ever believe in you if you do it again in this moment, right? I don't know that anyone will buy your act because you've got good, like you are on fire right now and you're beating teams by a lot at home. This game's in Dallas. You have 14 straight in Dallas. You're not going to get this goodwill again if you blow this game versus the Eagles.
Yeah. The other reason why I think the Cowboys are going to win this game I thought it before the 49ers game, and I probably think it a little bit more now, is the Eagles, and maybe it's only the 49ers that can do this, but the Eagles got real problems on defense. Like that whole thing about if you can hold up to that defensive line, the linebackers in the secondary, you can barbecue chicken them. I think that's real. And the same thing applies for these Cowboys. If they can keep Dak upright, I think they could feast on that defense. The Eagles, I don't want to make it like they're this bad team or whatever, but I think there is an element to those wins mask a lot of the things we were seeing with our eyes. Like they're not as good as they were last year.
They're definitely not as good as they were last year.
And I think Dallas has the personnel to continue to expose that.
I agree. I totally agree. I don't trust Mike McCarthy though.
Well,
okay.
I'd rather not bet on Mike McCarthy and lose than bet on Mike McCarthy and lose.
You can sleep at night.
Yeah. Like, well, they were, but if I'm like,
might be the
bet on Mike
fairest
McCarthy,
assessment
like,
of all
damn it.
time. It might be the fairest assessment of all time. You know what I missed yesterday while we were out at Sky River is Ty Davis Price is back.
He is back.
Yeah,
Came out of
out.
nowhere.
Good
And
for
what's
him.
his name? Gave him his locker back. I
Logan
don't want to
Ryan?
say it like that, but yeah, the guy they signed when they cut.
Yeah, Logan Ryan.
Yeah, Logan Ryan.
Good for him.
Gave him his locker back.
Nice guy.
Yeah.
Logan Ryan.
Real quick about the 49ers. Armstead out. How big is that? How concerned are you about him not being able to play?
It's a little bit of a thing for sure, but I think in this game it's not a particularly huge issue. If he's going to be like out for the year, now it becomes a problem. But against Seattle, Eric Armstead shouldn't be the difference between a win and a loss. Like you get Kevin Givens or Kalia Davis or more Javon Kinlaw. Javon Kinlaw has been playing a little better lately.
Yeah, he's got his first sack in 3 years.
Yeah.
And
Oh my
He's
gosh.
got the easiest sack
yeah,
of his
the guy
life.
fell and he touched him. But
That was
still
the ball
counts.
game, by the way. That was it.
When that
'Cause
happened,
they were in the deep red zone.
Oh yeah,
before that play.
Yeah.
He falls down, and now their 3rd and goal from the 5 turns into 3rd and goal from the 20. They kick a field goal at 6-0 instead of having a chance to make it 10-0. I think if the Niners go down 10-0, I think they lose that game.
Oh, I remember that play.
Yeah.
We were talking about that play.
Dude, that's what Kyle Shanahan talked about. That like every game comes down to 2 or 3 plays.
Yeah.
And he's like, if 2 or 3 plays go the other way, we lose instead of winning by 23 points. And I think that's spot on. So yeah, the Niners kicked the heck out of the Eagles last Sunday, but by no means do I think the 49ers are 3 touchdowns better than the Eagles.
I think they're 2 touchdowns. I think they're just better than the Eagles. They're better than everybody when they're healthy. One more thing.
We got time. You don't have to.
Oh,
yeah, we're riding. Kyle.
I'm going to the ham holiday party tonight.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, so I'm just
Nice.
chilling here until I go there.
Very nice.
Well, I mean,
Awesome.
he told me I could come up early.
I was
so-
going to say, sir, like,
I'm
there's got to be a better option
Hey,
than
I'm
that.
hanging out through KSFM. Let's go, baby.
Oh, you'll be hanging out here alone. We got a concert to go to tonight.
Oh, you're going to T-Pain.
Yeah,
I'm so
that's
jealous.
why we're missing the holiday party.
Oh man, I was listening to my shuffle.
We're bringing
today,
out T-Pain.
and
Yeah.
I like that by T-Pain came on, and that is a banger.
It is.
Kyle was the one who alerted me to
Shining
the
by
over the covers album. I didn't know that it dropped, and he was like, "Hey, you've got to hear this."
New T-Pain,
And I
bro.
put it on, and he started belting Sam Cooke. I was like, "Hey,
Yo,
the hell is this?"
Unbelievably talented.
every
Yeah, that dude
I
can go.
you know what I've never ever done in my life? Well, lots of things, but you know what I've never ever done in my life? Meth. No, no. You know what is had a T-Pain song come on and been like, nah, next. That's
Oh,
never
no.
once happened to me.
No.
New T-Pain comes, I'm like, okay, here we go, turn it up. I
You
love
know what
T-Pain.
song?
By the way, for those who are wondering, we still will be on KSFM today.
Magic of
Yeah.
radio.
From the concert, live from the concert.
That's what
That's
we
old
said.
school.
That's what we
That's
said.
old school.
That's what
who
we
was it?
said when we recorded
You,
it. 2
you guys
days
are
ago.
talking like, hey, we live out here at T-Pain.
Yeah, that's exactly. It's like you were here when we did that.
Hey, who was outside? Well, just alive. I guess you didn't have to. I wasn't outside, but who remembers when they used to?
Spring Jams live.
When did they stop that?
Probably when they realized it sounded like crap on the radio.
Yeah, because I remember I was like 8. I don't even know. I don't know if it was.
Yeah,
what
it
was,
sounded terrible.
But they used to broadcast.
Then
the
artists started
concert
cussing
live.
more, and they were like, "Yeah, we can't keep doing this. This isn't gonna fly anymore."
I was like 8 years old. Turn on the KSFM. They broadcast.
Mark
live.
S. Allen live from Spring Jam.
Yeah. I want to ask you about this. You got a little better knowledge about this. Maybe I do. Is there an arbitrary deadline for a possible Zach Ertz signing?
Nah, I don't think so.
Do you think that happens?
I don't think Niners are that interested.
You don't think so? I mean,
nah.
why
I think
wouldn't they
I
be
think
that
the value.
interested?
I think the value because he can't block. I don't know how good of a blocker he is, and I just don't know. I think there would be value in keeping him away from Baltimore or Philly, because you talk about Philly specifically. One of the big things the Niners didn't have to do was worry about the middle of the field in the passing game. So you just have Fred Warner just hang out and spy Jalen Hurts, and that's what it was. If you have Dallas Goedert running around or Zach Ertz running around, now all of a sudden middle of the field opens up a little bit. And I think the same thing with Baltimore. So much of their passing game was through Mark Andrews. And I think that if you get Zach Ertz in there, he's not Mark Andrews, but is the threat. So I think there'd be a little value there, but I don't think the Niners run enough two tight end stuff to make it valuable. And I don't think that they'll think he's a better blocker than Charlie Warner is at this point. So
well,
the
fact of the matter is, Kyle, you just sold me. Go sign him. Make sure he didn't sign anywhere else.
That's
just like Cody Ross in 2010 with the San Francisco Giants. They didn't want him to go to the Padres, so they signed him. Go ahead and get this guy. Hell, he could never play. I don't care. Anything that needs to be done to get this Super Bowl here has to be done.
Yeah.
Go sign him. Kyle said it.
I don't hate the idea.
You don't hate the idea?
No, not at all.
After all this, Super Bowl gets here. Whew. Thank God the 49ers signed Zach Ertz, boy. I don't know if this would have gotten it done without his Week 13 signing. Not to minimize Zach Ertz. You mentioned Armstead. I was thinking about Eric a sec. Like you mentioned, probably, obviously you want Eric back. But it feels like his absence for like a Baltimore game would be massive.
Oh yeah, for sure. So Matt Mayoko said this on the radio in the Bay Area yesterday. And when Matt Mayoko says stuff, it's usually like educated.
Yeah.
He said that his guess is that, quote unquote, is that they go like basically sit Armstead until the Baltimore game.
Oh.
He's got a foot and a knee thing.
Okay.
Get through the next couple of weeks, and then Monday night get him back in and for that big game against Baltimore. So.
Yeah, that's what I think they should do. I kind of thought the same thing. Like, not that you don't want to be too arrogant and be like, we don't need him to win this game, but
no. But if
it comes down to if you can get him healthier,
right, for
the postseason.
Right. If this was a playoff game, he'd play.
Thank you,
Kyle Gentry,
Alvin Madson over here. Jeez. Shout out Evan Gentry. That is not a shot at you.
No.
We just really wish you hadn't said that twice.
Kyle Shanahan says that all the time.
I don't like when coaches do that. Just stop.
This game, if
it's not a playoff game. It's the third game of the season. Like, let's not do that.
This is this game was on a Sunday. He'd play.
Okay. Oh, well,
it's out on Thursday.
You got to play Thursday, but so you can't play.
Yeah, this is a playoff game on a Sunday.
Oh my goodness!
There with
wow,
bells
yeah,
on, bro.
He'd be ready to go. He'd be 100%.
I'm ready for
Hey, would you rather? I'm gonna shift gears real quick.
Yeah.
How much time we got? 1 minute?
No, you got time. No, you got like 3
minutes. Okay, here we I asked this to
Doesn't
Damien.
matter.
We were talking about this at the end of. Yeah,
you ever been on this show before?
No, you're right. That's crazy. Would you rather have Keegan Murray if he is maxed out at his ceiling? Would you rather have him be Michael Porter Jr. or Aaron Gordon? I don't think that's his ceiling, by the way. We're just throwing out names.
Are we?
Somebody in the chat house.
I don't want to make this too convoluted, but are we talking about like we're not talking injuries, right?
Yeah, no.
He's healthy and he's talented.
Is he
same talent player?
Basically, is he a bad defender who chucks and sometimes he's going to give you 35 and sometimes he's going to give you 8, or is he a good defender, versatile defender who's going to go get you some rebounds? He might only give you a couple points, but he's going to affect the game in a ton of other ways.
I'd rather Michael Porter Jr. Because I think you can go find Aaron Gordon. You can go find. You can go find a defender.
See, I think I feel the same way, but for the opposite reason. I feel like you can go find a guy who's like, yeah, you need to put some shots. Yeah, I can do that. Now, Michael Porter Jr. might be a way better scorer than he's been in his career so far. Like he might just be a freaking bucket. But I think Aaron Gordon, the way he's kind of evolved his game, where he's like a 2 through 4, sometimes 5, depending on the 5 defender. He hustles. He you're getting 100% from him every night, and sometimes he's going to give you 25. I think those guys are way harder to find.
It's
for me.
no, it's a fair point. It's a great question too, but I'm always looking at it as if you got a guy that they got a game plan, because if you don't game plan for him, he can go for 30
That's
to 40. I take that because, like I said, not saying that he's playing in the NBA Finals. I don't know if that happened, but go find Kessler Edwards to go guard somebody for a little bit. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Now Kessler Edwards is not Aaron Gordon. He's not. But like a Herb Jones, like you found Herb Jones in the second round.
Yeah.
And he's this incredible, versatile defender. I just think that you can find that a little easier than a Michael Porter Jr. But that's a great question.
That's fair.
Yeah, that is a good one. I said Aaron Gordon for the record.
James said Jamal Murray.
As James has never gotten an assignment he understood, like ever.
My favorite thing was I was listening one time and you said, who's there more pressure on? De'Aaron Fox or Domantas Sabonis? And he went, neither.
Damn. Thank you, James.
My man.
All right, James, you fill the next 40 minutes. Big thanks to Kyle Madson for spending the last 40 some odd minutes with us. Does great work as always over on the Insiders, as well as on the Candlestick Chronicles podcast and over at NinersWire.com. We'll come back much more ahead here at Steele and KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Well,
got a lot of visitors in the studio.
Aldrin, I'll ask you this: if Michael Porter Jr. is so easy to find, why haven't the Kings found him yet?
Dang. Well, James made a good point. They might have him Malik Monk.
It's a good call. It's a good call.
Dang. Like, all right, James.
It's a good call.
I forget what I was going to say. I got nothing for you guys. Sorry.
No, okay.
Happens a lot.
The other two that keep walking by? So yeah, no. So the ones that I introduced you to, yeah, that's Dana in the show. We might bring them in later. I don't know who the other two people who keep walking by are.
Are they doing that here?
No.
Oh, okay. I didn't think so.
Yeah,
like,
they're
dang,
doing
that's
it.
wild.
Yeah, they're doing it in Phoenix.
Okay.
Yeah, so they're on in Phoenix and here, maybe San Antonio too.
Dang.
Yeah, but Phoenix and here for sure.
So tonight is
they're really good.
Is the Dana Cortez finals for the Kings?
Yes.
Dang.
Yeah. Well, it's the KSFM finals. It's Dana's hometown versus ours. But yeah, it's her two cities. They're two cities.
Right.
Sure.
Okay.
Automatic.
Their other city is rebuilding.
Automatic. Yes, indeed. Automatic is so one of the guys named DJ Automatic. He's the house DJ for the Suns.
Oh, okay, cool.
So he does all of the mixing there.
Right on. I have some notes for him. Have him call me.
Yeah.
K-pop. Been to a lot of Suns games.
K-pop. Yep.
I mean, dude, for basketball, some of the beats would work. Just saying.
I only know what you exposed me to, Pauls. Yep. I know. You haven't even unpacked them yet, have you? Yep. Yeah. See, thank you.
What did James say earlier about? God, what did he said something about something about a head coach. He said busting on a head coach or something on a head coach. It was like, whoa. Dude, what?
You know what the great part is? We could throw a flag on James and he wouldn't even lean into the show.
I just whenever
just keep talking.
Okay. He'll say, dude, that's 100% what he does. He'll say something wild. He'll be like, and sometimes you just have to pull it out and go in. And I'm like, pause. And he'll be like, yeah. And then just keep going.
You know what he waits for is he waits for the chatty house to get him. Then he'll semi acknowledge it. He'll be like, oh, okay.
Be like, what?
I got one.
Did the chatty house say something all right. Yeah. God, what did he? God, I wish I could remember what he said. It was definitely like, whoa. It was something like that.
That's wild. That is wild.
Man, LeBron is still just a physical.
Did you know he's in year 21?
I didn't. I wish they would write about it.
Jason Tatum's been 19 for his entire career.
That's right. And don't ever disrespect that.
That's amazing.
Crazy thing for real is, didn't he just turn 25?
Yeah, I think it's like 25
Tatum.
or 26.
Been in the league a decade.
That's what I'm saying.
It turned 25.
Been around forever.
Cool. All right. Goodbye, everybody.
I like this. I'm reading a Miles Turner quote. I think we won the trade personally, but I'm biased, of course.
Okay.
I think it was mutually beneficial. Fox got something that he needed, and I got the point guard that he needed. Or the point guard that I needed, excuse me. Nothing wrong with that.
Good job, Miles.
Those days when I was playing the 4 alongside Sabonis before the Haliburton trade, those were dark days for me because I wasn't happy. I didn't really enjoy my role. Didn't really enjoy a lot of the scrutiny that came with playing out of a position. It wasn't all bad. It definitely wasn't good.
Dark days. Didn't you go to the playoffs?
I went to the playoffs.
Kind of selfish if you ask me, but whatever.
I wish we could have turned the television up a few minutes ago when Shavana was at the podium.
But he's speaking candidly. And I always, whether I agree or disagree with somebody, speaking candidly, that's what we want as fans and people in the media. We don't want the same old, oh no, it's just, it's the NBA and, good teams are going to get good players. Like,
well, I'd want him to say that. Like, I'd expect him to say that. Like, yeah, we won the trade, of course.
Yeah,
but he
that's
also,
what I'm saying,
but he also acknowledged Kings didn't lose it.
Well,
I can't wait till we're
he
talking
said
about
we won the trade.
Well, he said it's mutually beneficial. Fox got what he needed, and I got what I needed. Like, I mean, he feels good about the way this went, as he should.
I didn't like. Well, I can't speak for him. If it was dark days for him, it was dark days for him. But they were going to the playoffs, and he's like, "It's dark days."
Well, I think playing at a position is probably really hard for a player. Like, I think if you play a position your entire career, getting you to the league, and you get drafted by a team that's like, man, we really like you, but we got a player who's really good at your position. We're going to play you in a different spot. Yeah, I think that's probably really hard. Like, I'm sympathetic to that for sure.
This might be difficult, but you're winning games. I wouldn't call it dark days.
It might be, but he's talking about him personally.
That's what I'm saying. I can't
like
talk about how he really,
he was. I always thought he was good. I think we always thought he was good. Hell, we were trying to trade for him.
Yeah.
Like we're like, hey, get Miles Turner to Sacramento.
Yeah.
But he probably thinks, yeah, I could have done so much more. Or he's probably thinking at the time, I can do so much more. We're winning some games. We're getting to the playoffs. We got a good squad here, but I'm not doing what I know I can do. I'm sympathetic towards that. I like Miles Turner.
I would like if they weren't so damn scary. I'd like to talk to some of these guys, the KOCs, the Zach Lowe's not scary. I wouldn't call him that.
Oh no,
Zach Lowe's, Tim Bontemps, all these guys, and just be like, when are you guys ever gonna let this go? Like, why? Like, do you talk about this because in the way that they do when they reference like the trade and all this other stuff? Do you talk about it for clicks? Because I don't even think anybody really cares at this point anymore.
I feel like it gets selectively brought up now, and only when Tyrese is doing something big.
That's for sure.
Like it's selectively brought up, like with the trade and stuff like that. I don't think there's ever been like anything on the King side with this trade.
So let me do this first because I want to make sure we're talking about two different things. I think it's perfectly fair to come up in the context of this interview in The Athletic.
Oh, I thought it was at the media day.
No.
Okay.
No, Sam.
I mean, even then, I still probably wouldn't have asked it.
Sam talked to Miles Turner.
Gotcha.
I'm assuming Sam's in Las Vegas. He talked to Miles Turner. He wrote about it. He asked him about like Haliburton and what he's meant to this team. He didn't ask him about the trade. He asked him about Tyrese. That was I read you Miles Turner's response. That I just want to make sure we're separating the two things.
I got you.
That's what my quote was
asked
from.
That at this media.
No. No. Well, he might have been. I have no. Obviously, we have the sound down. He very well may have been asked about it. But the fact is, I don't know that it's going to get. I don't know that there's a point where it's going to stop.
But the truth, the fact that
Jesse's right. It's
he's
selective.
100% right.
It's
like,
selective.
It's never It's never
when
even
De'Aaron went for
mentioned.
43 the other night,
Yeah.
it wasn't brought up.
If the Kings won a title, the talk would just die out. It wouldn't be the Kings won it. It would just be like
Right.
Vince McMahon limousine blowing up. Just ignore this.
No, I think people like Kevin O'Connor would still treat Tyrese as better. Or Kevin O'Connor wouldn't cover that NBA Finals
No,
unless it was against the Pacers. If it was the Kings versus the Bucks, like Kevin O'Connor would just go to Turks and Caicos.
And that's what I want to ask these clowns. And they
Well, I don't think you're going to be able to ask them if you're calling them that.
They do. Well, they're behaving like
Except
clowns.
Bontemps. Bontemps is a.
Kevin O'Connor.
I wish Ham would have Bontemps on a happy hour. I'd be the first one in there.
Man, I'd be in that Zoom.
I'd be in there with my hand up. Ham, Ham.
Hey, you imagine the Kings Pacers finals and they're talking, how do we get Tyrese the MVP even though they lost?
That's what they do.
Oh, that'd be the tweet. Tyrese gonna be the
exactly
first player
what
to
they
ever
do.
win the MVP in a loss.
He'd be the Jerry West.
He averaged a triple-double. Hey, Kevin, what did De'Aaron average?
35.
Well, so
Kings won the title with Tyrese had a triple-double. I think we know who won the deal.
Kevin Ramsey O'Connor.
So I'd almost respect it more if they were transparent enough to be like, yes, we want the engagement. And then these are the things that I talk about when it was more so last year. And I think what goes on this year is part of that as well. Is the Kings are one of the most relevant teams in the NBA. These guys, these writers, they live for this engagement. They live for this attention that they get from talking about the Kings. Whether it's they talk about them good, make a joke, compare the Pacers thing or whatever, they love to mention the Kings. Kings are unbelievably, and probably more so than you would think they are, relevant to NBA Twitter. Everybody always got to talk about the Kings.
Mm-hmm.
Always. Kevin O'Connor, Zach Lowe, all these dudes, Bontemps, they got to involve the Kings because it feels like, and I'm not here to say this is true or not, but it feels like we moved the needle for NBA Twitter. Because why would you, if nobody was talking about this, nobody was responding, nobody cared, why would you bring it up? Constantly bring it up. It's one of the biggest stories in the NBA involving the Kings.
I didn't listen to this. I was listening to Nicki Minaj this morning. I didn't know Zach Lowe said the Pacers won the trade on his pod today. That's weird. Zach Lowe usually don't do that. So there's one thing about Tyrese that's funny that none of these guys will acknowledge because they weren't here. And despite the fact that they all seem to have known that Tyrese was the greatest player to ever exist when he was traded, they didn't know how many times D'Lo and KC came on the air and were like, you know what could set Tyrese over the top a little bit? If he shot more. If Tyrese would shoot more, like that could be a game changer for Sacramento. He just doesn't do it. It's not in his nature. Mr. Haliburton joined us. Mr. Haliburton, his dad was on this show telling us, I've told Tyrese to shoot more. He just doesn't want to do it. That's not what he likes to do. Tyrese Haliburton himself went to the podium and answered a question about shooting more. Yeah, they've been telling me that my whole life. They want me to shoot more. That's not what I do.
Right.
They've been trying to get me to shoot more my whole life. In Sacramento, his one season here, 10.7 shots per game. Second season, before the trade, 11.5. Do you know how many shots he's getting up now?
Probably 18.
18 shots per game. He's doing exactly what we begged him to do here, there. Maybe it's the coaching. Maybe it's the organization. Maybe it's Rick Carlisle that got to. I don't know what it is. We were begging him to shoot more when he was here, and he wouldn't. But all these hoes just tuning in are like, oh, man, I can't believe they didn't keep De'Aaron and Tyrese together. This wasn't Tyrese. Tyrese just flat out was like, no, that's not what I do.
Right.
Like Tyrese's dad was telling him, hey, just shoot more. No. I guess Rick Carlisle got through to him. Shout out to Coach Carlisle.
I'm losing respect for these guys' basketball acumen and opinion. I mean, it's just, and Secure in the Brain brings it up. You would think the damn Pacers are about to break the Warriors record for consecutive wins to start the season. They're 12-8. The Kings are 11-8.
They're just eager to call it out. Like we're calling the trade over because they got to the in-season tournament final.
Well, they're calling the trade over because they couldn't do it last year.
That's the thing.
The Kings. Look, keep it a stack. Did the Pacers make the playoffs last year?
Absolutely not.
Did the Sacramento Kings?
Yes.
Great. Did this? Come on, man. This is. I love Tyrese Haliburton. This isn't about Tyrese Haliburton.
This is about these clowns.
No, but this question isn't about Tyrese Haliburton. Did they trade Tyrese and improve?
Yes.
What are we talking about?
I don't know.
It's almost the Brock Purdy thing. They didn't know, right? They didn't know. They didn't cover him. They didn't understand it. They don't know what he did. They don't know how he did what he did last year. They wanted Jimmy because they knew Jimmy and they covered Jimmy, and Jim was Bill Belichick. Jimmy was the Patriots. They knew all of that. I don't know this Brock Purdy stuff. Oh, it must be Kyle. We know Kyle. We write about Kyle Shanahan. It's got to be Kyle. It's the same thing. It's the exact. How are the Kings here? I don't know. Let's just ignore it. What did the Kings need? What did the Kings ask of Tyrese when he was here? I don't know. I wasn't watching that sorry ass team. Let's not talk about it. Let's just wait for Tyrese. Let's everybody gas Tyrese up. He's gonna blow up. He's gonna be great. We knew he was. Everybody here knew he was gonna be great. Let's just wait. Let's just wait. Okay, now we got him because they're in the in-season tournament final with the same exact record as Sacramento. Funny enough, no one's pointing out that the Pacers are playing damn near identical to the way that the Sacramento Kings played last year.
Oh, we got, how many injuries have the Pacers had so far this year?
Well,
that's another thing too.
Well, they don't get the injuries don't matter with anyone other than Sacramento. That's crazy. We'll come back, man. We've got a lot more to talk about. Kings will never be covered fairly.
No.
You know what? More specifically,
who you
I
guys
don't care.
listen to.
I don't care that the Kings aren't covered fairly. I do care that De'Aaron's not covered fairly. De'Aaron Fox is a star. De'Aaron Fox is a superstar in this league. And to that get in that for that to get brushed aside to focus on a trade that all of these hoes got wrong, a year and some change ago is weak to me.
Beware who you guys listen.
We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings. We'll talk 49ers. We'll talk NFL. We'll open up the phone lines as well. 916-909-1320. Steeler 1 KC brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Sorry, I got to get that other half of that donut. That was.
Oh man, Katrina, I haven't forgot about you. So Kyle, I looked in the. Let me see if I can find it. So I didn't realize it was on the podcast. I read his column this morning. I didn't realize it was on the podcast. Saclo Kings. Try that.
Who said that, Carlton? Is that what he said? I mean, how's that a bad thing? Russell Westbrook is going to the Hall of Fame.
Russell Westbrook won the MVP.
You imagine sticking with a guy who's averaging 30 and 6?
People just they dumb. I don't know everything, but I know them some more than some of these mother lovers.
They don't like basketball, bro.
Let's say today's the 8th. Yeah, guys, I don't think I'm gonna be able to find this on Twitter. I'm just gonna have to listen to the podcast later.
Guess Zach Lowe's YouTube segments aren't getting a view from me anymore.
Well, I'll give him a shot. I'll wait to see what he.
No, didn't see it, Aldrin. No, I don't think I watched a Sharks game since they came back from down 3-0 against the Kings. And I only remember that game because it was happening at the same time Dame Lillard hit the bye-bye shot. Sharks low-key cooking. Weren't they the worst team in hockey 2 weeks ago? Didn't they just get their first win like 2 weeks ago? I don't know. Weren't the Sharks the worst team in hockey like 2 weeks ago?
Now they're back.
What the hell's going on here?
The vibes are up again. I went last year and that place was dead.
I like to go. Going to San Jose just seems so far. I go to Santa Clara, but about the same thing.
All right. Shout out to Kyle Johnson, who sent the quote from Zach Lowe's podcast to us. Zach Lowe on Tyrese Haliburton. He's the best pick and roll ball handler in the league. He's an MVP candidate, first team All-NBA candidate. You can frame that trade as a win-win trade if you'd like. The Pacers won it. So let's take out the pick and roll part because that's not, that's more Domas than De'Aaron.
Right.
He's an MVP candidate. Does that pertain to De'Aaron Fox?
Yes.
First team All-NBA candidate. Does that pertain to De'Aaron Fox?
Yes.
What are we talking about? Stan Van Gundy was just on national television 4 nights ago talking about De'Aaron Fox being an MVP candidate.
It is.
What are we doing?
It is disrespectful. And the thing that I'm always like intrigued by is, and this is this is funny because when you talk about Domas, who was Kevin O'Connor, clown ass Kevin O'Connor, the other day had that tweet talking about Domas's defense. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So defense matters when we talk about Domas, rim protection, all this other stuff. But when talking about Tyrese, defense don't matter no more. Being a two-way player don't matter no more. It's fine. Just be unbelievable on offense. That's all that matters anymore. It's just selective. It's lazy. It's stupid. And I don't like it because I love the game. I love the NBA. So I look at Tyrese Haliburton. I love what he's doing. He's phenomenal. But to paint what's going on with him, bring in the Kings and have all this other stuff, it's just stupid.
Is this trade getting assessed the wrong way? Because it seems like it's player for player, like Tyrese for Domantas Sabonis. And in reality, like you make a trade to make your team like improve them, and it's like it's working out with the Kings. Looks like it's working out with the Pacers. Like I don't get why they're assessing it. Kind of like it's just a player for player, like whatever,
Because they're clowns. I ain't got no problem with that. They're lazy.
Man, I don't want to put Zach Lowe in that category. That's too bad.
Lazy.
That's too bad. I expect better from him.
Lazy.
It's a great point. Lazy. It's all we talk about. Domas didn't get an All NBA last year. Didn't he get MVP votes?
Yeah, he got more MVP votes than Fox.
By the way, I think unless I'm missing something, because I feel like we looked this up. I think Chris Haynes might have missed something in his report about De'Aaron Fox. He said De'Aaron is looking for an All NBA nod to hit like Supermax levels. De'Aaron got that. De'Aaron was an All NBA player last year.
It's funny you say that because I was looking up something the other day too, and we can check it out. We can check it out together. They said the qualification I forgot where I read it, but they said the qualification is 2 All-NBA.
It's 2. Okay, so because I thought
I thought it was 1.
Okay,
I thought
so he needs one more.
Yeah.
So, but I think another important thing in that he needs one more, and doesn't he need this year of service.
Mhm.
So it's not just the all NBA nod. I think he needs this year of service to get to Supermax. Jesse, did you have something?
Yeah, it says he can become eligible for the Supermax if he just makes the All NBA team in 2024.
Okay.
Like that makes him eligible.
Okay.
Which also, not saying this to you, but just
I thought it was one.
But see, that doesn't clarify it though, because all that's saying is if he makes it in 2024, he's eligible. That could mean
Well, that would be
his two.
Yeah.
Not just making an All NBA.
What
So like it's the same thing. I think that's saying that he needs two.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He needs another one.
I thought he needed one.
Yeah, so that's what I thought. That's what I
Mm-hmm.
thought we looked up the other day but that might also have been what that could have been is the rookie. That might have been the Derrick Rose thing we looked up.
Could have been.
Where you get one All NBA in your first something 4 years or your rookie scale contract. And that changes your qualifications for it. Because I was reading that I was reading Chris Haynes' report. I was like, that doesn't feel right. He's got an All NBA nod. Needs one more All NBA nod.
He's headed that direction this season, though.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
I think this is off the rookie deal, so it's a little off, maybe. But I guess that's what it was with Ja. Because Ja has one All NBA. He was supposed to be there last year, which would have gave him two.
That's right. Yeah. Oh, there's another. We need to talk about Zion. We got to talk about Zion. JJ dropped a bar this morning. JJ dropped a bar that I want to bring to your attention.
Okay.
Let's get TC in here. 916-909-1320. TC, what's going on, baby?
Man, what's up with my two brothers?
What's up, big dog? How you doing, man?
Oh, man, I'm just chilling on the road, man. Just, call first and foremost, apologize for not showing up. I know everybody wants to see your boy, man. I want to tap in there.
I was about to say, I'm surprised you didn't pull up on us, man.
Yeah, it's good, though. Hey, listen, so D-Lo, when that toy drive, when y'all supposed to be at Kiki's, right? When is that going down, man? I'm going to push up with a toy, man, to give to a young one.
Oh, man, please do. That's going to be December 16th. We'll be at the Kiki's Chicken on 5120 Auburn Boulevard. That's a Saturday morning from 11 to 1 o'clock. So if you have any new unwrapped toys that you want to drop off, man, that would be absolutely amazing. Again, that's 5120 Auburn Boulevard, the Kiki's Chicken right there from 11 to 1. Kenny and I will both be out there.
I'm there, man. Count me in. I'm there. I'm going to come see my boys, man, for sure. And hey, look, on another note, though, look, check it out. Look, I was watching that game last night. I got a few things, Jesse. Give me a minute. Hey, look, man, check it out. We would have, man, I'm so mad we lost in New Orleans, man, because LeBron, LeBron can't see it. The Lakers can't see us, man. That would have been a dub last night, man. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy how we keep losing to these dudes, but then we beat people like LeBron and Curry. But that's another story for another day. Kenny, the question that Kyle asked earlier, I will take Keegan being Aaron Gordon because for his defense, because we already got enough people that can score. And I guess with Gordon, every now and then he drop a little 15 or 16. So I wouldn't take Michael Porter because he's too up and down. He had injuries. If that's the case, then Keegan kind of like him now with that back problem. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, I think to be fair, that was not part of the equation. The back trouble, the injury, that was not part of the equation.
As a player. And I don't know if we have enough people to score. Didn't look like we had enough people to score the other day.
I do hate their loot. Like, I think the Pelicans, I'm in my feelings a little bit. I don't think the Pelicans are good. Like, they're not good enough to beat the Kings 3 times. JJ, you know what JJ's line was? That Zion Williamson hasn't bought into his own career yet. And that to me, that's a bar. Because you listen, he's up there, laughing and giggling with Brandon Ingram about what they'll do if they'll win in Las Vegas. And then they get blown out by 40?
Did you see the report
Is
today?
that the worst in-season tournament game of the year?
Probably.
Sorry, Jesse.
You see the report today about the Pelicans, like, still trying to get him to, like, watch his weight and stuff like that, get in shape, and he's just, the quotes doesn't listen.
They're watching it go up.
Yeah.
I don't think he wants to be there. I think that's part of it. I think he's kind of James Harden.
But does he want to play, though? Is it just new? Does he want to live this life? He wants to live the life of a basketball player. Just play basketball. He doesn't want to be the guy who President Obama came to watch. He doesn't want to do all that. He just wants to play basketball, enjoy everything that comes with being a professional basketball player, including the food and the women and the nightlife. And that's just what he wants to do.
That might be the case. But I agree with Jesse. I think there's a disconnect with him and the franchise. It started this offseason.
They need to move on
with the Tyrese Witherspoon stuff. I thought that was intentional for whatever reason. Even coming back with him. Remember when they were talking about he couldn't play, and then he's
posting the windmill dunk. Mm-hmm.
There's a disconnect between those two.
We'll get to Kamara here in a minute. And Kamara, I'm just putting you on. I don't want all this negativity, Kamara. You see Shohei Ohtani is on his way to Toronto right now?
I did hear about that. Yeah.
I want to talk.
Meeting, right?
I want to talk to Kamara. Is there something I don't know about Toronto? Are they the new hotness? What am I? Why are they in this conversation?
I don't know.
Oh, he's on his way.
If he goes there, that's fine. I don't care. I just can't have him go to the Dodgers again.
I got you. Yeah. I got you. Let's talk to Kamara. 916-909-1320. But any wagers, Kamara? Is he in the office? Are we on that big conference room phone and he's walking around the?
I'm gonna say he's on the cell today.
He's on the cell. All right.
Got you.
Kamara, what's going on, man?
Back from Atlanta. I got back from Atlanta. I was texting you from Atlanta last night. But yo, I think what really the issue is that first of all, Tyrese, his game, I think there's an appealing portion to Tyrese's game, that 50, 40, 90, basketball nerd Twitter thing that really gets people going as far as like, man, like he's an elite shooter, passer, turnovers, and also he's a personality. I think there's Tyrese goes on the podcast, he's a media personality that is engageable. And so I think all that falls into the package of why, they make him into this media darling. Not to say that De'Aaron is not marketable, not to say he's not the package, but I think that also plays into it, the section of the game. And quite frankly, it's recency bias. De'Aaron, I know it's not being negative, but I think the showing, especially in the first half of that New Orleans game, especially seeing how New Orleans laid an egg 48 hours later with the Lakers, it just sucks. Kind of highlights the De'Aaron battery, and then obviously you guys talked about the bias against Sacramento Kings. So you got all those things amalgamating into like where this conversation is going, and until Sacramento and particularly De'Aaron wrestles that thing away, by his performance, where it's undeniable, it's going to happen. And
he's averaging 30 points a game.
I know, but it's just, we just talk about sectionness of it, like, right? And I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just telling you what it is. I'm telling you, it's not just points, but it's just about, it's just about appeal. That's
where I think Kamara might be spot on with that. And this isn't going to change. I don't believe this is going, especially now. That man's got a wife and children. Like, he's not rushing out to do your podcast. Like, not semi-annually. You know what I mean? Like he did, I think he did all the smoke. He did a podcast. I'm pretty sure it was all the smoke.
Obviously, to do some Mo.
Yeah, he ain't going to be showing up on JJ's podcast every other month. I don't think that's his bag. That's not his bag.
Well, and let's break this down even further because I think there's a distinction, and there should be a distinction, I should say, between the type of coverage he gets from the quote unquote NBA nerds, who they're just the NBA nerds in the NBA. I've said a number of different times, the NBA has shown love. Talk about any promotional video they have.
Mm-hmm.
Damn near all of them have De'Aaron Fox, Sacramento, or the Beam in it. We talk about the opening week national TV thing. Sacramento's in there.
Yeah.
Sacramento Warriors every chance they get. Like they've shown it. So I think there does need to be a distinction as we talk about this, between the nerds and the decision makers.
Mm.
And for whatever reason, and this is what I don't understand, the nerds, they can feel great about Tyrese Haliburton. They're not wrong about Tyrese. I don't know why they have to drag the Kings into this situation all the time. Are they incapable of giving their assessment and opinion on Tyrese Haliburton without talking about that stupid ass trade? That's what it seems like. And this is where I go back saying the Kings got to be relevant. They got to be relevant for you. You got to be thirsty for the clicks. And the Kings fans and the Kings Twitter, they give them to you. Because that's the only reason who is sitting here talking about a trade 2-3 years later that both teams are successful from?
No one.
So the only thing that makes sense is the Kings moved the needle. Mm-hmm. That's the only thing that makes sense. But maybe the distinction, like I said, there is a distinction between the nerds and NBA programming and stuff like that.
Yeah. 916-909-1320 if you would like to get in on this conversation.
But real quick, Nate's 100% correct. 1,000% correct. No one brings up the Clippers when they talk about SGA. They don't do it because Clippers don't have no NBA Twitter. They don't have no Clippers Twitter. So you can't get the same engagement or attention from that you do from the Kings Twitter. Kings are relevant.
That's a good one. The SGA one is a good one. 916-909. They do bring up Harden. They're going to bring up Harden in Oklahoma City forever. Now, and that's not necessarily that's Oklahoma City traded Harden too early. They don't even say they shouldn't have traded him. Said they traded him too early.
No, you're right.
That comes up a lot.
The only one I ever hear talking about that is Bill Simmons.
Bill Simmons lives on that. I think he has a tattoo on his lower back that talks about James Harden shouldn't have been traded by the Oklahoma City Thunder. Let's get Lewis in here. 916-909-1320. Lewis, what's up, baby?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Always good to be with you guys. Obviously everybody's excited and talking about what happened with the tournament, the in-season tournament. I didn't think I'd be into it, that. But here's some of my takes on that. We lost to the Pelicans. And yes, like you say, De'Aaron did score 30 points. But what the nation witnessed, though, also was he missed a couple of wide open shots down the stretch and a couple of free throws down the stretch that probably could have affected the game in one way or another. I'm going to tip my cap to Tyrese Haliburton. The kid is playing out of his mind, and sometimes I do close my eyes and wonder if it could have possibly worked with him as the lead guard and De'Aaron as the off, because, De'Aaron's not really a guy who looks to get assists and to distribute. He's more of a scorer. So it's curious, but I'm glad to see both are obviously flourishing. I'm just looking forward to seeing what happens in the postseason. This was the part I was trying to get to was Boston also got bounced out of the tournament, right? I expect Boston to be a player come playoff time. And so, the Kings, keep our heads up. We got bounced out, but we'll still be around. We still have to be dealt with.
Yeah, appreciate you, Lewis. It's two things. One, I love that we're talking about this tournament like this. This was it. Like the season's over. That's good, but that's good though, right? That's what Adam wanted. Like this is perfect. Two, I do want to be clear, Lewis. I didn't point out De'Aaron scoring 30 in that game against the Pelicans. Look, De'Aaron scored 30. That's not what I said. I said he's averaging 30.
Right.
We talk about what he's doing this year. He's averaging 30. That's what I said. He's doing that work this year.
Nobody, and this, like I said, I'm gonna keep calling them clowns because they're behaving like clowns. And there weren't no clever tweets on Saturday night when the Kings beat the defending champions, and De'Aaron had 26 and 16 assists or something like that.
Yeah, they didn't have that. There were no 16 assist tweets.
It was nothing. But now we talking. Now we talking assists. Now we talking about point guard, playmaker, all this other stuff. Oh, okay. I'm
sorry. He had
like the clown behavior.
He had 29 to beat the
29.
Warriors.
29.
He had 29 points to beat the Warriors.
Big time threes in that game. National TV. And what do you have?
So
what do you have when they went into Minnesota? He had like 36.
Minnesota, I could tell you right now, that was the game before. 36.
on,
36-12.
Hey, somebody scroll back to KOC's tweets a week and a half ago and see if they were tweeting about that.
That's what I'm saying. It's all
pull up
selective.
KOC on November 24th.
It's all selective.
Was that the Timberwolves' first loss at home
their first
too?
loss at home, in-season tournament game.
Well, maybe it was too close to Thanksgiving. Those guys didn't feel like tweeting that night.
Yeah, you know.
KOC was eating a turkey sandwich.
13-20.
Yeah, is this Kings?
Yeah, hi, how you
Kings
doing?
Talk?
Yeah.
Good. You know, I think that Casey is smart, but I think he laughs too much, and I think it hurts the show with all that laughing. And then he makes grammatical errors too, a lot of grammatical errors. And
What is it about his laugh?
He just laughs so much all the time. Ha, 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 ha. It's just too much. It just hurts the show, I think. What do you think?
I think the show's great. We got great ratings, boss.
The show's good, but that laughing, I think it takes away from the show. It's too much, man.
I guess. I'll talk to him. We'll see. I've waited so long for that.
Oh, it finally happened. It finally happened. We finally got the guy on the air. And did he just hang up cold?
Yeah, he hung up after that. He literally calls just to complain to me.
And say the same thing
yes,
every time?
Yes. I thought you guys wouldn't believe me. I'm so happy we got him on. This person is real.
That is amazing. Absolutely
it's
amazing.
The same thing every time.
Oh, man. Well, sorry, buddy.
Sorry to all of those people who turn away because of Casey's laugh. By the way, I can post the numbers. It's not that many. Wow. We got him.
Oh, we got him.
Steven's right.
We got him.
Send him a hoodie. Roddy said, stop laughing, Casey. Goodness gracious.
What did he say? My laugh was, ha, 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 ha.
I need that clipped and put on social media. That guy's voice was.
I'm so happy we got that guy on the air.
I'm happy it finally happened too. Well done. Well done. You handled that beautifully. That was terrific. Absolutely terrific. I think we have real callers on the line. Eric's here. What's up, E?
Hey, what's up? Calling in from LA. I'm listening to you guys on the YouTube channel.
Nice. That's what's up. Do you hate Kenny's laugh too, Eric? Eric, do you hate Kenny's laugh?
Kenny's laugh.
There you go. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
That was way out of pocket. But one thing I just want to talk about was people keep saying, "Oh, if they would have just kept Deion and Tyrese, they would have worked out. If they had a good coaching staff, they would have worked out." But we all know in Sacramento, De'Aaron was not letting that happen. Tyrese was coming in. He wanted to play second fiddle to De'Aaron Fox. So if we kept Tyrese, this would not be the same Tyrese that we see in Indiana right now. And we all know that. We all know that Tyrese knew that this is De'Aaron Fox's team. There's no way he was going to take it over. Even when De'Aaron Fox was out, we saw that.
No, look, I want to be. This isn't a. I don't want to bash Tyrese. I don't want it to come across from bashing Tyrese, man. Yeah, it's it's just. I guess we're the only ones who can talk with levity because these clowns, as my partner says, accurately, they just aren't reporting what's happening. They're like fanboys, and it's weird. Like you could be a fan of. This isn't like a hip hop. This isn't Madman Leak versus Sean P.
Right.
Even though they're the same squad, that's not what this is. Yeah. You don't have to down Sacramento or De'Aaron or Domas for that matter to big up Tyrese. These idiots don't realize. Sorry, I shouldn't have called him that. These guys don't realize they're doing themselves a disservice. They're doing Tyrese a disservice by constantly bringing De'Aaron and Domas and the Kings into this. The man's in Indiana. They love him there. Let him stand on his own. We had a bar full of people yesterday, 32 Brew Street, hanging on everything Tyrese was doing. There was no booze. There was no odds. There was no nothing like that. Everybody was into what Tyrese was doing. Y'all are creating something that's not really there.
And they want to have this discussion, but not have this discussion, right? Like, so let's go back in time for just a quick second. Everybody, according to them, Kings are stupid. You definitely should have kept Tyrese Haliburton. Clear as day. Ridiculous for trading him. Stupid for trading him. Stupid for trading Tyrese out. Stupid. So that tells me he's got more value than De'Aaron Fox. What are you getting for De'Aaron Fox? Are you getting a two-time all-star center like Sabonis for the person that you said is the lesser player and he makes more money? Are you getting Sabonis? If you're not getting Sabonis and you're getting somebody, I'm just throwing a name out here like Patrick Williams, instead, are the Kings making the playoffs with Tyrese Haliburton and a lesser team? They don't never, but this is the intricate discussions that they never have. They just want to go to their tweets, go on their podcast, and talk about things that they weren't even around for. They don't know nothing about.
That's right.
They don't know nothing about. So you're right. Maybe I shouldn't call them clowns per se, but it is clown behavior. It is clown behavior. And the reason why I'm annoyed by it, just like when I talked about last year when the Tim McMahon inaccurately talked about what Russell Westbrook did on that play. You guys have a responsibility. You're talking to the entire country about what's going on in the NBA in case they don't see it. You got a responsibility to be accurate and thorough and precise with what you're talking about. And these guys come out here talking all willy-nilly. And when asked to clarify their comments or challenged on their comments, they want to hide behind, I don't do radio and all this other stuff. Yeah. Clown behavior.
I hear you. I ain't fighting you on that. Leezy, hang tight. In fact, everybody that's on hold right now, just hang tight. We'll step out. We'll come back, and we'll get right back to the phone lines. 916-909-1320. Stealing with KC here on this Friday, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I think I'm going to get up now.
You know what? I'm going to go ahead.
See, Bonte with your boy. Is Devin Haney your boy or no?
I like Devin Haney. Yeah, I like Devin Haney. Let's go ahead, man. I'm going to set the timer, man, because I'm going to have to post this one. What up? 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to Jordan Brand. Shout out to the dope ones, my people over there. Shout out to Cola CMOS. You already know what it is. Those are my people, colacmos.com. Go get you one for sure. And we got a big fight going on this Saturday in San Francisco at the Chase Center. It's Regis Prograis going up against Devin Haney, 140-pound division. It's a good fight. It's a real good fight. I like both of these fighters. Devin Haney, maybe I'll just say one of, I'm not going to say the most, but one of the most skilled fighters in the sport today. One of the most skilled fighters in any division from 130 to 147. He is the goods, right? He's the truth. It's the same thing with a Devin Haney fight all the time, though. It's intriguing because he doesn't have this super chin, so he can get hurt. And he doesn't really have the power to keep big punchers off of him. So he's really just like, I'm going to super outbox you, super outskill you. And sometimes you ask if that's enough. In this particular fight, I think it will be. Regis got popped. Regis got popped for sure. And that's something that Devin's going to have to be aware of and be mindful of. But if Devin's going to win, he's going to have to take one of those punches. He's going to have to take it, prove to Regis, prove to himself that he can take that punch and keep going. I think he will. I think he's going to win a relatively close, unanimous decision over Regis Prograis. And I think he said he's leaving 140 right after that. So I would hope that he would face Shakur. I hope he would fight Ryan Garcia. I hope he would fight Tank at some point. But only time will tell. Hell of a fighter. Love Devin Haney. I think he gets the win on Saturday, and we'll see what happens from there. That's the 13th round.
Man, I missed my favorite show. 13th.
Well, I know you'll go back and watch it, you know.
Of course I will.
You got the You got the notifications on the playlist of the 13th round.
You see, Kornheiser came back to the studio the other day.
No,
Yeah, he came back.
I did not see that.
I don't think it's like permanent or anything though.
He was just in town.
Yeah.
Why not? No doubt, Dr. David. Oh, let me get this off of here. No doubt, man. Shout out to all the young fighters, USA Nationals. You know what it is, baby. Yes, indeed.
Hey, get to these phone line, man. I tell this boy Leezy, he got the right people on his side. Just got a DM from Stacy Kaufman talking about how much she liked the video. Boy, let's bring in for those that don't know, Stacy is the boss. Let's bring in our man Leezy here. Leezy, what's going on, baby?
Yo, what's up, D-Lo and Casey? What's good, guys? Hey,
what up,
say,
HAL?
What's up, bro? Hey, I just want to say thanks again to everyone that came out yesterday at Sky River Casino and all that. Yo, I just wanted to get in on the conversation, guys.
That is Leezy's show. Leezy part of the team. Leezy part of the team.
I'm messing with you, big dog. I'm messing with you.
Hey, Casey, I'm gonna steal your line real quick. I feel like Doc Rivers, man. We gotta tell the whole story when it comes to Fox and Haliburton, man.
You're right.
Hey, being like straight up, you can like both. Like I've called this show a million times and said, hey, Fox should have MVP considerations. We've seen what this team looks like without him. Haliburton's balling. Haliburton's one of my favorite players. You can like both. But back to my point, 3 quick points here about telling the whole story. If you look back at the old team, Luke Walton, he's shown he wasn't that great of a coach. The Kings literally had the worst defense in NBA history under Luke Walton. If you look at the roster wasn't good. It wasn't a Fox Haliburton thing. It might have been maybe a Marvin Bagley thing, the lack of depth on the bench. And if you just look at the roster now, it's completely different. We got guys like Monk coming off the bench, playing great. We know Sabonis is an all-star. Keegan Murray, significant upgrade. The Kings improved all around. It just wasn't one thing. So people's got to tell the whole story.
Before you go, could you do a Doc Rivers impression?
Oh, I can't, but can I hit one more point? Monty McNair's contract was coming up. So would you rather start over or get a win-now player?
What I'd rather you do is a Doc Rivers impression.
Okay, I'll try. You really got to tell the whole story.
Oh, wow. All right. That's my fault. It's our man Leezy right there. 916-909-1320. Who's this? Steez. What's up, Steez?
Oh, it's Steez the Breeze, yo. How y'all doing, D-Lo and K?
What up, baby?
Though? Hey, well, bro, when it come down, I like the last caller said, man, Monty was on a hot seat. If he didn't make something happen, he was going to be up out of here. So, because of how it was handled before he got there, he really didn't have another pick. Like, everybody was mad Haliburton left. But it was like he had no other moves, really. Who was he going to trade to get somebody of, like, value, really? Especially somebody on Sabonis' level. Did I?
No, that's right. That's facts. Yeah,
You're
no,
right.
like you're 100% on point. And man, welcome to the show. We appreciate it. I think that's the first time you called.
Yeah.
We appreciate you.
No, he's right. I mean, that's what it came down to.
You got to
give
trade something to
up.
get something.
Exactly. And that's what they did. And it worked.
Which, by the way, that's what the Clippers did.
Mm-hmm.
When we talking about SGA earlier, even though it never gets brought up and it's been like erased from history, like that's what they did. And maybe it's because Doc was public. Like, I don't want to give up. I don't want to trade Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Like, no, maybe that's what Monty should have done. Maybe Monty should have called a press conference. I didn't want to trade Tyrese. If he had cried, I don't know. Maybe that would have stopped it. I don't know.
They
just let it go in LA, even though the Paul George Kawhi Leonard thing hasn't worked out.
Yeah, they don't care about that at all. And to be fair, the Thunder hadn't made the playoffs. Well, they made it with Chris Paul and SGA, but SGA by itself.
But I don't think that was ever the goal, right? It was to get. I think it was to get to where they are right now.
Yeah, but
this exact moment.
My whole point is, we talk about the Pacers ain't made the playoffs instead of the Clippers have made the playoffs and won multiple rounds. And as much as we love SGA and who he is and what the Thunder are going to be this year, it seems like they still haven't made the postseason.
They were going to win a championship in 2020. Then they heard no one would take it seriously.
Yeah, well, it's Lou Will, it is what it is. there are people that we both respect. I'm not going to name no names because I don't know how this information was given to me. That in that situation, there was a good amount of people that I'm not saying they crowdsourced the trade, but they were just asked in the building. They're like, who would you keep, Fox or Haliburton? A lot of people said Haliburton. There's, I'll text it to you because, like I said, I ain't gonna tell. But there's people that we all respect who said De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron Fox is who you go with. We love Haliburton. We love everything about him. But if you asking me to choose, it's De'Aaron Fox. That's the guy with the highest upside.
Yep.
And it's almost an impossible scenario. I mean, these are two great guards. What are we talking about? We're talking about two of the best young guards in the world right now. There is no wrong answer. There is no wrong answer. I don't understand it.
Yeah. It's why there's no winner and loser in any of this. Or at least there shouldn't be. But I think you said it perfectly earlier. These guys got to get clicks and downloads and views and all of that stuff. Shoot, Jesse does it all the time on YouTube. 30-second conversation with Mark Jones about the Kings. He gonna put it in the title. We're gonna get cussed at for it.
It's facts. We're gonna get those views
but
too.
We got the views. Who cares if we were talking about Deion Sanders for 20 minutes?
Tim Zoo.
Oh, we've done. Oh my God.
I'm just doing it right now, just in case.
Retitle the show. Retitle the show. Let's get Jamel in here. 916-909-1320. Jamel, what's up, baby?
What's up, D-Lo KC, man? Real quick, two things, man. I want y'all opinion on one.
Okay.
And the other one's kind of just for Sacramento fans. They seem to forget with this whole Tyrese and Fox thing that when we traded Tyrese, Buddy went with him, right? Healed, Mr. Losing at least 6 games throughout the year, which is some boneheaded plays that he used to make. I mean, does everybody forget about that we actually got rid of him in that package? Why is that not ever, in the conversations when we talk about that? Because I could swear watching Kings forever that Buddy at least fumbled the ball at least, like I said, a dozen times out the season. We got rid of that, you know what I mean? So that off top, that's winning us another 5-6 games throughout the season. And this is going to be out of left field. But does Sasha have Luke Walton? Doesn't he look like Luke Walton a little bit to you guys? That's just, you guys got my opinion on that.
Does who look like him?
That's
Sasha.
It,
Sasha.
He
does look like him. Right on, Jamil. We appreciate you. I think I can answer your question, by the way. He's asking how come the Buddy aspect of this is never brought up. They'll never bring up the dribbling the ball off your foot, throwing the ball out of bounds, taking ill advice. He'll never do that. They'll never bring that up. They'll never bring up the fact that you moved on from his money. They weren't paying attention, Jamil. Like they weren't paying attention to Sacramento. It was a bad basketball team. They were ignoring it. They didn't know the financial intricacies of this team. They didn't know anything.
Mm-hmm.
And so Buddy's just kind of washed out of all of this. The Domantas Sabonis extension doesn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
The Malik Monk signing probably doesn't happen. If Buddy Hield is here.
Doesn't happen.
None of that stuff is brought up because none of those people were paying attention to this basketball team. They just look at players, names, and stats. Morgan Reagan called it stat hose. That's what they look at.
He's a flamethrower.
Buddy Hield, flamethrower.
These same people. I'm sure we could pull it up. Kevin O'Connor's, even Zach Lowe. He can get in his Tim Bontemps. I'm sure. And they can tell me if I'm wrong, or defenders of them can tell me I'm wrong. I'm sure these were the same people that were so loud, so boisterous when the Kings drafted Keegan Murray ahead of Jaden Ivey. I am almost certain. And they don't ever bring that. They don't ever bring up when they wrong. Never bring up when they wrong. It's real simple. I do it all the time when I'm wrong about something. It's just come in like, hey, Jaden Ivey, man, I was really surprised when the Kings didn't take him. And I was loud about that when it happened, but looks like they got that right. That's it. That's all you got to say.
Yeah.
They don't ever talk about that.
You know what's funny? Something that those people just don't realize. your show, your content could be so much more fun if you just acknowledge you got something wrong.
That's it.
Just be like, hey, my bad. Missed that. Didn't see that coming.
That's all you gotta say. Nobody's expecting you to be 100%. Nobody's 100%. You're gonna get some things wrong. Just be like, hey man, I missed that one. I went in on the Kings on my article, on my little comment blurb on recap of the draft. I went in on them for that one. Looked like they got that one right.
So I'm not as good as at this as Dr. David is. But he seems to really like Keegan Murray.
Who?
Kevin O'Connor. He seems to really like Keegan Murray. I'm trying to find something about the draft. I have him, I guess he had Shaden Sharp here at one point, but said Keegan would be a fit. So I'm just trying to be fair.
Okay.
But I can't find anything more specific than like what apparently like articles that he wrote. Again, I'm not as good at this as Dr. David is, but I searched Kevin O'Connor's Twitter handle and Keegan Murray. Now I'm going to search De'Aaron Fox. January 30th, De'Aaron Fox should be an all-star. Well, that's nice. He was. Well, February. I don't understand why coaches selected Paul George over De'Aaron Fox. It turns out he seems to like De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron Fox has taken another leap. It's just Domas that he hates.
That's really what it comes down to.
Yeah, maybe Domas stole his girl. I don't know.
Let's see.
Yeah, he seems to speak. So Keegan Domas seems to speak very favorably of Keegan and De'Aaron. Let's try Sabonis and see what pops up on the old Twitter handle. Oh, this is a little. Well, that didn't work. Let's try this again. Stand by. There's nothing more fun than looking up stuff on the radio.
So one of the things is I found his draft grade.
No, he's
from there. He gave the Kings a B- for drafting Keegan. Gave the Pistons a B+ for drafting Jaden Ivey.
Get one more time.
Kevin O'Connor gave the Pistons a B+ for drafting
Jaden Ivey,
and the Kings a B-
okay,
for drafting Keegan Murray. In this write-up, I don't see anything specifically right now about what they should have done or whatever, as far as taking him or whatever. So he's a terrific fit alongside Domas and De'Aaron Fox.
This is funny. This has nothing to do with anything. This was December 22nd, 2022. But Kevin O'Connor tweeted, and it's almost like he ignored his own tweet. Who has assisted the most three-point shooters? Number 1, Tyrese Haliburton. Number 2, Luka Doncic. Number 3, any guesses? It's Domantas Sabonis. All right, I'm going to close out of Kevin O'Connor. Leave Kevin O'Connor alone.
The moral of the story for all of this is all you got to do is talk about how great Tyrese Haliburton is. That's all you got to do.
That's it. That's all you have to do.
You know what I'm saying? Like anything else,
that's all you got to do.
Is excessive and attention seeking, if you ask me. Tyrese Haliburton is phenomenal. He can stand on his own. He doesn't need to be pitted up against a franchise or another player or anything else like that. He's sensational. And that probably they would say, the people who have a problem with it in Sacramento are probably upset because they're not being perceived as the winner. I don't care what you say. I really don't care. I do the same trade 100 times out of 100. And I think the majority of people in this city feel the same way.
I point out one other thing.
The same trade over again 100 times.
Domas played through like a broken thumb last year. Like, come on, man. He could have easily have missed 6 to 8 weeks and didn't.
Mm-hmm. And like you meant, that was a great point by you. It's a trickle-down effect to it. Who else do we love in this city? We love Fox. We love Sabonis. Who do we love in this city?
Malik.
Malik ain't here.
Yeah.
And
that's not because of Tyrese.
Right.
That's because the other part of the trade that they don't bring up.
The other part of the trade, maybe money and relationship. I don't think if De'Aaron's not here, I don't think Malik come to Sacramento.
No. Yeah, right. Yeah.
And we love Malik Monk.
Yep.
Love Malik Monk.
Yep.
So you got
Malik Monk's going to be the first player in league history this offseason to sign a lifetime contract with a team. Things like, you first active 6-man to get a statue after 2 years in a uniform because they love that dude here.
So you ask
the
us,
Malik Monk Center coming to downtown next year.
You ask us,
Malik Monk Performing and Art Center.
Samanaj.
Come see us on
March 29th. You ask us if we would do the trade over 100 times out of 100. There's no doubt. I say without hesitation.
Yep.
And I know we're not alone saying that. And that's no shade to Tyrese. If we could have found a way to keep him and add all these players, that would be ideal. But we couldn't. And somebody had to go. Unfortunately, it was him, and we do it again.
I think we got Manny here. Let's get Manny in here. 916-909-1320. Manny, what's up, baby? I wish that guy would stop saying baby. Really annoying. Sorry, Manny.
Casey, I'm laughing with you in solidarity, brother.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that, bro.
Great to see you yesterday, Manny, even in that
was great.
Awkward hoodie.
Wow.
Well, I got two things. The first one's a question. Do you think with all these writers and the way that they write about this, even beyond the Tyrese and Sabonis stuff, just in Sacramento, do you think they're just going with the narrative of what everybody else writes about, or do you think it's about the Kings specifically? Like there's just this thing about the Kings. And for tonight, the Kings will smash them boys and light their beam, baby.
No, okay.
Well,
that's too far.
They don't have one.
That's too
far.
far.
Why would you say that?
That's too far. That's too much. Stop it. It's too much.
Why would you say that?
This is our fault.
This is
Casey's fault.
No, it's look, everything with this show.
Did I ever say that about the Republic?
Everything
and their opponent
with this show has always been we.
Yeah, we're a team.
Yes, until now.
We win together, we lose together.
Well, not this time. Now this is him.
I didn't even say that about
them boys is you.
Yeah, I'm talking about the Republic and playing the team. I never said the other thing.
That was tough.
Yeah, that was tough. We've got to screen Manny's calls a little better. That's not going to be a shirt over at
That's no. Hell no. Hell no.
By the way, shout out to the 209ers, man. We missed David Jackson and Dave Garcia yesterday.
Yeah. Big ups to those guys, man. 209ers.
You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app, live on 1320 TV as well, Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter. Shout out to everybody who's tuned in to us on particularly YouTube. I was looking up some stuff to send to our homie Kelly. Kelly, the mother of the bad kids, who started the show with us a few weeks ago. Not only did we pass 1 million views this year,
nice
in the calendar year of 2023, we went way past 1 million views, like 18 million impressions.
Wow!
And that's the value of the thumbs up and the subscribers and all of that stuff. So thank you guys for the tremendous support on that platform.
Wow.
It's why
YouTube is a beast. It's like our YouTube and stuff like that.
Well, it's my favorite thing about Ramsey not being on social media when he is on the second biggest social media platform in the world.
What's the
That's
first?
YouTube.
I thought it was the first.
I think Facebook is first still.
Makes sense.
Because even if you're not on Facebook, you probably have a Facebook account.
Mm.
And Instagram has done a great job of making sure you have Instagram, you have a Facebook account. You just might not check it.
Yeah.
So apologies to anyone who's messaged me in the last 2 years on Facebook. I haven't seen it.
I check the messenger every now and then.
I do not.
People
that is not on my phone. That is none of that.
Put it on your phone.
Huh?
You can put it on your phone.
No, I said it's no. I'm not putting it on my phone.
That's what I'm saying. You can put it on your phone. What does that hurt?
I don't want it on my phone. I don't want anything associated with Facebook on my phone except Instagram.
Yeah, I'm about to say.
Facebook's kind of played out.
Facebook gets played out, but sometimes some of the OGs they hit me. They're on Facebook. So
Get a Twitter, bro.
They hit me up on
go to
Messenger.
Go to Instagram. Why won't you do Instagram?
I don't like taking pictures. I don't like doing captions, and I'm just pretty private with stuff.
Just do YG lyrics.
See, I'm not gonna do that.
Who's your favorite rapper? It's YG, right? Who's your favorite rapper?
Right now, Mozzie.
Well,
Can I say that?
No. Don't hit the dump button. Don't
You want me to hit the dump for real?
Oh, you're gonna get us in trouble.
Sacramento. I'd support all the Sacramento.
I mean, I would too. It's just it gets dicey.
We support our own. I don't want no problems.
I love all of Sacramento.
I don't want no problems.
I listen to everyone.
We support our people, though. We support our people. Will Z's going to join us. When is Will Z going to join us? I forgot. Oh, like in 20 minutes. No James Ham today. James Ham's getting ready for his annual holiday party that he's throwing on a Friday because I guess he was preparing for the in-season tournament championship tomorrow if the Kings played. So he won't join us today. We'll talk a lot more football as we roll along. A couple of big games this week. Bronny James might debut. Looks like Bronny James is going to debut on Sunday, which is not the day of the in-season tournament final. So that doesn't. I believe LeBron James is very strategic with everything he does. I'll just say that. And I would be perfectly fine if it was Saturday and he skipped the in-season tournament to go play or go watch his son play. I'd be perfectly okay with that. But I think he knew the way this was going to shape out that he'd probably be in a good position to see his son debut at USC.
Yeah, and obviously he's makes communication with the player to know how far away he is from coming back. So, like, if he didn't know, like, I don't know when Bronny's coming back, but when he's coming back, I'll be there. That could be any time, but Bronny's like, yeah, probably we're looking at Sunday. Okay, I'll say it. It don't matter where we got going on. I'm gonna be at his first game.
Yeah.
When I don't have a game that day. But it's good. It's good. It's great to hear Bronny being able to come back. It's great to hear that LeBron's gonna be able to be there for that. I'm looking at their schedule right now, and this is the only home game for a while. So, that helps too, right?
I guarantee you, Monday morning, your boy on Fox Sports is going to lead with the amount of camera time that LeBron James got at the USC game. I would bet you anything that's what he leads with.
I smell what you're cooking. I hear you. I don't know if that happens anymore because Richard Sherman will just tell him to shut the hell up and not let him talk.
Lower your voice. Lower your voice, Skip. Speaking of lowering your voice.
No, you're just doing all that yelling. I'm just saying. You're just doing.
Well, speaking of lowering your voice, let's get Drew Down in here. The great thing about Drew Down, he doesn't even need the phone line. Drew can just talk from wherever he's at, and the mic will pick it up. What's up, Drew Down?
What's up? Surprised y'all might be able to hear me in the studio right now.
See, no, we got you. We got you, Drew.
First things first, man. Me and the wife we had a great time yesterday. Appreciate all y'all for putting that event on. Shout out D-Lo, KC, Jesse. I got a chance to talk to Jesse's dad and his uncle for a minute. Great people, man. They're really good folks. They were laughing that I called Jesse Nacho from Better Call Saul. They looked it up and they were laughing, so that was pretty cool. But my wife was just commenting on how everybody was super chill. Just thought it was a real cool community vibe, a real family vibe out there. So we had a great time, and it was well worth the the hour to get out there.
Yeah, and we appreciate you, man. Don't gloss past that. We know you and Dave and Dave Garcia. You guys go through a lot to come hang out with us, man. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, but it ain't nothing. It's nothing to come out to kick it with some real folks. So that the drive ain't nothing. But had a little comment on the whole Tyrese the bonus trade. To me, it kind of reminds me of whenever you're dating somebody and your whole family loves them. Everybody loves this person, right? And for whatever reason, it don't work out. You move on. Your ex, they go on and get married. You go on and get married, and for whatever reason, your family can't stop talking. Like, man, but you know what? We really miss so and so. It's like, bro, who cares? Like, we're happy. They're happy. Like, why do you got to continue to bring it up, man? Both people are winning. Both people are happy. So I don't I don't see the need to keep bringing it up other than the fact that it seemed like it gets ratings. So obviously that's usually what it comes down to. But to me, it's just wild, man. Both teams is winning. Tyrese doing his thing. The Kings are doing their thing. So, it's a win-win. And it's like, I think it was Jesse who said, it's not just a player for player. It's about roster construction. The Kings needed that big man. And the Pacers got their star. So to me, I don't see the need to harp on it, but that's what them writers do. So
Drew, you need me to cut this clip and send it to any of your family members?
Yeah.
We got you, big fella. We appreciate you.
Hey, that's a great analogy. Shout out Drew Down. That's a great analogy, but Tim Bontemps is not my family.
No, I'm
just letting it be known. It ain't my family. It ain't my cousin.
Cousin Tim.
Family friend, maybe?
No.
He ain't invited to none of my family functions.
He's that guy you just don't want around.
Nah, look, I don't even know the guy personally. He could be a great guy. I just disagree with his basketball takes.
The thing with this trade stuff too is like, what did you want the Kings to do otherwise? Like, did you want them to trade De'Aaron Fox and blow it up and build around Tyrese? Like, what was the plan then?
The funny thing is, let's go the other way. You trade De'Aaron, and De'Aaron's doing what he's doing right now. What's the conversation?
Same, yeah.
The Kings did it again.
Kings traded a
30-point
per game player.
Traded an all-NBA player and an all-star. They can't win.
I think it was Jamil who asked, is it like the Kings? And yes, it's
maybe
Kings.
it is. Yeah, maybe
it's
it
the
is.
Kings. No other team in the league makes this move. And people are still talking about the franchise. It's just the Kings.
Will Z's going to join us. Obviously, we want to talk a lot about Kings. Oh, by the way, Kings finally play basketball tonight.
Thank God.
We'll talk about that. You asked a really interesting question that I just want to dive into for just like a minute right before Will joins us.
Okay.
So we got that coming up. Steelo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
These donuts were fantastic today. Where did they get them
from?
Did you throw it in the fridge?
No, they need to go in the fridge because they're bakery donuts, not vending machine donuts.
Is Marie's the best donut place in Sacramento?
I couldn't tell you. I
need to know. I need a good donut place.
You can't go wrong with Marie's.
I need a good donut place, and if the chat has a good Mexican food place, that'd be nice.
Babes is really good. They're plant-based donuts, but you'd never know.
I don't trip off of that stuff. If it tastes good,
really
I'll eat it.
Yeah, they're really good.
They got a damn, Jazz knows the name of it. There's this place, this Mexican food place off of Sunrise Boulevard. Got the cross street. Damn. But it's right when you get off the freeway. It's where the I think there's a Hilton or there or something like that. You get off the freeway off of 50 and you go through the light and you make a right off the freeway. You go through the first light, and then in that first little complex, the Mexican food spot is on the left. And it's bomb. Damn, I wish I knew that. I'll find a name for you. Because that place, she took me there. I was like, oh, this is some good stuff.
I know we got to work all night. I'm low-key hyped that we don't have to talk on the radio in 2 hours. Like, I don't know why. It's just like, whew, it's like a half day of school today. Even though we going right back to work, it's still like a half day. Donut King. I used to stop there all the time when I was hosting Club 102.
Aldrin, I know you're joking with Taco Bell. I cannot eat Taco Bell anymore.
Taco
Bell is disgusting. Shut it down.
It should go out. Yeah, it should go out of business.
That's facts.
Taco Bell's awful. Absolutely awful.
If you want to keep it open for like the freezers or whatever, that's cool. But Taco Bell is disgusting.
And I hate that there's a Taco Bell
so
around the corner from my house.
So their answer for like revitalizing themselves was creating those Taco Bells that have alcohol now.
I think they only have one of those too. It's just
is
downtown.
that? Oh, for real?
I think it's
okay.
downtown.
The one on like K Street or
I think so.
Street?
It's like on the corner of a street. I think.
Yeah, that's not it. Yeah, well,
I am not getting an alcoholic slushy from Taco Bell.
I could not imagine getting a bean and cheese burrito from Taco Bell.
You ever been to El Noviedo? South Sac? It's very good.
That's the one on Fruit Ridge?
It's on Fruit Ridge. I don't remember what street it's on. I haven't been to it in a couple decades, but that used to be a pretty popular spot.
Maybe
my first KSFM run.
Let me see. I'm texting Jazz right now. What's the name of the Mexican? Because their tacos are bomb.
Y'all hit the thumbs up while you're here. Thumbs up, subscribe. What else we got? We got a lot of basketball ahead. It's a lot of D'Lo and KC talking ahead.
Yeah.
Thank goodness Will text. I completely forgot it's a game day. Yeah, well, I added him at the last minute because I forgot. I was like, oh, it's a game day. Yeah, Will. Oh, yeah, Michigan. Yes. Yeah, we ate there last night. Where you at? SR. Yeah, we ate there last night.
I'm kind of mad at myself because I got the wrong steak. Steak was still bomb. It was still good.
You got a filet, right?
Yeah, I got filet mignon. I should have got the New York strip. I couldn't remember what I got last time because Jazz got the New York strip.
You got that butter on top of it? Did you get the butter on top of it this time?
Yeah, I was like, oh, this is what I got last time. It was bomb. Bomb. The filet mignon was still bomb too, but that New York strip, that's the one.
I was gonna be a dick and order like a prime, not the porterhouse, like the $120 steak. Like, hey, Kim, get the porterhouse.
For my birthday, they got me the I forgot what it's called, but it's got the
Tomahawk.
Yeah. They got that at Root Chris for me. I was like a $250 steak. It was delicious. I don't know if I'm spending $250 on a steak again though.
You can do it once. I mean, that's just a regular Monday for the Caraways, though. It's just
that's not what that was. I don't know why you would say that. That's not true. Hey, can I give a shout out over at SR Prime to our girl Tamika? She took care of us last night, man. Big ups to her, man. I told her, hey, ESPN 1320, KSFM, we're here. We're popping off nowadays. And I said we was going to be on KSFM.
You said we was going to give her a shout out after the 420 hit of the day. Yeah. And then it took me, I didn't even realize it until.
I didn't realize it until this morning.
I don't think that. No, yeah. Shout out. Yeah, she was fantastic. Everybody at SR Prime was fantastic.
Always take care of us over there.
If you're looking for an amazing place to eat, SR Prime inside Sky River Casino is it. They brought out like bone marrow. Like I didn't even know what that was. That's I'm just dabbling I'm just getting my feet wet back into to being a carnivore. I don't know what that is. That looks like something I give Sprout. Y'all go ahead and knock that out. But they kept raving about it.
Yeah, I didn't have none.
I got you. That was a lot, but the food,
it was good.
Man,
and then they had
incredible.
The asparagus was bomb.
Did you have any of those peppers they put on the table?
No, I didn't even see them.
So yeah, they put out some peppers, and I had like two, and they were, to me, they were hot. And I'm sitting next to Dana Cortez, the host of our morning show over at 102.5 KSFM, and she's like eating them by the fistful and not even flinching. I'm like, oh, I'm bitch. Okay, that's what's happening here. I was like, those were too hot for me. She was like, oh, this is how I have to eat. They just got to have everything I make was probably automatic. Said the same thing. Her husband, who's the DJ on the show, he's like, oh yeah, like everything we eat has just mad spice on it.
Yeah, that's not for me.
That's what they call it.
Be careful.
Yeah, I'm just gonna pass. I'm just gonna pass and just put it on the screen.
Shishito.
Nope, that's not it.
Oh.
Nope. I'm just never mind. It's on the screen. If you need to know the name of it, go.
Is it pronounced with a double shish? Is it shishito?
That's what I thought. Shishito.
There's no extra H in it though. Why are you putting?
But the language is weird, dude.
I said shishito, not a shito. Shishito.
Yeah, someone in the chat threw shishito. I was right.
Shashito. Okay, that's fine. All right, fine.
That's culture right there.
Whatever. Thank you to our chatty house who phonetically spells stuff and helps us out. Will Z is going to join us in just a heartbeat. You asked what I thought was a really, just not on the show. I thought it was an interesting question. I thought it was a really good question. We're seeing his name a lot. I think mostly because of, I think he was featured in Time Magazine as part of the People of the Year. You know, Taylor Swift, I think, was named Person of the Year. But Deion was profiled. And I thought you asked an interesting question about him.
That's what I say. What happens now? What's next for Deion? And I was having a conversation with a couple of the homies the other day, and we were just talking about the whole Deion thing, and they're like, well, where does he go from here? He didn't even do nothing. It was like a hot month, and then they got smacked around. Does he is this who he is? Are they going to get better? And I was like, they're going to get better. But one of the things that kind of started to give me a little bit of pause is the decommits. He had quite a few decommits in the last month or so.
But he just got a big one, right?
He just got a big, just landed. That was like
today or
yesterday.
Yeah,
the number one offensive lineman in the class or whatever. And that was like, that might have saved his last month because he lost like number one quarterback, number one wide receiver. Like he had a bunch of decommits. I was like, I don't know what to make of that.
Yeah.
I don't know why they would do that. And then he had like some people were kind of giving him a little flack, even though I understand it. I don't know how I feel about it, but he got at one of his press conferences, he was like talking about there should be some penalty for decommitting. Like you can't commit to a school, do all this, they're relying on that, and then you just decommit and go somewhere else without any ramifications or anything. And some people didn't like that. There's like, that sounds real Dabo of you, Deion. And I understand that. But I do also kind of understand where he's coming from.
Yeah, I actually understand both sides because if looking at it from a coach's perspective, whether it's Coach Deion or it's Dabo or it's Coach K or it's anyone, it's you're filling slots and you filled one, so you stop trying to fill it. Yeah, and then this is why when I say anyone, I mean anyone. I don't understand why anyone would want to coach college because it all starts with relying on 17 and 18-year-olds' decisions, or in some cases 16. Like you're relying on young people to make these massive decisions at a very vulnerable age. You have this weird thing with Deion where you could have hey, you get a chance to go play for Deion Sanders. There's going to be eyeballs on you. And then like the other perspective, you're going to go play for Deion Sanders. The eyeballs are going to be on Deion Sanders. Not you. So you got to make that decision, right? Like, and those are decisions that young women have to make when they go play for Geno. You could be great. And like, we might be starting to get out of that. We probably have gotten out of it over the last like 5 years or so, where it's still UConn. It's a little less Geno. You've got Page. You've got really, really big names there. And they kind of like take precedent. South Carolina, like Dawn's going to get the attention.
Yeah.
You had Asia, you had stars there. There's no doubt about it. They've gone on to have attention was on Dawn though. Right. That's a tough thing for a young decision, a young person to make. The decision they got to make because they got so many people in their ear telling them different things. And I don't sweat the decommit. I wouldn't sweat the decommit stuff too much. I don't disagree with Deion. I don't think that's going to happen. No. But there's windows, like there's just so many, like there's just so many things at play. But I think Deion needs to, this like is not Deion. He needs to settle into this role of being the football coach at Colorado. And like, cause last year it was, Prime shot out of a cannon and it's, I think 3-0. You said it's 3-0 and it's nonstop. I ain't hard to find. It's nonstop. Y'all was supposed to be over there. Now what you're going to say? Now what you're going? It was just nonstop. Now it's all right. I'm a football coach. He knew. He said last year this is going to be a process. He knew. Yo, get us now. Get us now. Get your jokes off now. You ain't gonna be able to do it later. Yeah. He's got to settle in to do that. And almost, I read a line this morning after you brought this up. I actually thought it was a pretty fair line. Last year, he didn't really get the opportunity to build a foundation. He needs to start building the foundation. Wow. And he has a lot of other things, but it's on an unstable surface. He needs to build that foundation, and that will help them, get further.
I agree.
Closer to where they want to go.
I agree. The one thing that I was saying after week 1, I was like, because I didn't know what to expect coming into this season with Colorado and Deion and all this other stuff. But after week 1 and the way they played, but more importantly, the thing that changed my mind immediately was the post-game interview with Hunter and Shador. And they were like, God did. And it was like instantly like, oh, this has become the Cultures team. Immediately. That's when I was like, this is the Cultures team. And I was like, Deion, I tweeted it out. I said it. I said, Deion in Colorado are going to play for a national championship in 2 years. He's just got to take some time to get his people in, but he's going to go get them. He's going to get all these guys, right? Felt confident in that. And then these decommits start happening. And I was like, oh, I didn't expect that. So now I'm at a point where I'm not sure. I'm not as confident that he's going to be that successful that quickly in Colorado. I still think it's going to happen, but I'm wondering why these people are decommitting. That's what I can't figure out. Is it the program?
That's a fair question.
Yeah, is it
perfectly fair?
They're hearing things that he's not even going to be there for that long. I don't know. That's what has me a little.
And that's the downside to stuff like whether Deion's a part of it or not. And I don't think he was a part of any of this. But during that 3-week stretch, it was Deion in the NFL. It was Deion. There was a lot of Deion in the NFL. That doesn't help. That doesn't help a college student. You know what I mean?
Right.
That doesn't, or that doesn't help a potential college student, a potential Colorado student, a potential athlete there. That's not going to help, because if you're going into your first year there, you're wondering, where is Prime going to be in my sophomore season where I have to be here another year?
Right.
He's off with Dallas and I'm here.
Yeah.
And this team is ass. And I'm in the Pac-12, but I got to fly to, or not the Pac-12, the Big 12, and I got to fly to God knows where.
Got to fly to Miami
all of the time now and get these games in.
Real quick, because we got Will Z waiting, but Carlos E asks, he says, KC, how would you punish a kid who changed his mind and wants to go somewhere else? I don't know that I would. I don't know that you can punish a kid who didn't formally, I don't know if legally is the right word, but he didn't sign the letter of intent. There was a verbal commit. So I don't know that you can. I don't know that I would. But if you're to answer your question, the only thing that might be fair is if he committed and there's record of him committing without having to sign a letter of intent, maybe he doesn't play the first 5 games at the new school he's at. Maybe. There's a borderline, back in the day, you'd have to sit out a year if you transferred.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not have him sit out a whole year, but maybe he's got to sit out first 3 to 5 games or something like that. But I don't know if I would punish him. I don't know if you can, because it's not that could just happen on a phone call. I'm coming to your school. There ain't nothing really formal about that. That's just a conversation. So how can you say, he decommitted from me?
That's how it happens, though. That's how it happens a lot. We'll bring in Will Z right here, our buddy Will Z. Drink coffee, do stuff, as Will Z says. Shohei Ohtani is not in Toronto. Shohei Ohtani is not on a flight to Toronto.
What are these people doing?
Shohei Ohtani is at home in Southern California. That is from Bob Nightingale.
Come on, man. These people had him on a plane to Toronto, and he's chilling in the Orange County.
Remember, who were they tracking? They were tracking Dan. Remember, they were tracking Dan Gilbert's flight?
Oh, yeah, they did do that.
They were tracking his plane, and he had a stock picture. He had his daughter take a picture of the backyard, and he said, I don't know what y'all talking about. I don't know where my plane is, but I'm at home in the backyard.
That's right.
Meanwhile, he's talking to LeBron James at Miami airport about coming home. I want to talk a little bit more about Shohei Ohtani and this whole thing as we roll along. But we're going to talk Kings basketball with our buddy Will Z. Shout out to Will for the text this morning. As I was telling everyone, Will, I completely forgot the Kings played basketball tonight. We saw you yesterday. I was happy. I knew James wasn't on. I knew we had Kyle. I was like, I guess we just going today. And Will, shoots me a text. Hey, what time you want to talk Phoenix? I was like, hey, the Kings play Phoenix tonight. Let's go.
So, yeah, I mean, after such a big event like that yesterday, it makes sense. It's kind of weird.
Will Z, the star of the show, with his Jordan 1s and ankles out.
Ooh, that boy Will Z wasn't
playing
good.
I did not own a pair of nice sneakers until you guys got a radio show, by the way. So now Hannah and I own, I think, 2 or 3 each. So thank you for that.
Awesome. I don't know if Hannah's thanking us.
She's probably not.
Oh, she likes them. I think we split.
Well, that's cool. Because I know my wife she doesn't thank me for much of any shoe purchases.
Well, he said we have 2 or 3 pairs of shoes that we really like. You have 200 or 300 pairs of shoes stored in the closet next to Elf on the Shelf.
I don't have 200 or 300. I got maybe 100. And I try
That's
to get
100 at your house and 100 at Cheryl and El Grove's house.
I try to get Jazz some shoes, but she don't be wanting them.
She's probably sick of shoes.
All she wanted was those Tiana Taylors, and I got to win with that one. I got to win because
I ain't get them.
I got a nice little smile when she got those.
Thanks, Kenny. That's probably was thanks, Kenny. Will, I guess this is the first of 5 matchups.
Yeah.
With the Phoenix Suns starting tonight. We know KD's not out there. As you put together your preview article, as you do for each game over at willzstats.com, what stood out to you?
It's always weird and difficult to write about a team, as my cat always jumps up on my lap.
That's fine. We're pepping the show here.
Yeah.
So I don't know why the cat is staring directly at the camera, but that's good.
She knows. It's always hard to write about a team when such a big piece of it is out too, because KD just makes up so much of the Suns on offense and defense. Really, he's still such an underrated defender. But I mean, that obviously turns all the attention to Devin Booker, and he's just having another career year. He just keeps getting better and better, and it's not so much as scoring this year. It's kind of all the other stuff that he's doing, such as like 6.3 rebounds, 8.2 assists. Those are both career highs. And since they don't have that true point guard facilitator, he's taken on that role, and he's been really good in that spot this year. So to me, I think with Kevin Durant out, do we see more of Booker scoring? Kings fans know, obviously, he can go for 40 on any night. But do they have enough other pieces with KD out? Grayson Allen, who's a big deal as well, shooting 46.8% from 3 on the season. And obviously, Beal not playing as well.
They got a lot going on right now for this game here. And Devin Booker, who's been phenomenal to start the season. Like you mentioned, does he just revert back to let me try and get 40 mode, or does he still try to get whoever is playing involved and maybe take over later, something like that? I think they can't afford for him to do that. And maybe if these guys are hitting open shots and all this other stuff, sure, but I don't know if they can afford to do that tonight.
I think it could be a one or the other. You can either let Booker go for 40. You can either let him go for 15 assists, but you can't do both. So are the Kings going to they hedge and double team a lot? Are they going to do that? It's just you got to pick and choose. I think it's okay if he goes for 40 and they win, but if he's getting 40 and 15, the Kings are in trouble.
Okay, 38-14 it is. That's
Great.
That's what we're looking for. You got a swing stat yet? Have you worked on that? Is that more of a game time decision?
Yeah, I have that in the article as well. For tonight, it's fast break points. The Suns and Kings both are not good in that stat category. Suns are at 11.2 per game. Kings are at 11.4. That's 27th and 26th in the league. Kings seem like they should be a better fast break team than they have been all year, which again still is kind of weird that they aren't getting those transition looks. But the Suns like to play
last year.
I can find out.
2 clicks away.
Yep.
Yeah, it does feel like I mean, I'll be more interested in seeing what they were last year, but it does feel like because of the way Sacramento plays that fast break points number should be higher. But that does start on the defensive end, doesn't it?
Right. They were at 14.9 last year, which was 7th in the league. So you're not, I mean, 11.4 to 14.9, it doesn't seem like that much, but in close games, 3 points makes a difference, especially when you're talking about easy transition dunks, layups, open threes. It's just kind of one of those things where I think there's still more left on the table that they're not getting in that facet of the game.
You know, a lot of people like to talk about how Sabonis struggles against bigger centers and things of that nature. Do you think that's going to be an issue tonight against Nurkic, or does Nurkic is he maybe not as athletic enough to bother Sabonis as somebody like Ayton or Gobert or something like that? In your opinion?
Yeah, I had the same exact thought, and I looked it up. Last year, Nurkic only played in one game against the Kings. And Sabonis shot 1 of 4 when guarded by him. It's almost too small of a sample size to really take away. I didn't go back and look at Pacers days, Sabonis for it. I think that Sabonis could be okay against Nurkic. It's not a matchup that I necessarily look at for him to go and, he's going to feast on Nurkic inside. He's just such a big body that it's kind of one of those ones that seem like you might get some points from, but not too many. Maybe more passes and work off the screen game with it instead of kind of the inside scoring.
Will, how do the Suns play? Like, or what is their like ideal style of play? Do they push the pace? Do they want to play slower? Like, what is it? I mean, Kevin Durant's been around all. I think this is the first game Kevin Durant's missing tonight, if I'm not mistaken.
He's missed 2 this year, and they've won both of them.
What the hell do I know then?
The hell do I know? Yeah. It's only first.
Well, I mean, I guess I'm focused on the fact he hasn't missed like chunks of games.
Yeah.
But are they a push the pace team, or are they a slow it down a little bit?
They're a slow it down. They, by both pace and by free throws, they love getting to the free throw line, which, I mean, Kevin Durant and both Devin Booker are so good at, especially Booker. He's leading the league in free throw percentage at 93.9% on like 8.9 per game or something like that. I don't have the number right in front of me. So I think they like to get to the line. They like to find really good looks from 3. They don't take very many. I have it somewhere in here. They take 31.9 threes per game. That's 23rd in the league, but make them at a 38.7% clip. That's 3rd. So it's very much they hunt for good looks and they try and get to the line, which is almost the opposite of the Kings, who are at 41.6 threes per game, 3rd, and make them at a 31.9% clip, 20th. So it's like inverse of each other. So very competing styles tonight, and I think it'll be important for the Kings' style to win out and play their game, which we saw them struggle with against the Pelicans.
That cat is not interested in being put down, by the way.
No, she's not. I should just give up.
That's interesting. I guess I haven't. I realized this, Casey and I were watching the Bucks the other day. I was like, yeah, I really haven't watched like start to finish type stuff. I haven't watched a ton of Bucks games. The same is true for Phoenix.
Yeah, I haven't either.
That is because the Kings haven't played Phoenix, so I haven't really gotten a feel for them.
Yeah, and I've been hunting out like the Pacers games, the Magic games, kind of those new teams where Phoenix is just kind of falling off my radar and a game to pull up and watch.
Yeah, KC's got me hooked on the Magic.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Pistons.
No. I'm not hooked on the Pistons.
I've watched 3 Pistons games this year.
Yeah, that's your problem, like, pal. You've got issues.
I watched Pistons versus Wizards.
What game would you not leave the studio for?
Pistons versus Blazers. It was a close game.
Bro, it was the Pistons. Okay. All right, man.
Incredible.
Right. Absolutely incredible. Absolutely.
Usually,
incredible.
what I do, see, this is what guys like Kevin O'Connor and Zach Lowe probably does it, but guys like that should do is usually like after the All-Star break, maybe a little before. I used to do what I would call bad week, where I wouldn't watch any games. I would only watch the bad teams because I know I'm not going to watch them too much. So I'll take this week to watch only the bad teams, so I at least know what they're looking.
And you had a name for it, like this was planned every
bad
year.
Week, yeah, bad week coming this year too.
You're different. That's for sure. No one you're no one could ever say you don't love the sport of basketball.
Oh yeah.
No one could ever.
Gotta watch some of these sorry teams.
Chemezi Metu revenge game tonight.
Yep. So here's the question for you.
It's all fun and games till it happens, Will. I just want to remind you of that.
I know. His season high is 8 points.
Okay.
Is he going over that tonight? And how many 3-pointers is he attempting tonight? His season high there is 2.
I say he's going over on both.
He's definitely
because Kevin
taking more than
Durant
2
ain't
threes.
playing.
Yep.
He's gonna play tonight. He's gonna play. So I think he's gonna get 12 points.
Hey,
shoot 4 threes.
Let's just all say nice things about our man Freeport.
Oh man, shout out Freeport. Man. The original Freeport.
There's no other Freeport.
Well, I was just gonna ask, like, does the nickname stay with the Kings? Does it go?
No,
with
it can go away.
That's a good question.
No, we don't need to keep the
Freeport.
It was very specific to him.
We'll move it to another part of the city. It's okay.
Yeah, no, we could do that.
Meadowview 4.
That's
Mac Road 4.
That's fine. We can do that. It just can't be Freeport. Like it's got to be something along the lines. And as Johnny G says, it's Matu. It's Matu. Will, we appreciate you as always. WillZstats.com. Check out his amazing work. I'm happy to say I think we'll be talking to you a lot next week with games on Monday and Tuesday, and I think a couple other games throughout the week, man. So that'll be fun. Will, we appreciate you, my friend.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Looking forward to it.
Does the cat have a name?
Scout.
All right, Scout. Bye-bye, Scout.
See you, Scout.
All right. Thanks, Will.
Thanks, guys.
That's Will Z. We'll come back, talk more basketball, talk more Kings for sure, talk about this game tonight versus Phoenix. I want to go back to something you said, I think it was yesterday, maybe a couple of days ago, about only a couple of teams in the league having it figured out. And we'll also take a look at this schedule coming up on Sunday for the NFL. That's all ahead here with Elon KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yes, sir.
Let's get it. Hey, I hate Manny. Stop, Manny. That's not, it's not okay, man.
Okay. Okay. Oh, man. Yeah, Manny and Drew Down are wild ones. I caught Drew Down's remark earlier. It kind of made me laugh. I had to turn away from the chatty house. Oh, man. Just got quiet. I don't know what the hell to say. I think Punk is on SmackDown tonight. Shout out to Bryce, rocking the house show shirt. One of Dave Garcia's original designs there.
I always say I'm going to watch, like if he's going to be there and stuff, but I always just see it on Twitter. Like there's no reason to watch, I feel like.
Yeah. I don't mind. I guess
like there's stuff I want to see, but I don't want to see like stuff like the Gable guy or whatever.
Yeah, I guess it's just the extra hour. And I mean, there's a variety of reasons why I'm not watching it tonight, but I don't mind watching SmackDown. For some reason, that's easy for me to turn on and think that it's not a big deal, and I can see what I want and then go off and do something else, but see what I want. For some reason, that extra hour, like 3 hours, makes me, I can't do that.
So then maybe it's just the Raw thing, because I haven't really tapped into SmackDown, but if I do watch, it's usually Raw, and I just can't get into it.
Raw is just so long, and there's so much filler.
They really killed that show. Like they used to be like their A one, right?
Yeah, they really did. That's crazy.
It's almost worse than NXT, maybe.
I you know what
NXT is like always entertaining. I feel like
to me, and what is NXT an hour or is it 2?
I think it's an hour. Might have been 2, but I think it's 1.
See the Raw is just too long. You can't build. I don't feel like you can construct the show that way.
Yeah.
Even Vince McMahon used to say like 90 minutes is the. Used to say 90 minutes is the perfect length for a show. And yeah, like when you do a 2-hour show, it's kind of 90 minutes worth of content. And then USA was like, this is so good, let's give us a 3rd hour. And it's like, well, that's dead. And the worst thing is that's exactly what killed WCW. They made Nitro 3 hours and people were like, fuck this. And it was bad. You put Scott Steiner out there to talk for 15 minutes.
Just out the roid rage and not making a lick of sense.
That's a hard pat. Just cutting a promo on Ric Flair for reasons no one knows.
Now that might have been able to save him. Big Papa Pump put a mic in his hands. You don't know what's gonna happen.
It's just yelling, not making any sense at all. But it's just like, you know what? I'm buying it.
You don't know
he's gonna kick your ass, Ric Flair.
You don't know what's coming out of his mouth.
I think there's like a montage, I think you call it, or whatever. Just Rick Steiner just yelling nonsense on YouTube.
You ever see the one where he tries to jump off of the apron and slips?
No, I haven't seen that.
Oh, you've got to pull that up. He tries to do like a double axe handle or something off the apron, and he just slips. You got to pull that up when we get back. It's so good.
Big Papa Pump. I did
Holla,
like
if you hear me.
I did like
What'd he say? Big Papa Pump, I got your hookup. Holla, if you hear me.
Didn't he debut with Triple H and WWE, and they did like a bench press like competition and stuff?
Yeah.
I hated WCW. 2 things I did like: NWO and Big Papa Pump.
Big Papa Pump is your hookup.
Oh,
holla if you hear me. Who brought that into the lexicon? Was it Master P?
Yeah. Holla if you
And
hear
then
me.
Big Papa Pump took it. Big Papa Pump got your hookup.
Wasn't no limit on WCW?
Yeah. Yeah. They had they said they had a bodyguard named Swole. It was just this massive human being. Couldn't wrestle worth nothing. But yeah, they had Master P, and then I think they had this is where you don't understand your audience, right? WCW based in the South. They think, oh, we can probably work with Master P. Yeah, wrong kind of South.
Oh, well.
They had Mr. Perfect. What were they called? The redneck somethings? Like Mr. Perfect. So when No Limit came in, Mr. Perfect built his own crew, and I forgot what it was called, but I feel like it was the Redneck something or another's. And they made a song called Rap is Crap. And it's just the word, rap is crap. And guess who the baby face in that feud was? Mr. Perfect and the Rednecks. And they're booing the hell out of Master P and the Filthy Animals and the I think the Filthy Animals was like an unmasked Rey Mysterio.
Oh, now that's
who looks like a 12-year-old kid.
Because
that's fact.
Wasn't there a time when he was unmasked?
Yeah,
like
WCW.
Rey Mysterio?
Yeah, WCW. He was Rey Mysterio. Yeah,
he used to have the little horns, right?
But he had his mask on, and then he became unmasked Rey Mysterio for a while.
Yeah.
And then he went back to the mask.
He went back to the mask, I think, in WWE.
And it was like,
I don't think
take his mask off. We don't know what it's covering his face.
So
Sir,
no,
we just saw you.
So I don't think that's what WWE did. I think one, because Vince McMahon is much smarter than anyone who's ever run WCW. He was like, no, we're going to sell those.
There's that.
And that, like, there's a line. I don't know if this is a real line or not. There's a line where someone asked Vince McMahon, again, with Vince, you can't tell if these stories are real or not unless it's in a lawsuit. And they said to Vince, or someone said, well, Ray, finished up at WCW without his mask on. He was like, you got to put a mask on him. Well, why? He's cute. Oh, he's too cute. You got to put a mask on him. All right. So if you're too cute, you got to put a mask on. And he thought Christian was the ugliest human being in the world. There's a story, again, I don't know if it's real, that they wanted, when Christian wrestled, they wanted to put a dot over his face, like on TV, it was censored, because that was going to be his gimmick. They thought, Vince said, he's just too ugly to put on TV. So when he wrestles, we'll put a dot on
saying that. I would have Bret Harted his.
So what I think Vince said was, I hate your hair. Like, you need to cut your hair. And Vince and Christian was like, no. And he's like, okay, fine. You can wrestle on Velocity, or you can cut your hair and be on SmackDown. So of course, Christian cut.
I watched the Scott Steiner video. You got to pull that up. It's as good as it sounded.
I'm watching.
I'll see if I can
just search up Scott Steiner slipping off apron. It'll pop up.
This isn't even on this day. This is their pinned tweet or whatever on this day in WWE. Steve McMichael. Is that who it was?
Is Steve McMichael still with us?
I don't think
that he is.
I
think we lost him earlier this year.
Well, this is sad because two people that we lost. But it's just him in the backstage. Walks up to Davey Boy Smith, who had a cup of coffee, and he just yells at him and says, "Don't stand there drinking coffee when a man's talking to you, Davey Boy." And he slaps the coffee out, and they start fighting.
What? What?
That sounds like wrestling back then.
Hold on. Ignore all that. I can't mute. I don't even know if this is. I need to make sure this is the right one. This looks like a different one. Oh, that's the right one. He nearly tears. Who's that? Test? Who is that out there?
I think that was Test.
Oh God. Well, God bless his soul. So no, we were just having some fun during the commercial break, and I brought up this moment. So did you pull this up? Did you see this?
I didn't see. I waited to see.
So I know this is
Big Papa Pump.
This is apparently this footage is from like 1980 or something. Slightly grainy footage. Here comes my man, Big Papa Pump, going after Tess. Oh!
Oh no!
Oh, that's a tough
Oh
look.
no!
That's
Dude, he did a belly flop.
That's a tough look. And Tess turned around like, what the hell was that?
You probably thought Stacy Keibler fell down or something.
Oh man.
I hadn't seen that.
Oh, that's so funny. That's an all-timer.
Come on, man.
There's another funny clip where Triple H takes an imaginary shirt off. That's really funny.
Oh, yeah, that's a classic. I didn't see that one.
That
is a classic.
It's not funny.
Tess sold it a little bit, too.
A little bit, and which is like the number one thing you can't do. Like, you can't sell it. Warren, yeah, now we know we're getting out of control. Warren asks, who has the best entrance music in wrestling history?
I mean,
NWO was always
that's a
fire.
loaded question.
It's tough.
NWO?
Yeah, that was always fire.
NWO's fire.
Like, that's iconic.
Come on, man.
Hulk's is fire, but it's not
when
his.
It comes crashing down, it hurts inside. You're talking about. You're talking about Jimi
Hendrix. That's fun.
Down. Yeah, that's fire.
Was that a 2003
What's
one?
it called? Voodoo Child, I
Yeah.
think. Yeah, Voodoo Child is fire.
Yeah, that was
But that's
better
not.
than the original.
That doesn't
It's not
count.
his. Yeah, it's
No, Real American, man.
Real
See,
American
man,
is-
you
Real
wouldn't. You
American
ain't
is-
old enough. You're not old enough.
You don't know it.
You can go back and watch this
there's-
stuff, by the way. You can go back.
Nah,
Stuff holds
there-
up. And,
nah.
hey, some stuff holds up and some stuff doesn't.
there's no feeling like being 8 years old in Real American Hits on Saturday night's main event. Come on, man. Come on, man. You don't know nothing about that.
Well, did Stone Cold get
Yeah.
Stone Cold top 5?
Oh, Stone Cold. I mean, not Ultimate Warrior.
Yeah,
That one's
yeah,
fire.
Warriors
I
up
wasn't
there.
an Ultimate
That's the best
Warrior
thing
fan,
about his
but
wrestling.
Nah, that was fire, and he matched that song. The
You know what's
energy, all
crazy?
that. It was a perfect pairing, like the way he handled himself or behaved, and the
It
song.
was perfect. It
was
was
perfect.
absolutely.
You know who's
perfect.
always had like a bad one, no matter how many times they try to redo it, is The Rock.
Yeah, The Rock's was always bad, but
Not gonna get it
if
done.
you smell, that always got to pop.
Yeah, there was one that probably that one that was fine, but it's just like after that, it was just always horrible.
Am I the only one
I mean,
that loved Shawn Michaels?
I was gonna say we can't leave.
That might be
Sexy Boy
that
out
might
of
be
it.
number one, to be honest. I think that's number one.
Because I mean, like, there's more videos and gifs of like Sexy Boy than there is, anything. I mean, there's DX. For me, I mean, there's the Undertaker, right? The gong.
Yeah, that's good.
It's more like a ballad or something. I don't know. That doesn't count as an entrance. It's like that's something else.
I'm gonna go Hogan. I'm gonna go real.
You know what?
American.
I'm gonna go Shawn.
I feel you. I'm stuck between.
We're going not. By the way, we just referenced Pomp and Circumstance.
Oh, is that Macho Man's?
That's Macho Man.
That one stinks.
No, but if
that's the graduation song.
But it's more synonymous with Macho Man
No,
than it
it's
is
a
the
graduation.
He's got the robe and everything. Like it.
I was like, oh, they're gonna hand him his diploma when he gets to the ring.
It's not top 5, but it's. I love it.
Okay.
I love
All right.
it.
All right.
I'm stuck between NWO and Stone Cold.
Okay.
NWO is fire.
I think Shawn's is number one because everyone knows that one. Like everyone's gonna know the Hulk Hogan suit, but I feel like it's more iconic.
This is good. I don't think it's number one, but Chris makes a good point. Eddie Guerrero always had great theme music.
That one was always.
I need you to stop. I absolutely need you to quit doing that.
My Shawn
I know,
White
but-
guy.
Bro, I'll give you $100 if you do that on stage tonight. 200.
The sold out crowd.
I'll give you $200 if you do that in front of the crowd tonight.
I need.
I'll get DJ Oasis to play the theme music.
Our next event, we got to play the theme music, and Kenny's got to come out.
We can do the Diesel Shawn Michaels entrance where Shawn does the pose and I do the. Oh, that's good. That's good.
I don't know if I got enough money for that one. Enough money offer through the Shawn Michaels.
Imagine doing Shawn Michaels at a T-Pain concert.
No, I mean Matt George brings it up. No love for My Time Is Now. John Cena.
A lot of people love.
Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, a lot of people love
It's
that.
good, but it's not top 5.
No, it's not top 5. It's not 5. What do we think about the Harlem Heat?
Nah.
It's fire, but not top 5.
Booker kept that, right? Booker kept that when he came over.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. He did. Oh, you know what? You know what's in there for me is Randy Orton.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, that's a good one. You know what? It all probably boils down to how old you are.
Yeah.
Because like real American means nothing to Jesse.
Right.
But like if you're Reese right now, probably RKO or John Cena, like something like that is up there.
Brock is probably up there.
Is Kurt Angle's good, or is the chant that makes it good?
I never liked. I never liked anything about Kurt Angle.
Really?
It's a
Not
tough
that he
chant.
was
I thought
good
Kurt
or
was
great.
good. I like
He's great. I never.
when Kurt
enjoyed
became
anything.
funny, that's where I really started to enjoy him. When he wore the little cowboy hat with Stone Cold, that's where I thought he was like, oh, this dude's funny. This dude is entertaining. Dude Love. Yeah, there's good music. Our friend had a watching you do the impressions of the wrestlers is the best part. Well, I mean, Russell brings up Billy and Chuck. We played that one not that long ago.
That one was a top 40 hit on the R&B charts.
That was fire. Warren really.
I know you had the all the CDs, huh?
I remember going to Tower Records and getting like the first major release of that, the volume. I think it was volume 2. But yeah, I had Pile Driver. I know I had the wrestling album. I think I stopped buying after Pile Driver. Like I didn't have like the WrestleMania song with Men on a Mission. I didn't have that. But when the Attitude Era picked up, Mo, what was it? Mo, Oscar, and Mabel. I remember buying volume 2 and putting it in the CD player of my car and driving home thinking, I'm just driving around bumping the DX theme music, huh? And then, of course, the record plays out, and then here comes, hello, ladies.
Oh, snap. Pulled up at a stoplight with your windows down like Malvinas.
Oh, bad. Can you do this? Is a good call from Terrence. Can you do a no, not pause, Ramsey? I don't even know what he's pausing. Can you do the Jeff Hardy?
Oh, Reese used to do that. Reese loved Jeff Hardy.
If you're listening on the radio, you got to go back and watch.
Next hour is just Kenny reenacting wrestling righteousness. That's all we're doing.
Reese used to, Reese liked Jeff Hardy a lot, and he would come down.
Jeff Hardy was a star. Jeff Hardy's always going to be one of those ones where it's like, oh, what if?
I just
it's
saw
a little bit
a
different.
clip the other day when he did a swanton off the highest ladder.
Ridiculous.
On the Punk on the
He did. I remember when I was at WrestleMania, the awful one, 2000. When he
was that the one in the
Anaheim.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm thinking the one that was in Staples Center. Wasn't that Brock?
That was
Lesnar?
21. WrestleMania 2. I was at that one too.
Okay.
That was Shawn and Kurt, Cena and Bradshaw, JBL, and Triple H and Batista. Those were the main matches of that one. The first time he brought out that giant ladder, he did it in the aisleway.
Oh my gosh!
Oh, it was crazy.
That is not okay. Who okayed that? That's not okay.
And I feel like it just got worse. Like worse.
This guy went to the high ladder and jumped on somebody onto the announce table. Goodness gracious.
Matt George says his favorite is the Usos.
Usos
is fire.
You know, for as much as we love it and we hear it, we pop or whatever, Roman Reigns isn't that good.
No, it's a very they really leaned into the tribal. Yeah, they
I feel like it's fitting.
It works.
It's the vibes for sure.
I thought the Shield music was good though. Like when the
I do remember now,
when the music, it's like the Ultimate Warrior thing. When the music matches the character, like Vader's music matched him perfectly.
It's time.
Yeah,
it's time.
The music,
time.
The music sounded like Vader walk, like boom, 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 boom. Like it was perfect.
They did their thing with that. Oh, unpopular opinion here. I think we've talked about this before. I'm not a fan of the New Day's intro. Never was.
So
I think they made the most out of it.
That's one of those like sing along. It's like, oh, you didn't know? It's one of the sing along joints, right? Because you wouldn't the music wouldn't start until you heard what was his first line? It wasn't don't you dare be sour wasn't the first, but that wasn't the first line. He would say something first. What did he used to say?
Oh, like he was
yeah. It was somewhat, and then everybody would pop, and then they start like, oh, you didn't know? They start singing along with it.
The New Day, they feel the power.
The New Day just gone, huh?
No, they're around. They're
around. No, but I mean they're gone.
Oh, like they're done?
They ain't
they're doing the funny stuff now.
Push is over. The push is over.
That's kind of crazy. Like Kofi, we had Kofi Mania get beat by Brock Lesnar in 4 seconds, and you're done.
What's the guy that always have like surprise pop up? Tozawa, I think his name is.
Yeah, I think so. Wasn't he on there like Monday dancing or something like that?
Yeah, like they have New Day with him and stuff like that.
Yeah. I forgot his name, and I don't want to say it wrong, but he comes like they did a little backstage segment, and he starts dancing because the New Day told him to dance or something. No,
maybe he like the new Hornswoggle? I don't know who that is.
I don't know. But it feels like with the New Day, it feels like they really wanted Big E to be the one that would last forever. And then with his injury and retirement, I mean, kind of ended the whole New Day thing.
So he's retired. Like, he's not coming back?
I heard is he's retired, as he should. I mean,
that's too bad.
That was close.
That was bad.
That's terrible, but I wouldn't want him to come back.
That's tough because it happened when he was like hitting his peak too. Like he was finally getting that push.
I thought
because he had the belt, didn't he?
He did.
I think he had just lost.
Did Roman get him? I feel like Roman got him. I feel like that's when the titles united, right? Like Roman got him.
Yeah, he might have. That's a good call. I think that happened. That's right, Matt George. It's a new day.
No,
Yes,
but
it
that's
is.
the first line of the song, though. The first line of the song is "It's a new day." Yes, it is. But that was after.
I think he does the "Don't be
Biggie would
sour." He starts it, I think.
Maybe he'd start with the city. Oh, Sacramento.
Yeah, probably.
Don't you dare.
Yeah,
Maybe that's what it was. Oh,
good
thanks, Warren.
So the Kings play the Suns tonight.
Well, Kings play the Suns tonight.
Oh, by the way, a lot of people were talking about the Mexican food place I was talking about. They said Lorenzo's. Just got confirmation it was not. It's Cantarillos. Cantarillo. I don't know, but it's bomb. I'll text it to you.
Oh, Warren says it was Brock that beat Big E. How did the titles get united? Did Roman beat Brock? Is that how they got united?
I think so.
It's one of the issues of having a 3-year-long streak.
Well, that's true. Just wait till it gets to 4.
We know when it started.
Yeah, August 20. Hang on. We started what day? August 17th. August 23rd. 2020.
right.
I want to say
We did talk
2024.
about it. We were like, oh, Roman came back. That's right.
Did we set the sports world in motion? Because our show debuted, Vladdy got fired, Roman started the reign.
Well,
it all checks out.
D'Lo and Casey responsible for the Kings turnaround. D'Lo and Casey responsible for the Tyrese Haliburton trade.
D'Lo and Casey responsible for Roman
Reigns, the tribal chief. Shout out to the whole 32 Brew Street yesterday who acknowledged the tribal chief, who would not turn around and pay a lick of attention.
Dude
to
just
us.
turned shrugged his shoulders like, what's wrong with you guys?
50 people with the acknowledgement of the tribal chief in here, and he's just like, what? Forget it, Aaron.
Aaron can be so cool, but he just refuses. He refuses.
Oh, to talk to Jonathan about the heating vents or something.
Probably.
Like, fam, what do we...
I would have went up to everyone at Sky River, even the people who weren't there for the show. Hey, you know I beat up Nate Diaz. Seriously, he was in the bar and I threw him out.
We were telling the Dana Cortez show how he threw Nate Diaz out of a bar, and he's trying to. That's not what happened. Well, yes, it is. Let me tell the story. But we all came. We're all in agreement of the same thing. You're lucky it wasn't Nick.
Well.
It just would have been different.
Would have been a way
goddamn shame what
Let's
happened.
keep it real. Nick would have put our boy to sleep.
Oh, at best, he just would have been put to sleep. That's best case scenario. They had to wake Aaron up and take him home.
Like Nick wouldn't have even cared like what he was saying. Just, oh, you have a problem with me?
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, sir. I can't be here. Okay.
Complex and Caro's trying to pull Nick off of Aaron.
I don't think Complex would have done that either. Complex would have been like, well.
You imagine that picture,
Well,
Corrosion Complex trying to take Nick Diaz off of Aaron. Gosh, this could have went so many different ways.
She would have. It would have been like Ryan in that episode of The Office where she talks to Patrice O'Neal in the warehouse. I bet you like to ride this sea monster. Who are you talking to? Ryan, let's do something. And he looks at Kelly. You were very disrespectful to the man. You should apologize. That would have been Complex. You were just disrespectful, Aaron. I can't remove your arm from your. I don't know why your arm is tied to your leg, but I don't know how to untie it.
Complex would have been like, that's my brother. Let him out.
Throw in the towel.
That's my brother.
Well, the thing is, too, you don't want to get involved because, like, what if Nick Diaz is like, oh, you want some too? And he's trying to choke you out.
No, I don't. Nope. I just don't want to explain to HR how I sat there while you tied his legs in knots. That's all. Have you ever met with our HR people, Mr. Diaz, sir? Would you like a drink? You look parched after tying my boss up in a knot.
Oh, man.
Another great. Aaron has no idea like how often he's referenced on.
Oh, none at all.
Like if they paid a lick of attention to us, just like the slightest bit,
we'd get fired.
Like Aaron was literally in the building yesterday, not paying any attention to us.
Who do you think used to listen to the show more, Danny in San Francisco or Aaron? And we'll go like after the show was underway with Danny.
Danny. Yeah. Danny might accidentally listen. Aaron has never heard this show before unless he was in attendance. I guarantee you, Aaron has never heard this show before.
I'm just gonna stay quiet right now. I'll text you guys.
I know Stacy has, because Stacy actually referenced something that happened on our show once.
What about
and
our
I
old
looked
boss?
right at her like, you heard that? She's like, yeah. And all I could think was, why?
You think our old boss ever listened?
No. Yeah.
Shout out to him, man.
Yeah.
Big ups.
Yeah.
Big ups. Do your thing.
Well, thank Warren for this. I don't know how we got here, but we did.
I don't know.
One little innocent question about theme music.
Well,
ends with
gotta thank Warren.
ends with Aaron Roberts getting tied in a knot by the Diaz brothers.
And look, I got to thank Warren because I was going to suggest this on this upcoming segment.
Well,
one of these two segments was going to have was going to have this conversation.
All right, we'll try to straighten
We'll talk sports on this one.
Major Friday vibes. We're dealing with Casey return here on Sacramento. Well, Soren's not wrong about that. Dealing with Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
The episode after our live shows is always the pizza party episode.
Oh, it's 100%. Yeah, the substitute teacher rolling in the cart, the TV cart.
I haven't started raising Canaan yet. Bad job by me.
It's a good first episode.
Bad job by me.
Very, very good. Interesting first episode.
Nah, Joel, that's what I hear too. Everybody comes across them. Oh, cool. One game, after one Kings game, Nate was in Darling Avery. Champagne and campaigning at the bar, being nice. I hear they're cool dudes. And you see them like everywhere, right? Like you see them anywhere. Oh, hold on one second. Hold on 1 second. Anybody want to talk about the Suns for 2 seconds? Anybody want to talk about the Suns for 2 seconds?
Oh, look at you. Oh, look at him. He's like, oh, they kicked him out of Walgreens last night. He walked in with a Phoenix.
Well, that's what happens in Sacramento, man. Phoenix is in the house, man. Come on, man. Phoenix in the house. We live. We streaming live.
What are we doing here? Oh, we're on
It's
live.
the whole Dana Cortez Show. Out here in Phoenix, man. We got the Suns tonight. You know.
We do.
I don't know if that is that camera on? Is it
I don't think
signed
so.
in? Oh no, I think it is because we have somebody on there.
Sorry, is this somebody's seat? It's kind of just.
That's Casey's seat.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm coming here.
We can see the comments on the side.
Yeah, man. You see the comments, man. Phoenix is in the house. You guys can introduce yourselves if you want to. It's a 102.5 morning show.
Oh, what's up, y'all? How y'all doing? Love. What's up, guys? Well, let's get these comments going, dude. Oh, Dana Cortez down and down. What's up, TC? I see you, player. Hella tight. Damn.
I don't know what they be talking about.
Phoenix.
They used to be talking. Chatty House be talking.
916 though. What's good? Dude, let's go. Yo, if anybody have, are we supposed to talk Suns basketball?
I mean,
I don't want to. I mean, I'm not the wrong one.
What I was just doing, I was going through the Kings poster right there and naming all the different players and different eras.
Yo, dude, you guys.
The one that has Mike Bibby on the top there.
There's a lot of down in the DM references in here. You guys are. Is Sacramento a city of? I'm not talking about the basketball team, but is Sacramento a city of cheaters? I don't know. We're not talking about the Lakers when they held the whistles back in like the early 2000s. But I'm talking about.
You want to come over to this side?
Oh, there he goes.
Come over to this side.
Down in the DM is hilarious, dog. That's funny. Did y'all
Yes.
get? Oh.
Did you know D'Lo is worth $22 million?
Oh, D'Lo, they're outing you, dog.
Well, we know who's buying dinner.
That explains why everything he wears is off-white. That's it.
I did not know. I mean, he does have a pretty impressive wardrobe. I didn't know he had it like that, though.
Just be clear.
Sit that over here. Stop playing over here.
Oh,
OVO hoodie.
Chewy, somebody shouting out your Coyotes jersey. That's what's up. That's random.
Yeah.
Do that a little better.
That's right. The one fan that they got outside of.
No. It's the Odyssey Ric Flair. I love it.
Oh my gosh.
Y'all ain't shit. I swear to God.
That was very key right there. Minus the allegations. Yes, minus the allegations.
Yes.
Yep. That's a key.
Shout out the Serial Connection.
Damn.
Down in the DMs, there are people. We've only been on. It was 3 months today.
Yeah.
Today.
Time.
Yes.
Y'all a big time.
I love it.
They're trying.
You know what it is?
It's
It's 102.5 is a monster. That's what it is. It's a humongous station.
Yeah.
Hell no.
We doing what we can. All of us here, we doing what we can
Yeah,
to bring
do
it
what we
back,
can.
man.
I ain't humble. That's me. I'm
Riding
funny.
the coattails of the brand.
Nah, that's not. Hey, hang tight. We're coming back. We'll do something on the air. Just hang out for a minute.
So you guys are live on this even for the.
That's what we need to do.
Yeah, Automatic missed the cue that we're coming back. He's just over here talking like, no, it's good, Automatic. We back now. We back now. Hey,
My bad.
No. You
Those
good.
little red lights mean you're on the air, right?
That's what it means. But it's all good. Our 1025 family is in here. The Dana Cortez Show. They're the morning show over at 1025. We hope y'all check that out every morning, Monday through
Please
Friday.
do.
But they flew in to be a part of the T-Pain Flow Rider show tonight at the venue. And we talk about like the magic of radio and all of that stuff. This crew is in Phoenix. They got a couple of stations that they work with, including ours. And Phoenix
tonight.
There it is.
Well,
Y'all know what it is.
No KD tonight, man.
No KD.
So
No
let's
Beal,
set
obviously. No
the
Grayson
stage.
Allen
Let's
either.
set the stage for y'all was talking about the game. Automatic is the in-house DJ for the Phoenix Suns over there at the
Steve Kerr can't
Talking
stand him.
Stick. Well, that's
yeah,
facts.
Steve Kerr can't stand me. He's got it out for me already. I got you guys watch
I
that
like
game.
the
You
music.
watch that game
I
on the
liked it.
12th? And I got something for Steve Kerr.
Ooh, get him, Automatic. Get him. Get
Well,
him.
you just made a lot of new fans here in Sacramento, boy. I tell you that. You just made a lot of new fans here in Sacramento.
I want to say I respect Steve Kerr, but what he did was a little out of line. I've taken a lot of pressure since then, and he kind of put a spotlight on me, so I'm gonna flip the script on him.
So set the stage though. What like?
So he was mad.
First of all, DJ Automatic, my man Anthony A over here
What
next
up, y'all?
to
What up,
next to
y'all?
KC. And then of course, Dana Cortez.
What's good, Zach?
My man Chewy back there in the he had on Booker jersey last night. They said all he does is wear Phoenix team sports. I was like, oh, okay, y'all
They
doing a
got
lot.
kicked out of Walgreens.
They said they wasn't feeling that at Walgreens. That's what happens though. You come to Sacramento, though, baby. That's what I'm saying, man. Come on now.
I've never heard of that before.
I haven't either.
He walked
Like,
in,
how do you
he
get-
out here with a Devin Booker jersey?
Yeah,
He's like, you can't
There's
come in here with
sports
that.
checking at Walgreens out here in Sacktown, dude.
Yeah, well, it's serious. But set the stage with what happened with Steve Kerr.
Okay, so Steve Kerr was upset that, well, first of all, we beat him, but second of all was because he felt that I was playing the music too loud and disrupting his huddle, and it was actually on purpose. Because we were up all 20 all game.
Yeah.
I was playing a lot of party music that was upsetting, but we knew they had made a run back. They got within 4, and my director actually told me, he said, "Hey, I think they're trying to set up a last play." He was like, put on Skrillex's Bangarang, which is probably one of the most annoying songs in the world, and turn it up. And so I did. And then after the game, Steve Kerr did a press conference, said that the music is too much. I'm playing too much party music. It's a basketball game. He was upset.
But grumpy.
Now, yeah, it was grumpy. It was I guess it was kind of a rant, but at the same time, I'm gonna have something for him. I'm gonna have something for him on the 12th. I can't wait. And I'm gonna use his own words against him.
What's going on tonight?
Tonight we're going to the concert. Tonight, yeah, tonight we're here. I'm not DJing at the Suns. Obviously tonight, we didn't know. Obviously Sac and us, we didn't know we were gonna have a game tonight. So I'm here.
Look, it's good because it's not gonna be a party tonight.
No,
it's not gonna be a party tonight.
No. We lighting the beam
We
tonight.
doing work tonight.
We lighting the beam
Y'all
tonight.
gonna get a chance
We
to
lighting the
see
beam
the
tonight.
beam lit and go to one center.
Yeah, we lighting the beam tonight.
Y'all gonna see it.
We lighting the beam tonight. Dana, come here. Tell it. So let's also explain. Dana and Automatic. We're married.
Yeah, we're married.
That's a big part of the show.
Yep.
Like explain to like the crew listening right now.
I mean, we talk about our life. We talk about
No,
real
not
life.
marriage. I want you to tell us about like the show. More specifically, how does Anthony A play into all of this?
So Otto and I were already together. He met Anthony A, who was sneaking into concerts and interviewing people, and got kicked out several times. And he's like, "We got to get this guy
y'all
on."
get kicked out of a lot of.
Yeah,
I
that's
know,
great.
bro.
At this point, though, D'Lo of the show, they can't afford a therapist. So that's where I come in. I'm like a couples counselor the majority of the time, dude.
Okay.
So yeah, that's what I do here, dog.
You know how it is. You have a partner.
Oh, yeah.
You know how it is. You're married. You know how it is.
Don't you?
Yeah, you
I
better
love
say
it.
that.
I love my wife,
I
too.
love my
It's
wife.
2023. You gotta be careful with that word partner now.
Hey, we're fluid here, okay?
Yeah.
Oh, it's
We
fine.
all got people.
Yeah,
We
there
all
you
got
go.
people. That's what it is. We all got people.
Hey, Automatic though, you did. I think I saw this on your Instagram. You did the Diamondbacks
Yeah, but I played for the Diamondbacks as well. And it's exciting. It was an exciting year. If you would ask me in the beginning of the season that they were going to be in the World Series, I would have told you you're crazy.
You would ask anyone at the beginning of the season.
But I mean, they got a great squad. Shout out Corbin Carroll. Got that Rookie of the Year award. I mean, I feel like the squad's going to look pretty tough again next year too.
That was a crazy run.
Yeah, that was.
Really
I mean, they got hot at the right time, and it was crazy because I actually told my wife, I said, these guys are getting hot at the right time. They might end up in the World Series.
Man,
and it happened.
About that.
The woman standing across from you, call my wife.
Oh, I call you my wife every day because you are my wife. But Dana Cortez here of the Dana Cortez Show.
4 hours of this Monday through Friday on 102.5 KSFM. If you're tired of bickering with your wife at home or your husband at home, tune in and hear other people bicker about it, and just take Anthony A's advice on everything.
We're normal. We're normal, honey. We're normal.
It's very normal behavior.
That's right.
Hell, the chatty house is therapy for us. We just come in here and get our jokes off and keep it moving.
It's a great opportunity to come and talk to the great people here. We met people that already listen to the station, listen to the show. I know you guys have a big fan base, so thank you for allowing us the time to come in. We appreciate it.
You're welcome. You know what the funny part about this is? It shows you what cap everything you just said is, because the angle I'm sitting. Complex has never watched this show before.
Oh no,
I can see, I can see, like Complex and Kim, like
everybody watching from
like
outside.
they're glued to the screen, watching what the Dana Cortez Show.
That's another one.
I
don't know.
KC.
Has Complex ever listened to this show?
The sports show? No, absolutely. Look, I think even Rich was watching. Look, like now all of a sudden, ain't nobody paid a lick of attention to us for 3 hours. Now all of a sudden, the whole goddamn building is watching. They do us dirty here, man. Nobody cared about us till we started on 102.5. That's true.
Is that what it is? Yeah, right.
I don't think most people knew we worked here until we started.
No, some people didn't. They'd be like, "No, what do you do here again?"
Yeah, I was asked one day, like 4 months ago, by someone. No, she's still here. She's like, "What do you do?"
Wait. They know what you do now.
No, they do know.
They know what you do now.
They know.
Wait, time out though. That's because D-Lo, you dress way too high end and nice for a radio guy. I mean, come on, dog. Come on, player. Come on, dog. That outfit is like, I ain't never having kids. That's what that outfit says right there, dog.
Good, and that I conveyed my point well. Don't have them. They're not on their way. I'm good. I'm good.
Anthony's a child-free person as well. Doesn't want kids and never wants to have them. Automatic thinks he can convince him that one day he's going to have them, but he says,
no, I'm running loose here in Sacramento looking for all the plan Bs. So let's light that beam and let's find.
Well, shout out. Shout out Sacramento.
I thought we were shout out the pharmacist. I was like, yeah, shout him out, dude. Western Medicine. What's up, baby?
They're not
Bro,
kicking you out of Walgreens.
You fit right in with the chatty house, boy. Oh my goodness.
Why does everyone keep asking us what our favorite cereal is here on the live stream?
That's Manny. That's Manny's gimmick. That's what he does.
Favorite cereal.
Yeah, his life centers around cereal. So there's like the chatty house. No, he's not. He's but if you check the chatty house, like they're a part of the show, right? It's D'Lo, KC, Jesse. But like Aldrin J, Jess, Coach Molly, Kimberly's not, but everybody else,
Kimberly,
they're all part of that. They're all part. I don't know who unblocked her.
I think I might have. I think I might have.
Yeah. She's communicating with us through the chatty house. Like that's what she's doing.
She's a Warriors fan, and last year during the playoffs, she tried to get in the chat and talk crazy about the Warriors. She ended up getting blocked.
Somebody unblocked her. Like we don't know who. We haven't checked the security.
Yeah, we got to block her, dude. Kim is too close to Karen. We got to watch out with that one. We got to watch out with those ones right there, dude.
Be careful. Kim's the one that gets his endorsements.
She also has come into the studio and cussed before, which is Kim is very much a huge part of this show. She is a big part of the show.
Depending on the word, that could be a $250,000 fine. Depending on the word.
Hold on. No, here she comes.
Wait.
Like period?
No, just in here. Oh, okay, Justin.
Okay.
No, I
No.
still let off F1.
Whoa,
I know you do.
I didn't say it.
She just broke into the studio like Stone Cold Steve Austin. It was crazy. The glass broke and everything.
Here she comes.
She's the boss, bro. She's the boss. She's the boss.
Yeah, this is what we do every day for
I love it.
7 hours. This right here.
I love it.
Wow.
I think it's great. I think we need to switch gigs.
I was gonna say, I feel like your guys' job is way harder than ours because we can always just play music.
Yeah, this is
Well,
cool.
no,
I like it.
we obviously play music when we're on 102.5,
102.5,
but
yeah.
this we just hang out with this crew and talk crazy.
It's
Yeah,
good
we
though.
just spent
It's
30
good.
minutes talking about wrestling.
We did.
Oh,
Best
what are you
theme
guys
mu-
saying about wrestling?
Best theme music of all time.
John Cena's off top for me.
Yeah.
See, okay, I'm glad you said that. How old are you?
Okay, we got some personal questions here, dog. Chill out, player. Chill out, player. I ain't got the same skincare routine as you do, dog. All right, don't be asking me that now. You know what I'm saying? Your boy is in his 30s. All right, crossover. You know what I'm saying? John Cena, Stone Cold, and then Shawn Michaels.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, all those names
okay.
came up. Okay.
Okay.
Wow, everybody's got a big phone.
Undertaker.
We brought up take. So no one thinks Real American is iconic anymore. Hulk
Is that?
Hogan?
Oh, that's Hulk Hogan, right?
Yeah.
I remember that. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying he's the best dude in the world. I'm just saying, like,
I'm
when
saying
that
John
music
Cena
hit,
over that. I'm gonna say the John Cena song.
Yeah. I said NWO's up there. It's for me. It's between NWO and Stone Cold.
Are you a wrestling fan too? No, you just put up with it because
I
they
just
are.
put up with it because they do. Well, I like Ric Flair. I mean, I'm a
Well,
Ric Flair fan.
Ric Flair likes you too, from
He
what I hear.
did. He really did.
Yeah,
that's a whole other topic
That's
right
a whole
there.
other story. We edited a lot of his interview out because I like the man. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to can't get him canceled in 2023.
That's a good
That's a
idea.
wild
Yeah,
boy.
I love him.
That's
I
a
love
wild
him.
boy.
Yeah,
a good
great,
idea.
great man from a different era, from a different time.
Yeah, we
you know?
really let that we that encompasses a lot.
It does.
We really let that just cover a lot of bases for
It does.
for older white dudes who say
You just
anything.
say,
We just go,
"He's
oh, he's from a
another
day.
era."
It was
Whole
different
other
back
era.
then.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was different back then. All right, cool. Thanks, Rick. Gotcha. It was different back then. Well, we're thrilled. We're happy you guys are here. We're looking
Thank
forward
you.
to tonight.
It's gonna be
We
good.
are
Let's
too.
go out there and have a good time.
You guys, like I said, you guys gonna get to see the beam tonight because we
Well,
we beating the Suns.
careful.
Fine.
We'll
After
see about
Anthony
that.
A.
I don't like to talk before the game.
There's a
Okay.
flag on the no, yeah. Hey, play on.
Play on.
Play
Wow,
on.
no rules
Play
today.
on.
Wow.
Oh, dude, let's go.
All right.
Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, just to be clear, you're not going to see the beam from where we are.
I know. I didn't think so.
You might see it now.
You'll
but
have
no
to
one-
see.
We'll
You'll have
feel
to.
it.
You'll have to make a drive
We'll
if you want to
feel
see
it.
the beam
That's what it
tonight.
is.
No one, I don't know, man. They seen it all over the place.
Yeah, I live here, man. I can't see it. Like and we're going further out than where I live. We're not going to be able to see it,
That's all right. That's okay.
but we're going to have a good time tonight at the T
We're gonna have a
Flow
real
Rider
good
Show.
time. I hope everybody comes out, pull up. It's gonna be a good time. Please wake up with us. I appreciate it. Like I said, I appreciate the time. We're brand new. We're having a good time. We're getting a lot of calls. The Down on the DM, as you see,
Mhm.
already extremely popular. I guess there's a lot of cheating going on in Sacramento. I don't know.
Nah, people love dirt. Like the first
Yeah,
time I
yeah.
heard it, I was like, "Hey,
Yeah.
what the hell is going on here?" Yeah, that stuff is wild. Y'all crazy.
Dude, I'm just excited to go to T-Pain concert, and I do think the Kings are walking away with the victory.
Hey,
let's go, dog. DeAndre
let's
Fox
go.
doing what he does.
You're a traitor.
I'm trying to see that. I'm trying to see that.
Licking boots over there, Anthony.
Speaking of licking boots, I'm trying to see that light, that beam get lit up today. And if there's an auntie out there who needs her beam tickled, let me know. Let me know. No flag on that one. Oh, yeah, he called a flag. Jason threw a flag on me.
Oh, flag on the air.
That was it, guys. Oh, that was
It's over. It's over. Cut it.
That's a 15-yard penalty.
That's unnecessary roughness right there. Yeah, one more of those and he's out.
First personal foul penalty on Anthony A.
I'm surprised you didn't say single mom with it's not her weekend this time. Call you up.
Oh, dude, Sacramento's full of single mothers, right?
Bro,
I'm pretty
I
sure.
don't know, man.
Oh, come on,
I'm
Tilo. Don't get
43
tied on me
years
now.
old.
We talk about age, but we can't talk about this. Don't get tied on me now, dude.
Hey, they might be. Hey,
let me know after you do the kid exchange.
They got iron in their world.
Let me know after you do the kid exchange in the Safeway parking lot, and then we can hang out, my queens. All right, come on. I got a T-Pain ticket if you want to come. Let me know.
Complex.
I'm not good on a live microphone. I need pre-recording. Get me off this thing.
Make sure you tap into the Dana Cortez Show Monday through Friday.
Please.
102.5 KSFM. If y'all haven't checked out KSFM in a long time, man, that station is back to being the juggernaut it once was. With this crew here, with us in the afternoon, man, and we're really excited about what's ahead for all of us.
We're having fun.
And Complex is the mastermind behind all of it.
Yes, sir.
Shout out Complex.
We appreciate y'all, man. Sure you're gonna go grab some food or
Yes.
We are going to
grab some sleep. That's
Shout
what I
out
was
to
gonna
everybody
say. Get a
listening. Thank
nap.
y'all.
Yeah, slept in
Yeah, I bet.
Go
I bet,
Suns.
my man. Appreciate you, baby. Yeah,
Oh, you guys are gonna
thank
be
you.
out there, right?
Yeah, we'll be there. Of course, of course, of course.
Well, of course, y'all can be out there tonight with us, right?
Yeah, no doubt. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you, thank you.
Shout out to the Chatty House, man.
Yeah, appreciate you too. Right on, baby. See you in a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Start logging in.
Yeah,
yeah,
man.
do that.
Absolutely. So what happens on a Friday, baby?
This is the most unique show in all of radio. Like most people like dap up and go to break. Like, nah, we just y'all, this is our world. Like, this is what we do.
That's what we do, man.
This is the realest. Like, there is no phoniness. You never have to wonder what's going on in this building because we're just gonna tell you or you're gonna see it.
That's it. I said, look, we make jokes about it. Whatever. I love working here. This is fun.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of jokes in this place. Not like in a
And the
bad
reason
way.
we get our jokes off about Kimberly is because we love her.
Shout out Kim.
Yeah. She's not watching anymore because they're out. Like, look, ain't nobody paying attention to us no more. Ain't worried about dealing with
Turned us
KC.
off, man.
I'm telling you, like, yeah. We the most disrespected entity
Wait
in
a
this
minute.
building.
No, but look, Drew Down's right. It still happens, no matter where we're at.
What happened?
It does happen.
I caught a stray in this too. I guess I'm coming off the bench for this Kings team.
Who said Jason Tapia? Did he?
I'll be the sixth man in the Kings wrong name team.
Oh man, that's no good.
Didn't
Why-
somebody in the media call him DeAndre? Was
It was wasn't it Charles?
I think it was.
Didn't Charles
Charles
at the golf
called him-
tournament? Didn't he call him DeAndre Fox?
I think
I
he
think
did.
Chuck was lit though. Like I think Chuck was a dozen deep at that point.
Did you catch anything from? I mean, we were working, but did you like go back and catch anything from the ESPN TNT thing?
Yeah. I saw the
didn't see
stuff with Charles and Stephen A.
when talking about this ain't first take. I saw
yeah,
that.
yeah. I thought that was great. You know what we didn't mention one time today? Patriots beat the Steelers last night.
Come on, man. What are the Steelers doing?
I think that's the end of that.
Hey, shout out Jake Gaden.
Yeah, shout
out Jake.
Jake got a good time with that one.
Yeah,
last
shout out
night.
Jake. Yeah, the Patriots beat. We looked at. There was a point where because we were still at SR Prime. We looked at the Patriots were beating the hell out of the Steelers. What the hell is going on? They scored more points last night than they scored in 3 weeks.
That's crazy. And it was it Zappy or Mac?
Zappy. Mac is just fired into
He's
the
gone,
sun.
huh? Oh man.
Faded to Bolivian. Oh,
Wait, who's the Steelers quarterback? Is it Trubisky?
Trubisky was out there yesterday.
Well,
wow.
The Jesse brought it up in the rundown, but we also missed something else yesterday. It's kind of crazy. Your boy Sean McDermott.
Yo,
Yeah, no, that was yeah.
That's supposed
That
to be
was one I
motivational.
read that over multiple
So-
times. Like, yep.
We're doing the show, and I put my phone on the table. The only thing I'm looking for during the show is Jesse's text, nothing else. I glanced down, nothing. You saw us. We weren't perusing Twitter. We weren't pulling stats. We was just vibing yesterday. I looked down. Sean McDermott, something 9/11.
What?
All right, that's weird. Turn away. Do the show. Look down. Another tweet. Sean McDermott, something Al Qaeda. What the hell is happening right now?
Come on, man.
And it's like you're reading, it's like, no, it's got to be taken out of context. Nope. He said, hey guys, we should communicate like them.
So the first thing I see, I'm like, I gotta figure out what this is. Jesse put some notes in the rundown, so I'm trying to find the story, and I see Sean McDermott apologizes for 9/11 remarks. I'm like 4 paragraphs into the article before I realized this was 4 years ago. And not condoning. I was like, wait a minute, how did this come about? So I'm following the paper trail, and I find that this guy, this journalist, is writing like a series of pieces on why Sean McDermott sucks. And his latest article had the 9/11 stuff in it from 2019.
That was wild.
What?
That was wild. I don't know how I'm gonna get my guys ready, and this is how I'm gonna do it.
But it wasn't. He was drawing. He said I guess he said this yesterday. The point was to like get his team to communicate better. And I'm like, all right, like I haven't quite pieced this together yet. I don't understand. Then I go read the main article. It's like a book. It like this guy really hates Sean McDermott. He is putting some time into writing about Sean McDermott. And he's referencing something that happens in 2019. And he wasn't talking about tragedy. He wasn't talking about America coming together. He wasn't doing that. He was talking about how strategic Al-Qaeda and the terrorists were.
Come on, man.
I was like,
hey, look.
Boy.
He's about to be done. He's coaching his last games as a Bill coach.
Yeah, I'm out on the Bills after that story. That's just one of those where I know it's in 2019 and stuff like that. The season you're having, I'm just more distractions like this. You're cooked.
So let me, just a note to coaches, media, hell, just a note to people. There's no comparison to 9/11. There's no reason to draw on it. There's no comparison to the Holocaust. There's no reason to draw on it. As much as people may have tried, there is not a comparison to Hitler. Do not try to use it. Leave it alone. Do something different. If it pops in your head, stop. Come up with something else. But I'm going to ask this question. If the Bills are 9-3, is this a big deal?
Oh yeah.
It's a deal. It's a big deal. I don't know if
but I mean what you just said.
I know. I don't know if that. I don't know if he's on the hot seat like that.
All right.
The fact is, they aren't. He said it, so he is.
Well, that's and that's
he's on his
that's
way
how
out.
sports work,
Yeah.
right? That's how being a coach works.
He's on his way out, and I'm not making it clear. I'm not advocating for it. I just don't see how the fair or not. I know it's unfair.
No, it's fair.
Right?
It's the business.
I don't see how in a losing season he can survive that and what just came out. There's no way. He was already borderline on the hot seat. Like borderline people were like, I don't know about this dude.
They already got stagnant, and then just now they're probably going to miss the playoffs. So that's probably pretty much all you needed to see from them.
That is great. I mean, how about, hey guys, let's just communicate better. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. We don't have to do all this other stuff. Just, hey, you guys got to talk.
Football coaches are probably the just most odd people on the planet. Just the
Yeah,
way
they're different.
like college football too.
Every year, every year I see Andy Reid, I worry about his health. Because every year, like week one, and it's always a topic, like Andy Reid, he made an attempt this offseason to get in better shape. He eats better. He lost a good number of pounds during this offseason. All right, Andy, oh boy. And then by week 5, like, well, week 5, Andy doesn't look like week 1, Andy. That's the profession.
Yeah, it's just the job.
Like them dudes are working nonstop because, as Jesse said, they're a little bit different. Ramsey's in here, 916-909-1320. What's up, Ramsey?
Not too much, gentlemen. Thank you again for yesterday. Katrina and I stumbled into SR Prime afterwards. We had some of the shishito peppers with our ribeye steaks we had last night.
Nice.
Showing
Those
off.
two lived a life, boy.
They really
They just
do.
need to
I
bring
don't know
me
what neither
along.
one of them do. They just be out there everywhere.
live
Ramsey
that
walking
life.
into SR Prime in shorts and a dry fit, just kicking it. Ramsey different. Ramsey different.
Ramsey that
What-
dude, man.
Yeah. What I wanted to tie in, though, was another important story. We were talking about Shohei Ohtani potentially getting $600 million with whoever he signs. I know we didn't have a chance to talk about it yesterday because of the live show, but did you see John Rahm get 3 years, $300 million from Live Golf yesterday? That's
I actually
one
saw
of
that
the-
this morning. Yeah.
If not one of the largest annual value contract for a single professional athlete at the moment.
So $100 million a year.
Mm.
Wow, that is crazy. And you only do that for 3 years. You don't get another contract, another $300 million contract. I don't know. You got everybody make their own decisions. I'd probably stay with the PGA, but I don't know. I'm not faced with that choice.
Gotta be honest.
I'm not gonna tell you what I would or wouldn't do if I was faced with
I feel like that stuff got thrown out the door the moment they all teamed up.
Shout out to the $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase.
I know. I'm not gonna say.
I think I can tell you definitively. Y'all can say whatever the hell you want about me. $100 million per year for the next 3 years.
That's only 3
because then you know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna retire and never think about any of you jerk offs again.
Only 3 years.
Say whatever you want. I ain't even got to win a golf tournament to get that.
There's just people mad online.
I could just be mad. I can just be bad at my job and get $300 million. Please, I wish somebody would.
Man.
But I think all the jumping over stuff, like I think that kind of ended.
That's
Like
facts.
they made
That's
it okay.
facts. Oh, yeah. Y'all want me to take the high road? Y'all didn't take the high road.
Right.
Y'all want me to do it? Ain't gonna be me.
Yeah.
I don't fault anybody who takes that money.
I didn't fault them before, to be honest with you.
Now
I'm
really don't fault
I'm not
them.
gonna fault anybody with all that money on the table and me saying, "Oh, I would never." I don't know that, man. Stop.
Can we talk about the Shohei thing for a minute, though?
Yeah.
Shohei, and I don't know what's going on today. He's in Southern California. He's in Toronto. He's on a plane. He's with his dog. I don't know where he is. But I have a tremendous – Buster Olney is at the top of his profession.
Mm-hmm.
Buster Olney wrote a piece yesterday or the day before about how Shohei and his group have really missed an opportunity in this free agency period to elevate himself and elevate the sport of baseball. And I thought, okay, I have a great deal of respect for Buster Olney. I'm gonna read what he wrote. And I'm reading it. And it starts with the MVP presentation. Shohei's at home with his dog. And apparently, I didn't know this until I read this article. Apparently, a number of journalists were upset because they reached out to Shohei Ohtani and his group because they wanted to know the name of the dog. For whatever reason, you could argue whether this is fine or stupid. They didn't tell them. They didn't tell them the name of the dog. And I think the line that they got was, it wasn't a direct quote, like there weren't quotation marks around this. So I don't know if this was exactly what was said to them or if it was just the gist of it. But it was, Shohei is not comfortable releasing that information right now, which sounds like a canned response from just like, no. Like that's what it just sounds like, is just a canned response, and they sent it. And so, one, I found that funny because I don't know why the name of the dog would be so important to writing about Shohei Ohtani's historic season. But I'm not a writer. Maybe it's important. I don't know. The idea of what Buster's talking about is people getting to know Shohei Ohtani. I got you. You're the same group of people who rip basketball players for going to the Hamptons and having general managers come to them. You're the same group of people who rip LeBron James for hosting a decision at the Boys and Girls Club in the struggling part of the world in Stamford, Connecticut. Or I'm sorry, I don't know if it was Stamford, I think it was Greenwich, Connecticut. Y'all ripped him for that.
Yep.
Y'all ripped the basketball players who turn for, well, I'll just use their words. They turn free agency into a circus. But now you're advocating for Shohei Ohtani to do the same thing? How does that elevate the sport? How does knowing if Shohei Ohtani is going to Toronto to meet with whoever, or going to San Francisco, or going to either of the Los Angeles clubs, what is that? How does that let us into anything involving Shohei Ohtani? How does that grow the sport of professional baseball?
It doesn't to me.
I read all of Buster's article trying to understand. And I walked away like, I don't get what point Buster Olney was trying to make, other than he's not giving them any information. And they're bothered by that. It's not just Buster Olney. There's a series of writers who are saying things along the same lines.
It feels like entitlement.
That's 100% what I think it is.
I'm gonna say it's definitely entitlement, for sure. I think it's also desperation for a sport that they love. Baseball,
grasping at straws.
Yeah. I mean, they didn't have this type of, and I'm trying to think, maybe they did. I don't know. I don't remember them having this type of energy for Mike Trout. But Ohtani, got to give up all this information,
Mm-hmm.
do all this other stuff. Like, they're trying to force these things, man. They're trying to force these things and make them unnatural, so to speak. Like, the guy don't want to talk about his dog. We ain't got to talk about his dog. A lot of these guys in the NBA, it's just naturally they're entertaining. It works. They get on the socials. They do all this other stuff. You got your fit checks and league fits and all this other stuff. It's natural. It's while yeah, you got a camera set up there, like that's set up. It doesn't seem contrived. It doesn't seem like SGA is wearing this stuff when in real life he'd be wearing, just blue jeans and a white shirt, like put on some act. Like that's how he gets down. That's what he wants to do. So they're trying to force things that, and compare it to other leagues that they don't understand are just natural.
Well, I feel like they're making up reasons too. Like they're painting how they feel broadly to like throw fans and like people in there. Like the fans don't care that Shohei's being private. Nobody cares. But I don't think the general managers care that they can't leak news to reporters. Like that doesn't matter. I don't think it's hurting the game either, but them being private. You're just making stuff up at this point because you're not getting scoops.
That's it. You're in your feelings. I mean, baseball. Let's start with this. Baseball feels they're struggling with growth. They want to fix it. We've talked about this before. This is the most simple thing they could do. Allow D'Lo and KC, ESPN 1320, ESPN, TNT, whoever, to cut highlights, make them reels, and put them out there on social media. Allow without sending out copyright infringements. Yeah. That's what they do. Allow TikToks to be made with your highlights without sending out copyright infringement. Encourage that. Encourage a House of Highlights type account that you can later buy to showcase your work, your sport, outside of tuning into ESPN Sports Center in the dead of summer and top 10 plays are just like 9 diving catches. That's all that happens in a game that's cool is a diving catch. Every year, 9 diving catches during the summer and 1 over the wall. All right, dude, if that's what your sport has to offer, you're not growing. Allow people like Leezy to take your game and make something dope out of it and throw it on TikTok. The NBA embraced that. Hell, I think the NFL embraces it. The NFL. How are you more strict than the NFL? Let them do that. That'll help. These kids live on social media.
The other thing about it, though, is I think they're too busy worrying about what everybody else is doing.
They're worrying about the wrong things, though.
Here's what I will say, though. Seems like the Buster Olneys are worried about the wrong thing. Now, when you talk about copyright infringement, that's the league. The league got to fix that. But the league, remember I told you, they do a lot to like appeal and do some stuff. It's the writers.
So
who
is it fair to say
a different way?
They just started to do a lot.
Maybe so, probably in the last couple of years. Yeah,
I'll say the last year or two.
Yeah, they got. I mean, just you look
all-star stuff. I was going to say weekend. It's not weekend.
Yeah, all-star stuff. I mean, you look at what they do with the cleats. There's a couple shows on the MLB Network where I'm not trying to just pigeonhole it a certain way, but you got a couple brothers in there wearing Yeezys and off the night before. You know what I mean? Like the league, I think, sees the issue and is trying to do something about it, and trying to be proactive with it. But it doesn't. The articles and comments like what Buster Olney said, with the OG writers, they set it back.
Yeah,
they wipe out all the. Not all of it, a lot of the goodwill that the league is trying to work through, in my opinion.
Well, it doesn't look like the Shohei story is going to break while we're on the air. It may not break today. It may not break anytime soon.
If it does break, I'll be live in my car. We'll record on FaceTime.
Old school days. Yeah, old school days.
Record on FaceTime.
That is funny. Our first test recording Kenny did from it. I think I still have that. I think I should post that one day. I really don't know what's in it. Like, I've never gone back to listen to it, but we still have like our little test run. And yeah, Kenny's sitting in his car, holding the phone just like this. And I'm in a, old studio with a busted ass button down. It was not pretty. Not pretty. What do we got tonight? Suns and Kings. What do we got? Are the Kings? De'Aaron even said like that first game after a long break isn't the best.
Yeah,
This is a game you need to win.
yeah. I don't want to hear that today, De'Aaron. I didn't say.
Look,
nothing,
Siri
man.
wants to weigh in.
I didn't even ask you nothing.
Siri wants
How
to
do I
weigh
even get
in.
you off,
Sir, really? With 3 minutes left in the show. Wow.
Call that a holding on. We'll call that offsides on Kenny. It's just a 5-yard penalty right there.
Wow. Okay, I guess.
Hey, man.
I know. To be fair to De'Aaron, he made that remark
Right.
in response to a question about, hey, is maybe a little upside to the tournament's over. Obviously, you wanted to win, but now you do get like a little break before you play on Friday. And his response was, yeah, that could be good and bad. Sometimes that first game out of a break, it's tough to get your flow. Like you like to stay in a rhythm. So he wasn't, he wasn't trying to set up.
And I don't even mean to say that to De'Aaron, just in general. Like, I don't want to see that from this team tonight. I don't want. I need
Last game of a road trip. Those are tough.
Well, there it is, right there. The 1-game road trip. It's tough, but you got to win. Come on, man. KD out, Bill out, Grayson Allen out. I hate to be like this, but I'm not afraid. You got to win this game. You got to win this game. I know the little bench guys are going to be motivated and giving the best they can. That's fine. Kings got to win this game.
Yeah, I'm being perfectly honest. I think if Kevin Durant, Grayson Allen, and Bradley Beal were playing, given the noise, the talk, you got to walk away with a dub here. Obviously, they want to walk away with a dub. Phoenix is a good basketball team. This will be interesting. We haven't seen them yet. And going back to Will talking about they want to play slow. Okay, don't let them.
Yeah, when they play slow, you play fast.
Yeah, don't let them do that. Take control of this game. Be the control in this game.
I'd be pissed off with a loss tonight.
I think I would be too, especially knowing they got Brooklyn Monday here, and then the Clippers, who are playing very, very well, Tuesday in Los Angeles. It's not next week. I know Utah's coming up.
The
Thunder are on the way. We're not too far away from a game against the Celtics. Another game with the Suns isn't too far away. There's a home game against the Timberwolves. Like there's a really tough stretch of basketball coming up.
Yeah.
Started out right.
Get a win.
Started out right.
Get a win tonight. Come on now.
And if De'Aaron went for 50, I wouldn't be upset.
Oh,
that's a lot. I'm not putting that on De'Aaron.
Right,
I'm not putting that on De'Aaron.
40. Do another 40.
Go play well. Just go play well. Appreciate y'all so much for being with us on the radio and the live stream. And we had fun the last couple of days. We got a lot of great stuff coming up, both here on 1320 and, of course, over on 102.5. Anybody coming through to the T-Pain Flow Rider concert, cheer loudly. That's all I ask. When we hit the stage, just go nuts.
Yeah, go crazy.
Like Austin just walked out to help Mankind win the title. Just go nuts. So people who don't know who we are looking around like, hey, I don't know who this is. Woo! Just cheering for no reason. They just because everybody else is. Y'all go ahead and do that. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and stick around. We'll run it back next on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings, like the beam.
Shine the light. Shine the light. Before we go, let's watch Rick Steiner one more time. And here he goes. He's coming to Stacy Keebler's Abe. Stacy Keebler. Oh! Kind of messed that up. Let's try that again. And he's yelling at Stacy Keebler. Oh, crap. Poor Test. He blew out his Achilles because Scott Steiner landed on it. Goodness gracious, man. All right, y'all. We got to get out of here. We got to get ready for this show tonight. And we'll see y'all soon.
See y'all next week, baby.